Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your machine and shut. For these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to
right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is ain't tonight St. Patty's Day? Yeah, I think that it is. So I just had to get that little giddy up for all you Black Irish folks out there. Better check your genealogy, especially if you in Jamaica, man. Especially if you're in Jamaica. High percentage of chance that your ancestry trace back to Ireland. Okay, so shout out to all of the Irish people around the world, melanated and Caucasian. So I just had to put that in there. That little meme that I ran across was posted, and I just fell all the way out. It's a picture of Chicago mayor in her kilt. And so, somebody put the caption, "This is what a ghetto leprechaun." Folks just so straight up wrong. Look like. But I'm like, wow, I wonder whoever put that meme together, if they really knew how true that it's a lot of melanated people's lineage that goes back to Ireland. So now I don't know if the Chicago mayor's lineage goes to Ireland. Of course, I don't know that. She would have to say something unless somebody ran a little genealogy on her. But it is what it is. Okay. So with that said, I want to send a shout out to the fam. You wrong, sis Neri. She really is a ghetto leprechaun. Baby, she was looking rough in her kilt. I'm like, sister, you need to get it together. You need a makeover. But I was rolling. She was standing there looking like a pygmy all the way. But neither here nor there, child. They had me rolling. The internet always gonna win. All right. So shout out to son Scotty. He's going to be late. He got to go run him a little few errands. Shout out to sis Tanya in the chat. Shout out to sis Thelma. Shout out to I'm Born Here. Good to see you in the house. Shout out to Sarah Smiles. So Sarah, is that screen name based on the old school jam by the white man, Hall and Oates? If you're young and you don't know, go look up Hall and Oates, put in Sarah Smiles. It's a cut from back up in the day, if you don't know. It's really a cut. Peace and love, Creekside Yella. Peace and love, Know Thyself. Good to see nephew Nuwa. Okay, nephew, I'll drop it in there for you. Peace and love, Jay Garner. And peace and love, Mohawk I Am. Peace and love, Mike Premier. Peace and love, Sis Divinity. I hope you got it together, love, because I know you had to go take a drink from last week, and I told the family you don't even drink like that. So peace and love, sis. Peace and love to NCAS Vibes. Oh, you're 8%. NCAS Vibes. I'm assuming you're meaning Irish. Well, top of the afternoon or evening to ya. Peace and love, Sis Neri in the house. Sis Neri does genealogy over on BCU University. That's LTC or Top Cats platform. They are opening up that genealogy class to the fam for free. They do it every Wednesday. So Neri, if you could drop the link down below so the fam can go over there and sign up. They're doing great work over there. So shout out to Sis Neri. And shout out to Patricia. Shout out to E111. I think that's E111. And I think I got everybody. And shout out to the YouTube family who has just joined us or who are joining us. Okay. So with that said, we are on part 11 of our series, The Black American Revolutionary Wars. Now, the purpose of this series is to go through a couple of the American wars and just to show you the level of participation that, quote, quote, melanated Black people participated in all the wars, and also kind of go over the root cause behind the wars as well. So we started out with the French and the British War. We're just about done wrapping that up, and then we're going to touch a little bit on the 7-Year War, which was really the first worldwide war, because that fits into the French and Brit War. And then we're going to go into a couple of other wars. Now, for those of you that are here for that, we're probably not going to get into that this week, because we have our brother from the pond that's coming back this week, Odel, from the UK. So he's going to come back and drop the last piece on this whole astrological clock. So, child, if you didn't catch that, you can go back to the last 2 episodes. And he's been giving us a drop that we're trying to squeeze in between this particular series. So if you don't want to stay for that and you're looking for the American Revolutionary War stuff, you can click off now, whatever the case may be, and come back next week. Okay, so with that said, let's get it popping. Let me see here. Let me bring on the fam. Okay. Oh, let me drop the link for nephew too. Okay, nephew, and I'm gonna let sis Sandra on. Okay. Oh, peace and love, Tebow. Good to see you on here as well, beloved. Welcome aboard. Okay, so let me bring on sis Sandra. And then we'll go ahead and get it cracking. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, sis Rhonda, and to the family, Brother Sean and Brother Scotty when he comes. I don't see the YouTube link at all to get in. I don't know why they didn't give it to me today.
Child, you know how they be doing. Sometimes they give you a notification.
And now today they didn't, so I'm going to see if I can find you another way.
Yeah, that's how they do.
I text you to see if there was a show tonight, because they weren't giving me nothing. But then all of a sudden,
10 minutes ago, I was checking equipment, so I didn't even see it.
Yeah, so now I know you're there, because I have I went into Zoom anyway. There's always the way to skin a cat, right?
Right. You need me to drop the show link to the YouTube
link?
Yeah, I'll drop it in. Can you get to the Zoom chat? If not, I'll
it's just, you know what? I'll open the old one, and then when I open the old one, it'll give me a new one, probably. That's what I'll do. I'll just go to one of your old shows on YouTube. YouTube and everything been tripping for me today.
Oh, so. Okay. Well, just let me know if you can't get to it, and
yeah, I have one here.
We'll get you to it.
Okay.
Okay.
So
what you got on your mind? Cali, y'all, why y'all always starting some shit up in Cali?
What did we do today? Oh, here it is.
Girl, well, first of all, the good part about Cali, LA specifically, they opened back up Not Myrtle Beach. That's my South Carolina stuff. Muscle Beach. So they totally redid it. And that got opened back up. So that was good to see. on Venice Beach, because Muscle Beach is on you know where the folks work out. Yeah. So that's open back up. So that was good to see that. But child, why they gonna tell y'all now that you can't plug up your electric cars? You can't charge your electric cars.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't pay no attention to them. I'm kind of tired of this electric car stuff because, that's all about the lithium batteries that.
Exactly. And remember, I had been said that it's not as green as folks are claiming, just for the sheer fact of the electric batteries and the lithium and all of that. But girl, yeah, Callie up there telling people to watch how long they're charging their cars up, their electric cars, because of y'all raggedy electrical grid.
Well,
I'm like, California's so raggedy.
We have to do our own recycling of our vegetable stuff now and all kinds of stuff. And, they stopped the gas blowers for the gardeners and things. I think that old nuisance is trying to run for president.
I don't know how he think he gonna do that, child, the way he done set up and messed up Cali.
Well, probably by cheating, if he's gonna do it at all.
I don't even know where he get the gumption to even think that he can run for president. That's what be tripping me out.
Well, like I said, the only way he gonna get there probably, and this is my opinion now, is cheating. And they do that sometimes,
I don't know. People kind of fed up with the Dems. Now, just for disclosure, I don't mess with either political party. They're all two sides of the same bird to me. But I'm just saying, just in general, the general population, I think people are fed up with the Democrats.
Well, they trying to drag us through this stupid war, right now, the Dems, and they're trying to propaganda us on the news until we're blue in the face, and they're not really telling the truth anyway, because people obviously, not 40 years old, don't remember World War II, where the Russians fought the Nazis. And and now Biden's cabinet has people they call them the neoconservatives, right? Mm-hmm. And he has those people on his cabinet. Matter of fact, I think they wanted to put somebody like that over the money or something, a woman, and they voted her down.
Yeah, they voted old girl down. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's Blinken and all them, whatever his name was. He's part of that, and Donald Rumsfeld. I think Donald Rumsfeld was a Republican, you see, and he was Republican. Yeah, the Bush was a Republican, and they part of it, and they're not telling the truth as to who actually fought the Nazis, and that was the United States and Russia. And so they're out there, and Russia's putting out who he's fighting, which is the Nazis. And the United States won't even mention it. Why? Because our system is different now. We got these Democrats who swings both ways. And that's that neoconservative stuff, that Nazi stuff. And of course, we got that Biden dude who did his thing in Ukraine. And Ukraine, people don't remember history. Ukraine is Poland. And the first country that Hitler took down was what? Poland. So, and I saw a documentary where when the soldiers came in, they raped the females. Like 20 guys would rape one girl. So, who are the children that those women had that they were raping? if they didn't kill the woman right out when they was doing that kind
Now,
of stuff.
who was doing that? And you say the R word, YouTube gets funny about that.
Nazi?
Unfortunately. Huh?
Nazi?
No, the R word.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Yeah, they get funny about that. But now, who was R-ing people?
The Nazis, the soldiers. When they came into those countries like Poland and Germany and all that kind of stuff, they were raping the women. So they had babies, I'm sure, by those dudes if they didn't die from the rapes.
I just told you too, and you didn't say it.
Oh, they don't like that. That's the word.
Say grapes, darling. Say grapes. They'd be grapes.
Yeah, or the R word.
That's the word. I'm like, what is that?
Yeah, and R, and da-da-da-da-da, and R, da-da-da-da-da, and R. Oh.
Like that word? Don't say that word?
Right, that word.
That word. Okay, the grapefruits that they had. Not even grapes, it's grapefruits that they had from the grapes that he got. So
wait, I gotta read this. Sis Sandra Nisi Poo says, we done went from electric cars to Nazi. Child, and I'm sitting here with my scarf. Like, okay, but I thought I was on electric cars.
All connected.
World War, what's a face? With Nazis in them and R-ing people. So, okay, yeah. Sis, I'm trying to keep up, girl.
Well, you know what? Old Biden is on the, the lithium batteries and stuff. And he's on this war and stuff. And so we're all on wars and batteries and all this kind of stuff. It all ties in together to what they're doing over in Ukraine and other parts of the world. And China, he's working with China. He was working with China. He has companies in China for the lithium battery kind of stuff. So, I mean, this dude is all over the planet taking it down.
Yeah, so, and just for the fam, them lithium batteries, of course, they precious mineral, but it's really the ancient tree roots, fam.
And Auntie Rhonda, even worse, is that they use rare earth metals for the magnets. Rare earth.
Them things caught on fire here lately. Was it in California?
Yeah.
Somewhere, one of the cars caught on fire. That's probably why they're saying you can't do it. But they said that by 2035, we got to go to electric cars in Cali. So you can't have it both ways, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. So you done told the little gardening people they can't use the leaf blowers and the grass blowers with the gas. So now I just make it make sense, California.
Wait, well, this is what he's trying to run for president, I think. So therefore, he's trying to go cut Biden off by the kneecaps with his lithium deal with the electric.
Oh, and with like a green platform.
Yeah.
Child, if he don't have several seats, don't y'all still have the highest emissions in the United States? Aren't y'all like second to China in smog?
Well, LA probably is. I'm not here.
Okay, yeah.
LA, of course, because it has a lot of people. I doubt it seriously if it's the gas from the cars, probably it's the smoke from the cars. But if he's not allowing, Newsom is not allowing people to have electrical cars charging, how he's just
undermining. Right, up there talking about the grid. Okay, well, you knew your grid been raggedy. You know it's been raggedy. You pushing people to go electric, and you're putting mandates in place to discourage the use of gas. And I told y'all, beware, because what they're going to do, they're going to add a tax if your company, I think it's going to be coming up in the next 5 to 10 years, if your company is still heavily oil-based, they're going to be adding a tax to that company. And the greener your company is, or more eco-friendly, you get a tax base break and tax incentives. So all they trying to do is push people to use this, what they're calling new tech, but it really ain't new tech. We know that it ain't new tech. But that's all they're trying to do. It's just a part of the reset.
Well, as far as trying to get in there for the presidency, he and Biden, I guess he's trying to be the good guy now, because he's certainly not the good governor. So he's trying to be the good guy now. And so, I mean, they don't even know what platform they stand on, to be honest with you, because the Democrats are really bad.
Yeah, they are in very bad shape.
Right. And so I heard some of them are even changing their kind of platform, and they're trying to, every time I turn around, they trying to blow the one out the water. This one said this and this one said that. They really want to get fisticuffing and fighting and carrying on. I'm like, okay. I mean, you're the one that took that platform, that thing, that party. And
I can answer that.
Huh?
No, go ahead, Auntie. I was watching what posted up. Go ahead, Auntie.
Oh, they're the ones that want to be Democrats, but then they put that senile or Alzheimer, as they may say, in there, and he's upsetting the world. And I'm sure it's really for gain. And the war right now is because of biolabs. So that they found in Ukraine, 30 of them to be exact. Mm-hmm. So it's all over the world, these biolabs, 336, I think it was. So
yeah, that's a fact.
So they're making money hand over fist by pharmacy. So if you choose a party that all they want to do is rape
monopoly. It's a monopoly, keeping people sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're doing it all over the place. This Democrats, they got all this stuff going on everywhere. So that's why you ain't gonna get any electric cars in California, probably, because he's gonna do whatever sells the people to vote for it. And that's all it is to it. I don't think it's anything heartfelt. It's just what sells for votes. Mm-hmm. And then they open the border here in California. You don't hear him hollering about all these illegals coming across the border.
Again, I mean, it stayed open. That border been open since I've been visiting California since the 90s.
Right. It's very selective.
Exactly. I mean, I literally was in San Diego. I almost moved to San Diego. Shout out to La Jolla. But they don't pay enough in California. You got to run me my ends to live there, because I'm not the 1, 2, and 3. But
yeah, I've been here since I was about 4 or 5.
Yeah, you grew up there, but for the rest of us, I'm like, what? No, what about this salary? No, you got to. You literally would have to double my salary. You got to run me my ends. But they just really, this few years, raising salaries to meet the needs of the place. Because when I was working, the salary was disgusting. And so you have to really work twice as much to get just a little bit. Like they have now is good salaries in my profession of nursing is $90,000, I think, or more. Yeah, nursing is good. I mean, I'm in tech. But they still needed to run me my ends. You gotta run me my ends. You ain't finna pay me what I make here up to tomorrow. Well, here's the 10, 20 more thousand. No, you need to add 60, 70,000 on top of what I make. Who you think you talking to? But
they don't do that here.
But since the 90s, I've been visiting California on and off, and literally I was in San Diego, and when you're right on San Diego is right there on the border. going into Mexico. So we were going through the border, and I literally saw people smuggling people in a van.
Yeah.
Literally.
We have accidents where they have 14 or so killed because they're all smuggled in this little van. And it's here right where I have in Central California. They do that all the time.
Because that border, now I don't know if they changed it.
No.
But that border wasn't open, the border check. That's what I'm trying to say, y'all.
Oh, the border check.
That wasn't open 24/7. Now that was back in the 90s. I'm telling you, we were able to roll through.
Everybody, when I was going through there in the 20s, it was open. I said, "Where's the border check?" I mean, they in there. They got the cars parked out there, but nobody stops anybody.
Child, now it would have been me rolling through there with something
like
illegal or something I stepped on.
Hey, my uncle and those guys.
The main one pulled the hell on over.
My uncle and those guys used to come in from Texas, right?
Uh-huh.
And they used to have watermelons. And he had to pretend like he was asleep and had a pillow because he couldn't even get a watermelon in here.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
So they wasn't gonna let him bring the watermelon from Texas, but you could smuggle bodies and all of that.
Exactly, and dope and all this.
Now, I don't know about the dope, but we know it happened. But you gonna stop people from watermelon? But I'm gonna tell you something.
Yeah, no, they be serious about that because I watched the show with my sister-in-law about at the customs border.
Yeah.
Just as much they be on that agriculture. You can't bring such shit.
Exactly.
I was gonna tell a story about it because y'all know I'm a gardener, and so I had ordered some seeds, and that's why I'll never order seeds. I forgot it was somewhere overseas. I wanted something rare. Baby, why the our agriculture such and so department sent me something like, ma'am, yeah, we confiscated that. It looks suspicious, woo-woo, this, that, and the third. I'm like, well, ain't shit I can do. Because in their defense, because if you could, like for seeds, for example, I could potentially introduce an invasive plant. That's why certain things they're really strict with, because you can bring in evasive.
The plant or the bugs that be on the plant.
Exactly, or the bugs. Exactly. Although they're still coming in on the
trucks.
The trucks and the ports, the shipping containers. The shipping containers.
And you didn't pay your taxes. That's all it is. You didn't pay them enough money.
Well, I know, to be honest, I was glad they did it.
You want these high-class restaurants, you getting that ingredient. I said, if you one of them high-top restaurants, you getting that ingredient.
True. But
You're just a regular folk.
I don't have a problem with them saying, you know what, listen, lady, this could be a potential evasive. I didn't have a problem with them confiscating it because I'm a gardener. I wouldn't want to introduce something into my little ecosystem that would destroy my little habitat in my backyard, because I'm going to tell y'all something. We got too many goddamn species over here now that's not supposed to be over here. So, for example...
Wait, hold on. First of all, y'all telling us not to bring shit over here that's invasive when y'all doing that as biological warfare anyway.
Right. Asian carb.
That's true. Yeah. That's very true. But I'm agreeing with them because, for example, them goddamn Japanese beetles. They're Japanese beetles, but they are an invasive species. They will eat your fucking shit all the way the hell up. And the first time I saw them was in Georgia. I had a plum tree. Them motherfuckers ate that tree down to the nub. I didn't know what they were. And so I had to get like the big boy strong stuff, the chemical shit, which I hate to use to knock them down. Now them fuckers are up here. So they be on your roses, and I'm like, oh, okay, so they're not gonna be as bad up here. So I could put another plum tree. I be goddamn this last summer that just passed. Motherfuckers was on my grapes. My natural stuff wasn't working. I had to go get the big boys, get their ass off of that, get them off my plum tree. So I am agreeing with the agricultural's decision to confiscate stuff, because it literally could destroy an entire ecosystem.
And
So,
it was destroying the citrus here in Cali too. A lot of I forget the name of the bug they were looking for, and they had to put traps out for it because it would suck the nutrients out of the tree.
okay. And make it weak, make the tree weaker.
And you just notice how a lot of them invasive species, bugs, whatever, viruses, whatever they want to call it, be coming from so-called Asian region.
Yep, they do. They do.
And all the while, they taking stuff that's indigenous to America and trying to transplant it over there, hybridize it, and make it fit for their ecosystem.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, and sis Divinity and I, we be chopping it up about our garden stuff because we serious. So she put me up on a couple of Chinese, I think they're Chinese, sis, like spinach variety and the green bean variety. So I was all excited and I think it was from China. They said, I think Nacho did get a little letter from them. And I was wondering why my shit was taking so long. So I'll never order anything, no seeds or anything else from overseas, because that made me wise up and be like, oh, I really shouldn't do that then. So
yeah, they can't go through custom most of it. The custom hold it up a long time.
Yeah, because I know that happens when you like coming back from overseas, and you got to come through customs. You're traveling. And, they going to look through your stuff, and you can guarantee that if it's fruit or something like that, fruit and vegetables, that shit finna be confiscated.
Yeah, I can't remember what channel it was on, like A&E or something, but it's like a documentary, like reality TV show where it's like they be like putting the cameras on the people at customs, and like it stayed being some stuff from Asia or something, or Nigeria, west coast of Africa, they bringing their stuff in. And then it was just like, so because these people, they wasn't like, on some like nefarious type shit, like let me just introduce an invasive species. They just trying to bring a piece of their homeland to America and shit, not knowing that, this gonna fuck up our ecology. So it just really be just in my head like, okay, at this level, y'all trying to control it, but we know that y'all do things in the other direction as well. So, and then also, where the fuck all this shit y'all confiscate? What do y'all do with it? Like, y'all ship it back? Like,
I
what's
think
that whole
process? Destroy it. They destroy it. Yeah, supposedly and allegedly, they do destroy it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just like all of the dope confiscated, they destroy. Look to the side. Sips tea.
They don't destroy shit. They just use it for another experiment. They just push it off to the next department, the next shell company, the next corporation. You know how they do that.
Yeah, well, I have a story. Dang, Queen Ottawa. How they gonna take Big Mama Snuff, though?
Oh.
Hell to the no. How they gonna take Big Mama Snuff? Damn, they cold with it. Child, they a mess. I actually, one of my old jobs, this was actually when I had to travel to Texas. It was West Texas, not too far from the Mexican border. And we were installing software for court systems and jails and police department. So the particular project, my team, they set us up in an office at the police station. So I literally saw the SWAT team like get all geared up to make this bust. And they had the big guns out, and me being all nosy. I'm like, where y'all about to go? Oh, man, we have to go on the bus, this, that, and the third. I'm like, oh, my God, y'all be careful, this, that, and the third, da-da-da-da-da-da. So we were typically there from like 7 in the morning to like 5, 6 in the evening. And so they went out early because they was leaving out when we were coming in. So they came on back in the afternoon, child. Low knees, y'all know them big ass Rubbermaid containers.
Mm-hmm.
Child, let me tell you, they had so much. Oh wait, they had about 4 of those. And then I saw the white powder, about 2, 3 of those, and they was bringing them in, and I was like, so me being nosy again. So I'm like, what y'all gonna do with all of that? And he was like, oh man, we take it out to the field and burn it.
Mm.
And I'm thinking to myself, oh, okay, sure you do.
Yeah, I've known a lot of.
Right, to the field and burn it. So y'all doing a little ritual seance in that motherfucker. Y'all fucking doing some medicine man shit, trying to do some shit. Cause don't be just, y'all know they shit be coded. Oh yeah, you gonna tell me the truth, but it's not the whole truth. Yeah, y'all took it out to the field and burned it, all right.
But did y'all understand what I told you? The container, the big ass, deep Rubbermaid containers, all filled with ooh-wee. 4 of those came across. Now, this was before ooh-wee was legal and all of that. Now, remember, I'm in Texas, right on the border of Mexico. Okay? Right on the border. And plus, they brought in like 3, 4 of the powder stuff. And they gonna tell me they gonna take it to the field and burn it. And my ghetto ass like, okay, so y'all gonna stand there and burn that ooh-wee. I think y'all gonna be hiding than a motherfucker, but okay.
Right, and then that's the code word for, oh, we're gonna destroy it. Because first of all, if you work in any type of chemical or mechanical or sanitation, burning is not the way you dispose of everything. That's not the way you dispose of everything. So just saying burning is just like, oh, let me just throw that out there so they think it's disposed of. No, you don't burn everything to dispose of it. That's not how you do it.
Child. Like I said, that was a huge wake-up call for me. I'm like, so, you know, what they be putting in the movies that they go on these busts, they can report what they want to report. You know what I'm saying? So if they pull, let's say 100 bins, they pull like 100 stuff that was 100 bins worth of products, and you only report 25 of them MFs. So where the other 75 go? Now, I'm not saying that's what folks are doing. Wink, wink, blink, blink. I'm not saying that's what folks are doing. But that was a huge wake-up call for me. I was like, you mean to tell me y'all finna take all of this dope out to some field and burn it? Okay, then.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, y'all. So I know we always getting off track. Okay, so welcome, nephew Nuwa. You got I know. Welcome back.
How you doing, family? Good evening, Auntie. Good evening, Auntie Sandra. Good evening, Scotty. How you doing? Good to hear your voice too. What happening? I see a big movie star. How you doing, sir?
I know, right? He doing big things,
right?
So
nice to see you guys again.
Yeah, good to hear your voice. So what go ahead on with the fuckery you have?
I don't really have anything laid out. It's just I'm watching like the world I'll say like this. I'll start on, people like Alex Jones and stuff. My thing is, the people that are in those positions, I'm really disliking nowadays. The more that I've come to learn and the more I've come to realize, I'm realizing those are really big gatekeepers.
Yep.
Because, like, for example, we would say, like, Bill Gates, for example, they'll say that Bill Gates is the person we should focus on. But then we would know that Bill Gates is just a puppet. But then these people would hold the minds of their audience on those characters. They'll never allude to the fact that, hey, they work for a family bloodline. There's bigger players in the background. This is a conglomeration of players, and he's just a person in the mix. So for me, it's really heartening to know this stuff and to see them play their audience like this, because like with the whole, we went from Rona to Ukraine in a heartbeat. Right. I'll say that bigs up to Canada, because that comes off the back of the truckers friggin', because that made Trudeau be put in a position where they had to shut everything down to say, look over here, guys, there's a war. It was the funniest thing ever. Sorry. On our side, it was the funniest thing ever, because we just saw everything change from left to right. And so it's just to see how the audience could be swayed so easily, and to know these characters are not telling the truth. They're really just holding their audience in that level of ignorance. It's saddening. So not really go on with the fuckeries, but yeah.
No,
fuck all the friggin' games.
No, you make an excellent point, because we talked about that when the first whole Russia and Ukraine stuff jumped off, and we're like, wait a minute, y'all were able to like each other enough to shut down the world like that.
No, remember they went to the Olympics just two weeks ago. We were cool 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and Russia them ain't no damn good.
Right.
Why RT News, I'm saying that in being using satire, why RT News had put something up, a meme up, saying that from that space station that they finna pick up the United States astronauts are hitching a ride back home with them. I'm like, you know what, RT News, y'all and your mess. So they were sneak dissing, saying, if we all such this and that, we show is swinging by to pick up your people.
Right,
we
friends to be cool up in the sky. We cool up in space. Right. Now we beef on land. All right. We're just gonna
leave your people for show.
Basically.
None of it makes any sense, and at this point, to me, it's bad acting.
It's the fact that the masses. It's not even I'm not even discrediting the players. The players are the players. It's the people that are believing the players. That's like there's true. Us in the corner saying, "Hey, look what's going on," and then you have, let's say, the NPCs, we call them, that are fully accepting everything. Like I said, the meme is now that they're virtue signaling with the Ukrainian flag. Is that type of thing where tomorrow it's going to be something different, and it'll just be that now. So where's Rona?
Well, I saw it. It was a quick headline that supposedly in Japan, cases are starting to tick back up. I saw, so y'all finna pull that back up out of your ass, huh?
Well, no, they have it still there. Remember, there's still the people that are still there. So it's like you still can play on those masses. True. Where's Fauci? Ask people, where's Fauci though? Where's your daily report? Where's your, let's just keep that quiet. That's what I mean. They just switched it, just like that.
Yeah, at the drop of a dime.
So quick.
Yeah.
So quick.
No one's asking questions.
No,
we were getting daily reports from this guy.
And the world has literally ADD. They
don't ADHD.
ADHD. They don't think. It's like,
right.
They got short-term memory spans, bro.
Zero.
Yeah. It's like they have no attention span, no critical thinking.
Because my question is like, okay, we're in a war. How do we protect for PPE in a war? Do we need to triple mask during a war? As Scotty was pointing out, hold on, the bio weapons labs,
right?
And Ukraine. What about those bio weapons?
Yeah,
that's what it means. We don't talk about those things no more. Those things.
It's crazy, and that's why just trying to have any type of a hint of an intelligent conversation with someone today. It's very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's sad. Yeah, I stopped trying. I just realized, like,
yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I don't even try. I don't even be on social media because you know the regular populace, whatever they gonna put on TV, that's what they gonna be rolling with. I saw they drug Smollett, Juicy Smollett's
That's the funniest thing ever.
Out.
Another distraction.
Yeah.
You know he's out of jail, right? He's out of jail already.
Yeah, and I didn't know why he have his Caucasian granny. And I know it's all theater.
I'm black. Hold on, granny.
But had the Caucasian granny. Yeah, like, oh, this is such racism. I said, baby, see, you are a Caucasian
maybe
granny.
Size with your whole front, your intro. He's Irish. Maybe Irish.
Right. Alien dialectics. Black Lives Matter done dipped out on his ass. They're like, oh shit, we need something to revive us because we done got all this money internationally off the backs of Black American niggas, and then motherfuckers buying mansions and dipping off and taking vacations and in the islands and shit. And what about, you know, the original issue, you know, motherfuckers kneeling and shit and doing all this symbolic shit and nothing really happening.
Right. So you say, nephew, you say Juicy Smollett is what now?
He's out. He's free. Apparently, he got
let out. What's his heritage? His part of his heritage.
Sorry. No. I don't have this like on stamp. I can't vouch for this. Like we saw Granny. Sorry, what was that?
Oh no, I said that was me. I said he's a mixed black Khazar.
Okay.
That's what
I was saying.
You know, his mama and them dad. You know, they Jewish, and then he black or whatever.
Okay, but I thought I heard he was Irish.
No. But so, Auntie, I was going with that spirit is playing on the situation. We brought him up in the conversation, and we go back to your intro. Look at Granny, or was it Granny that was on the bench? She doesn't look real black, so maybe Granny is like Irish.
No, his granny is straight white. What you mean she don't look black?
I don't know.
Shit.
He said he's black though. He said he's black. So where it come from then? Where's it come from?
Child, his grandma is a whole Caucasian woman.
He a J word, Ashkenazi. They played this in our face. So many celebrities, you look back on it and be like, oh, why they mixed with Black and Khazar? Because that's that's their end into the program. It's like, let's give them
that bloodline gotta go back. That's true.
I almost feels like that. I almost feels like that teacher, was it a professor that called herself black, which was really white, and her parents called her out? It's like something like that.
Who had the braids, them plaits in her hair.
Right. He's going to say he's black, and then his grandma's going to go on the stand and say, hey, that's my baby. Hold on, wait.
But the grandma wasn't, but his grandma, in his granny's defense, she wasn't trying to be anything. She was a whole Caucasian woman repping for her grandbaby. And all
but he's not repping that side of him.
Big mama, Caucasian big mama, your grandson is a degenerate.
Right.
And he's full of shit.
Yes.
Even black, it's bad when black folks like, you did that shit.
She know he running game. They people is known for running game. So like she know. That's why she's like, oh, it's time for me to get the spotlight. Yeah, let me play my part now for my grandbaby.
No,
I'm just saying, rip your heritage though. If you mix, you mix.
Melanated woman would have been like, I know you out your goddamn mind if you think. First of all,
you would have never got to that stage.
I know you did it. You wrong. You done sat up there and told that bald face ass lie. Not bold now. It's a lie that's bald with no hair on.
Bald face.
Because Big Mama and them make up their own sayings. You done sat up there and told that bald face ass lie. Hell no, I'm not going up in them white folks' court with your bullshit. That's how it would have went with
we got slapped up long time ago.
Melanated.
That's how you know he white.
Right. Even the mama, even a melanated mama, If you don't get out of my face with that bullshit, you better.
No, you're not gonna embarrass me in front of everyone with that bullshit.
You have embarrassed me.
Look at church. Look at church. You can do that in church. You would got slapped up 1-2 times.
Exactly. You done set up here and embarrassed the family's name. You done got these 2 African men caught up in your bullshit.
That's how you know he white. Yeah, he know white.
Out here showing your narrow ass.
Multiple storylines going, because I'm like, nigga, like, hold on, you got the LGBT, you got the Africans,
everything, and we knew.
I can't wait for them to call him out. I want the LGBT.
Knew he was lying when he was telling that story. We knew he was lying. We knew your yellow ass. Let me back
I need them to call him out.
We
LGBT,
knew
call him out.
Narrow yellow ass was lying when you told that story. Every black folk in America was like,
we the black delegate. We like to trade for any
we
motherfucker.
all knew you were lying.
You know you got it bad when ain't nobody claiming you but your grandmama. Your white grandma.
Yeah, you have to bring out your white grandma.
For some friggin' for some clout. You brought out Granny for some clout.
White Granny, Big Mama, she didn't know. She just trying to believe her, you know, mulatto
and all the gangsters
or
like
mixed
grandbaby
that he's being, and that's gay, that he's being discriminated against. You ought to be motherfucking ashamed of yourself.
They'll be nice to him just because of Granny. Like, you embarrass your grandmother, bro.
Yeah, and then got his sibling out there talking about some free him. I'm like, child, if you don't sit your light-skinned ass down,
and then he goes to the psych ward and gets let out. That's the whole thing. He goes to the psych ward for a couple of days, for a week. He gets let out like a punk.
And then he gonna stand up in that court and give another badass acting speech. I'm like, you was finna get fired off of Empire anyway, because your motherfucking acting sucks. And you stood up
he's gonna get a Grammy,
and it still sucks. It's just ridiculous.
He's gonna get a Grammy.
Just absolutely well, if something happened to me. I'm like, if you don't sit your C-acting ass, C-list star acting ass down, where Journey at? Journey, why don't you coach him up? Because you can actually act. The Journey, you see better? Journey, that's his sister. You see, she wasn't, you ain't see her ass up in that courtroom.
They like Tia and Tamara. One twin is on the white side and one is on the black side.
She was like, you got me all the way fucked up, bruh. You're not finna mess up my career with your bullshit. She wasn't nowhere to be found in that courtroom decision.
Auntie, who was a better actor, Rittenhouse or him?
Who is Rittenhouse?
The white
Rittenhouse.
Oh, Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse had him. Yeah, y'all need to put Rittenhouse in the next thing, because Juicy, you need to get your shit together. That was absolutely awful.
Juicy the juice.
Absolutely awful. And then Taraji, sit it all the way motherfucking down. Sit it down. What the fuck you gonna bring some other tragedy? Taraji, go ahead on now. Go on now. I don't want to have to cuss you the fuck on out.
You need it's the violin that needs to be played right now. You know.
Let me play this. This was juicy up in court. With the light in it. If something was to happen to me.
But I just think we're in a war right now. We just came out of Rona, and the biggest thing to be talking about is Juicy friggin' sweet ass.
Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious? And Taraji, you gonna drag your ass. I guess you don't want to work no more either.
Well, no, that she can pay.
Shut the fuck up. Ain't nobody asked you a goddamn thing.
Auntie, she got paid for that friggin' performance. What are you talking about? They're on screen.
She did.
They're on screen.
Again, go back to acting school. How the fuck you gonna make that comparison? I'm like, are y'all kidding us?
And where's Denzel when you need Denzel? Like, come on.
Denzel ain't finna attach his legacy to that bullshit ass storyline script. He wasn't finna attach his legacy to that shit.
No, but like I'm thinking like Training Day, and you say like put that character together. Like, make us sell it. Like, sell the motherfuckers.
Child, they need to go on somewhere. Ain't nobody.
That's the thing about theater or film. You can't sell some shit that's bad from the foundation.
If it's a bad script, it's a bad script.
If it's a bad
bullshit from the gate.
Writing, you can do your best, but they gonna be like, okay, that was a good actor, but that was some bullshit he was saying.
Yeah.
Right. Shit, you think Denzel finna get up there and pull out his motherfucking glory acting on that bullshit? Shit. He ain't messing up his legacy. So, child, that was a hot mess. But I'm apologizing for his granny. Juicy, you need your ass whooped.
Granny, we sorry you had to come up there and dust off your dusty self to friggin' defend your friggin' grandson.
I'm so sorry, Granny. You need to hook up with the black side Granny, because she would advise you don't even get bogged down with that baby and that bullshit. Because that's just damn ridiculous. So
there's probably a fight in the back. No, we ain't supporting that, man.
The black side was like, no, you're going to have to pay. Well, my funds are low. I ain't got shit else going on. Okay, I'll go for it. But for the most part, wasn't nobody buying it, you say. Even the LGBTQ community was like, oh, hell no. You lying through your teeth. Nobody was rocking with him.
But it's like, it's not even because you're gay that they got, that was the whole sell. Yeah, it was because he's a black gay guy.
Yeah, because he was a black gay man. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And absolutely nobody believed him.
He's trying to play so many angles that ain't nobody was checking for his ass.
Right?
Nobody was checking for him.
Like, who's Juicy? Who's Juicy?
Nobody. That's fucking bad. And it's a slap in everybody's face, quite frankly. But
the gay community should be upset.
Yeah. Kudos to
when
all
people
of the
are really,
because nobody was buying that shit. They like, if he don't get the fuck out our face with that bullshit, nobody was rocking with him.
He was exposed almost instantly.
Yeah, because it was such bullshit.
Yeah, but he wrote it out though. He's still writing it.
I know it.
Right. You see the links
going down with that
fucking the propaganda and the public relations PR, they will go to like spin a story and keep it going. Like they just like they ain't pulling out all the stops, and it's like they don't give a fuck how ridiculous they look.
It's absolutely ridiculous. I forgot we spoke.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. And then Lee Daniels gonna try to, because at first Lee Daniels was supporting that bullshit until he saw the public was like, bruh, we don't give a fuck that you supporting that. We give no fucks about that. That's bullshit. And he kind of
like the whole ATL is like, bro, like what are you talking about?
And then wasn't it shortly after that they just said, you know what, Empire, this shit is canceled. And not only that, all of Lee Daniels shit got canceled off of network television. So I guess y'all didn't sell that shit good enough, cause child, we wasn't buying that. You could have put Lee Daniels, you could have put up one of your bullshit ass episodes up and maybe gotten away with it a little better, but that shit was a hot fucking mess. So Juicy, sit on down.
To get too political, bro. It's just acting.
Yeah, and it's bad acting at that. So yeah, Juicy, you sit on down. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Say sorry to Granny
into it. Yeah, I apologize, Granny. That shit ain't right.
We love you, Granny. We love you.
Yeah, with his funk ass. Your grandson is a degenerate, Granny. He's a degenerate. I'm sorry.
He brought everyone into this. He brought the black community, the LGBT community. He brought Granny. God damn, motherfucker, stand up for your shit. Take a beating. Like, take a beat down and walk away. I got beat down, bro. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And I just want to say, his degeneracy ain't got nothing to do with his race, his sexuality.
No, he's a degenerate.
It's his fucking character. He's a degenerate by character. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with all this other shit you trying to claim, nigga.
That's what muddy up the waters, though. Muddies up the water for people.
Right.
Oh, because he's gay. Oh, that's why. Okay.
Yeah, he ought to be ashamed of himself.
That's what I mean. He's fucking up the game for everybody. For the grannies. God damn,
and
for everybody.
So, world, light-skinned people, can be degenerates too.
Yeah, light-skinned people, you just got to freak shine your back on that one, eh?
So I just had to put that out there. Light-skinned people can be degenerates also. But yeah, that's some straight bullshit. Okay, I think Brother Sean, you there, brother?
Wholeness and power.
Peace and love, brother. How are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
We good. Good to hear your voice.
We blessed now.
Likewise. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we didn't went in, child. We didn't went from Sis Sandra. I don't know how we went from electric cars to wars and the R word that I told her not to say, and she didn't say it about
Grapes.
117 times. So I know this shit is already flagged.
I mean, they had a night body in the crowd anyway. So.
Right. We done talked about seeds and plants and invasive species and bringing
Juice.
substances in through the border illegally. So what you got on it tonight? What's your go ahead on with the fuckery?
Well, you know that BLM president, she in jail for fraud.
God damn.
Yeah.
That's how you start that one
with
off.
it now. What happened now?
So it's LM now?
all that money that they've been getting people for all that money and been taking trips, buying motorcycles, doing all type of stuff, going to the salon.
Wow. So she's a fucking degenerate too. Let me look this horror up.
Is she light-skinned? Is she light-skinned, Auntie?
No, well, actually, they say she was a college student. She went from making $25,000 a year to $170,000 a year, paying herself through that BLM shit.
She did a Kamala Harris on her. God damn.
Yeah, because
child, she showed it. Child.
All them black women that they had hitting that BLM, they might as well just been some fucking black Khazar Zionists.
It wasn't black
women. No, it's just her and her husband.
Innocent white women that got caught up in that. It was innocent white women that got caught up in that.
Child, I found the story. So you means to tell me she done set up on her ass and now
granny?
She's in the child. Let's get to this article. I can't with these people. Another
She
degenerate.
took advantage of Granny? Another motherfucker?
But that was after she was standing up for Juicy, talking about letting him out of jail.
Wait a minute. Wait. Recently she was standing up for Juicy or back
Yeah.
for Juicy guy.
No, recently, just the other day before she got arrested.
Mind.
Juicy's ass got her caught up. Oh my God.
She talking about the bed too hard and all type of stuff like that. That is cruel and unusual punishment, and he shouldn't have to go through that.
But isn't this bitch
let me
got
check your fucking paper.
Wait a minute. Let's go. Okay, BLM lady. Now we the fuck on you. Now we on you right now because we knew all of that shit y'all was taunting about BLM. We knew y'all was full of shit anyway. So let's pull your motherfucking shit. Child. Let's run your shit. We can't make this up. They keep you with some fresh motherfucking material.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Happy Irish Day, everybody.
Oh, she from Tennessee.
That's motherfucking bad.
Child, I didn't know she was, the heifer was from Tennessee. You know, Tennessee be running game on people.
Mm-hmm.
Tennessee people rough as fuck. You got sweet Tennessee people. Sweet as pie will give you the shirt off your back. But you got some ratchetness in Tennessee, too. Child.
Killing every day.
Huh?
Killing each other every day.
Every day. I didn't know Memphis was so off the chain like that. And I had visited years ago. And I was in a nice downtown part. I'm like, oh, this is so nice. Riding a little trolley thing, kicking it, getting off, going to the little bars. Like, oh, this is so nice. I'm like, you know, I could really chill here. And one of the security guards was like, ma'am, you don't want to live here. I said, why not? He said, the crime here is off the chain. And he said, I'm from Miami, and it's more off the chain than Miami. I'm like, well, god damn. I did not know Memphis was that off the chain. So let's see what this.
That's the ancient land too, where it's always off the chain. You know, it's so much ancient land there. And then big Dolph was from there. Whole lot of land, whole lot of indigenous king shit. His name is literally Adolf. You know, Sis Sandra was talking about the whole shit be connected. That's why I be like, yeah, they doing the whole play over there with the Russians and the Ukraine, but you gotta know it got something to do with us over here.
Oh, well, it always does. It always does. All right, so let's see. Tennessee's BLM founder sentenced to 6 years. Oh, this time out for illegally voting. So wait a minute.
No, it's another article.
Okay, well, damn. Well, shit, goddamn, ain't that enough? But okay, I'm finna find it though. I'm finna straight up find it, child. See, black folks be doing some degenerate shit, and be want folks to be sitting up there swinging for them, and ain't nobody finna go through all of that. Wait, I'm just seeing the illegally vote.
They want people to swing for them for some symbolic shit. And just the symbolic shit is just a distraction for their degeneracy.
Exactly.
Like, so you gonna be in court for this lying and using this shit, Black Lives Matter, throwing up, talking about suicide and all this type of shit. Like, hold up, nigga, you gonna, the gay shit, the black shit, the African shit, the mental health shit, like, you can't be just pulling all these cards just because you lying. You're a liar.
Exactly. And I'm not going to oh, it was her husband, child.
No, it's her and her husband.
Okay, this out of the New York Post. So let's see.
It says her husband to keep it off of her. What do you mean? Come on, guys.
She was like, okay, you know I'm already on probation.
And is the husband a Khazar?
I knew nothing about it. It was all him.
They're from Massachusetts.
Okay, so there might have been another activist.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one is, huh?
I said, or Huguenot bloodline. I'm just saying.
Child.
Just watch their actions. You don't care about bloodline, bro. Just watch their actions. It's the same thing.
So this is Boston social justice activist hubby scammed at least $185,000 from donors.
Oh, damn.
Well, that's them, Boston, Massachusetts. But her too. She caught up in it. Monica Cannon Grant is her name, and her husband is Clark Grant.
Let's see.
And that's just what they filed for. Don't watch the number. That's just what they like legally filed for.
So it says a high-profile social justice activist in Boston and her husband used a nonprofit they founded to scam at least $185 from donors who included a Black Lives Matter chapter and local district attorneys. Federal authorities allege. Yeah, this is her ass.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Monica Cannon Grant and Clark Grant allegedly treated their Violence in Boston organization as a personal piggy bank to pay for rent, shopping sprees.
Man, they did a lot of rent.
I know that's right. Delivery meals. Wow. Visit to the nail salon. God damn, you so ghetto. You got your nails did with the money.
Auntie, they weren't even smart enough to put it through a foundation like the rest of the friggin' degenerates, you know? Sandra laughs.
Sus, you use this motherfucking foundation money to go get your motherfucking nails did. Child. And summer vacation trip to Maryland.
Oil got her lace front dead. Like, what else?
Yeah. Child.
For work reasons. It was for work.
Cannon Grant, 41, and Grant, 38, established a nonprofit in 2017. The same year, she made headlines for helping organize a white supremacy march in Boston following the deadly Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. Is this her up here in her motherfucking scarf?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's her.
See, I want to sus. I want to whoop your ass for the wearment of this scarf. You could have done a better job. Goddamn it, I know I have my scarves on, but have your scarf game together. Why you got it tied in the motherfucking front like Kizzy? let me go. I came with these people. In a 2019 interview, she boasts of having the personal cell phone numbers of then Mayor Marty Walsh, now the U.S. Secretary of Labor, the current mayor, Michelle Wu, who was a council member at the time, and the local district attorney. Child. She got her motherfucking nails did, and then, sus, you could have got you a motherfucking lace front. Or got you some motherfucking braids. But let me go on and continue. The following year, okay, she got her shit done in this one. The following year, she was named Best Social Justice Advocate by Boston Magazine and one of the Boston Globe's Bostonians of the Year. One of the earliest victims of the alleged fraud scheme was the Cambridge, Massachusetts chapter of Black Lives Matter, according to an 18-count indictment unsealed against the couple in Boston federal court on Tuesday. The BLM chapter made 3,000 donations via PayPal support. People dumb as fuck. You think they can't trace the... How motherfucking dumb can you be? Y'all dumped in a motherfucker, and people.
That's how you know. That's how you know. That's
society, Auntie.
Low level scamming.
This
like,
low level in the motherfucker, and social media people be scamming their ass.
And that's how you know. That's a ditzy motherfucker that just got to that position by nepotism or just by being in the right circle or in the right society or group or whatever the fuck. And then they got to that point and it was like, hold on, let me try to do a little something. Yeah, got your ass fucking caught up.
Right, but why didn't their people teach them how to learn this motherfucking money properly?
That ain't what they do.
Yes, sir.
She even had the nerves to call the race card. Said
wait,
the only reason
I know this. I know as this one former rapper, YouTuber, Kaya, she a hot mess, y'all. From
I love Kaya.
Ain't Kaya a mess? When she called people whore up, baby, I laid all the way out. Because, you know, I will call people a whore. You get on my nerves enough, you fenced to be a whore. So when she says whore, I lays all the way out. So you mean to tell me this whore said what? Let's keep
the only
reading.
reason they messing with her is because of her race.
Oh, because Black Lives Matter wasn't even set up by black folks anyway, right? So
no, the thing is, the point that she was trying to make is white people set up these organizations and kick it all the time.
That's true.
Now that she's doing it.
Ask the Clintons.
Right.
You want to fucking know how to do it? Ask the Clintons. Do a little research, sauce.
She should
right,
have
do it right.
Shit, goddamn it.
She should have somebody else out there instead of herself.
Money like the white folks. She said, I'm trying to spend the foundation money like the white motherfuckers.
But that ain't enough money. 185K ain't enough money to involve no other motherfuckers. Now, I'm with her on that. I ain't finna sit up here and lie. That ain't enough money. But my motherfucking point is, you follow the people that launder millions. You on some motherfucking thousandaire shit. What the fuck? Ghettoization?
She's on some hood shit. She's on some hood shit. She's
exactly. Bootleggedness. PPP loanish-ish.
You didn't hear she bought a business. She didn't buy no.
Oh, that's gonna come up too.
Oh, okay, let's get through this. Hell to the no. This horror. Let's get on her. In 2019, Candy Grant also took part in the ceremony in the Suffolk County, Massachusetts District Attorney's Office, where her nonprofit was awarded $6,000 in forfeited assets to take 10 at-risk young men from Boston's crime-ridden Roxbury neighborhood to a 3-day violence prevention retreat in Philly. You got to be kidding me. This hoe. But instead of using the money that way, Cannon Grant and her hubby, who at the time had balances of just, this explains why they like that though. $1.35 and $21 and a penny in their personal checking accounts, respectively.
They needed some money.
Allegedly blew it on a trip to Columbia, Maryland the following month.
What do you mean? They didn't even do anything constructive with it. Like,
no.
You mean to tell me they broke asses, sus? How the fuck you got a whole ass grown ass motherfucking man, and between the two of you, y'all don't even have 30. Y'all didn't even have $30 motherfucking dollars. See,
are you an activist?
I knew I was right for calling you a horror in the first place. Horror, what's your problem? What the fuck?
How do you help someone you can't help yourself?
Let's continue. The spending included more than $1,200 at Sonosta Suites Hotel. Why? Why you getting a hotel for him to get some pussy? He ain't deserve no pussy. Y'all didn't even have $30, but let me continue. As well as hundreds more for a rental car, fuel, parking, and meals at the Bubba Gump Shrimp Company. They ghetto than a motherfucker.
Auntie, if you back up 2 seconds, it shows that she was desperate for cash, and she is easy to probably be manipulated with that. If you think about it, just a thought of.
They probably had her as a front.
Yeah.
That organization, you've been using our people as front, because that organization was a Soros, like a Miller. I think it was Miller. Gloria said it's a front for.
But Soros didn't tell her to go to the nail salon.
Right.
He didn't do that. But
Should have been telling her.
And go get a hotel room.
But she's a setup.
That's where Soros fucked up. You should have been talking.
Set up that she set herself up.
She set herself. This is degeneracy. Don't put that on the other degenerates. This is her fucking degeneracy. Because I don't understand how a horror is with a man that you don't even have $30 motherfucking dollars. Are you fucking kidding me? And then I hit a lick, not you. I hit a lick, and you think I'm finna use my lick to get a hotel room. Horror, what's your problem? Yeah. But let's continue to... and then Bubba Gump Shrimp and Shake Shack.
That's extra.
And I told you! I knew it! I know a scamming ass bitch, low-level scamming bitch gonna go get some seafood.
That's some crab legs.
Wait a minute! This horror gonna go get some squimps. Are you fucking kidding me? We can't make this up.
How she got so far is now the question. That's the question. How she got so far.
Let's continue. So, in other restaurants and New York Post, y'all dirtied in the motherfucker to point out the Bubba Gump Shrimp and the shit.
What I mean, the person who wrote this is a gangster.
They dirty as fuck. They real dirty.
You only got $2 in her bank account. Right. She needs some shrimp.
But I ain't gonna laugh. This was me. If I was at the New York Post and they handed me this story, I would have pointed all of this shit out too.
You greasy, Auntie. You greasy.
Because this horror should be fucking ashamed of herself. Bitch, you ain't in your 20s. Horror, you what the fuck age they say you 40 something?
41.
Oh God. This is a grown woman.
You see what the fuck I'm talking about. You ran up beside some crusty ass Negro that didn't even have $30.
Year-old friggin' activist or something. Like, she just came out of friggin' high school or some shit. Like,
No, this whore is 40.
God, how many kids she got? She must have kids. You got kids?
I don't know. I hope that she doesn't. I hope that they don't. Cause she needs her motherfucking ass all the way kicked. So you done went to Bubba Gump and got you some scrimps. Went to Shake Shack and other restaurants in Connecticut, New Jersey, and Maryland, according to the indictment. At the time, the Suffolk DA was Rachel Rollins, who last year was named the U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts and whose office brought the charges against Cannon Grant and her husband. A Rollins spokesperson, and let me see how she looking in this pic. Girl, you wrong for that shit. A Rollins spokesperson said she is recused from the matter pursuant of the Department of Justice policy and does not have any further statement. Black Lives Matters Cambridge didn't immediately return a request for comment.
Wash your hands of her. Like, we don't know that bitch. No, never mind.
You don't.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
They know the fucking seafood too spicy for them anyway. They like, bitch, you could at least went to some fucking white ass restaurant. You
could win a Red Lobster. Like, go to Red Lobster.
But here's my thing. If you only had $30 between y'all, and they wasn't even $30, y'all. I think it was $27 and some change. Bitch, what the fuck is you doing going to any restaurant?
Getting crap.
You should have took your ass to Aldi's and Kroger, bought you some motherfucking groceries, and bitch, somebody should have been cooking in that bitch. Because y'all couldn't even afford to go out to Bubba Gump's and them eat no squimps.
That's true.
And that just goes to show you, motherfuckers be on programs when you think, like, oh, you educated, you got this good-ass job or some shit. Like, no, people who you think is so elevated are still susceptible to being programmed. Because what type motherfucker is just going to do some shit like that? You ain't doing nothing that's just like, so like extravagant or luxurious with the motherfucking foundation money. Like you out here living like a regular hood rat scamming bitch. Like,
yeah, this is ridiculous.
I want to say that she's paid for that position. That's not a genuine activist because, as again, she had no money in her account.
Yeah, that's true. And they have her fronting as a person who is really responsible for Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, not that though, Tish girl. No. She
and then they have this white lady, European, currently USA, where she did taken out of somebody's yard the Black Lives Matter flag. And now it's a big deal about her doing that. I don't know if you've seen that article yet, but I mean, she's entitled. They're the ones who started the mess.
This whole organization is a fucking embarrassment.
It is.
But we told y'all, did we not tell y'all, melanated asses not to be fucking around out there marching? We fucking told y'all.
That's Trojan horse. Oh shit.
We told y'all.
It was a Trojan horse. That's right.
Now look at all this. This whore done set up here and squandered this money on some scrimps and getting her motherfucking nails did. So
she got called out. She got called out, which means someone higher up said, you know, she's done. She's done.
The couple's alleged fundraising fraud allegedly accelerated in 2020 when their nonprofit began raking in donations of up to $50,000 a month. Now, whore, you was on the come up. You was on the come up. But see, you're dumb. You're dumb. You didn't know what to do with that $50K a month. You dumb than a motherfucker. Let's continue. With some of the proceeds withdrawn in cash.
Oh, God.
From ATMs.
Oh, God.
Or transferred to investment accounts at Robinhood and E-Trade websites, according to the indictment.
Good shit.
So not the money going to thus and so business to do XYZ or going to foundation 1, 2, 3 to do ABC.
You know? at
You's
Ray
a
Ray's
dumb
place.
whore.
You know,
You's dumb.
pulling out cash from the ATM.
I mean,
like,
how much more traceable could this motherfucking shit be?
It's not even about traceability. It's the way the funds are being used. Like we don't know where that cash went. Is that we don't know that cash was being used for purpose of said nature. Like we're supposed to see receipts. Where's receipts? Bitch? Where's receipts?
Exactly.
It just goes to show you they was watching her dumb ass the whole time. They probably sitting back laughing like, damn, all this bitch gonna do is go get some shrimp and shit.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly. Get some shrimp and get her nails
They
done.
couldn't even believe that shit.
Like, I'm sure her hair braided, and the only reason that ain't in the article because she paid the hair braiding lady with cash.
Yeah,
right.
That she took from the ATM. We have it. If I was a DA, I would have her. Sorry.
Canning
See, and that's unfortunate for people like them who like, so, you know, unfortunate for people who just is like a pawn for that shit, who like the organization, corporation going to hire them because they know they fit that part, that role, that script, and know they going to do that fucked up shit. And it's like, damn, like you just really just...
They some niggas.
Exactly. And it's an embarrassment to all of the quote, quote, Black folks that were putting this organization on a pedestal. This fucking shit is embarrassing.
Oh, yeah.
So now two people
This is Jesse
came
Smollett.
up. Huh?
Auntie, it's Jesse Smollett. It ain't embarrassing. It's Jesse Smollett. Okay?
Yeah, this is Jesse Smollett on the women's side. Because as a melanated woman, this shit is motherfucking embarrassing.
Yeah.
This shit is embarrassing.
And when she gets arrested, she's gonna scream, "Black Lives Matter! It's because I'm a black gay lesbian." Blah, 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 blah.
And it's not even about it.
So Cannon Grant and Grant are also accused of scamming a total of more than $100,000 in federal pandemic-related unemployment benefits. You bullshitting me.
PPE.
No.
So she took donation money and the Fed's money in the same. Oh God.
Federal investigator people.
You see, you don't think they were really tracking that shit? Of course they were tracking the fucking money, Mom. Of course they're tracking the money.
Baby, I agree with y'all.
Every penny.
She was supposed to be locked up. This shit don't make no sense. And on behalf of melanated women that got our shit together, that bitch ain't with us. I don't know nothing about her. I knew the bitch was ratchet when she was standing up here in this raglass scarf. She ain't with us.
Well, just so say that's them black folks. That's them black folks. We indigenous over here. That's them black folks.
She ain't even with us because she's dumb. And I ain't even gonna say this is hood dumb because you got some hood motherfuckers that's on this shit.
I ain't hood dumb. No, I ain't hood at all.
They would have had their shit all the way together.
Right. We taking fast money. Let's make sure we have shit in order. Okay.
You and this corporation, you ain't smart in either category. Ain't street smart, ain't book smart.
Ain't street smart at all. And I mean, not at all. Not corporate smart, not street smart. Well, whore, I know you wasn't either of that, and you laying up with a crust ass nigga that didn't even have $30 in his pocket, and you gonna let him eat off your lick. But let's continue. And then you think you finna scam the feds now? You think you finna scam the feds?
Same take. They don't realize whose money coming from.
Just like all of them people that was, y'all remember when they was giving out the PPP? And all the motherfuckers was flooding our inboxes.
Mm-hmm.
And every bitch that sent me that motherfucking notice, I deleted they ass. I'm like, are you out of your... And I didn't argue back with them. I just delete. Like, you out of your motherfucking rabbit ass mind to be sending me some scam ass shit.
With Fed's money, crazy.
People really thought they was finna sit up here and scam the Fed and them. Let's continue. During that time, she collected more than $27,000 in consulting fees for assisting an unidentified media company with diversity, equity, and inclusion training, and later paid herself $2,700 weekly salary from Violence in Boston. And he had a full-time job with a commuter services company, according to the indictment. Dumb. Now, and ain't really nothing wrong with her getting paid for the consulting fees. It's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with her paying herself a salary. It's nothing wrong with that. So, grease ass ninja, I guess, decided to get up off his funk ass and get a job, which he should have had in the first fucking place. And if he didn't have in the first fucking place, I'm still not understanding why between the two of you, you didn't have $30. So nothing is wrong with this particular paragraph at all, except if you was asking the motherfucking feds for unemployment benefits. So I'm assuming that's what was wrong with this said paragraph here. And you thought you was fencing to get away with that. Now let's continue. At one point in March 2021, Cannon Grant allegedly texted her husband, unemployment caught my ass.
You answered your own question in the same sentence. So she's scamming everybody, left, right, and center. Personal and private. God damn.
But you're gonna send a text, once again, something traceable, that you're pretty much guilty.
Yeah.
Ask me to provide documents by June unless I'll have to pay it all back. Grant allegedly told her to have an unidentified associate write a letter falsely claiming that Violence in Boston headquarters was closed. The associate, who previously created fake letters so the couple could qualify for housing.
Oh shit! Everything's fake. Oh my god!
This bitch whore.
They did what? You filed what?
You motherfucker trying to get Section 8 too?
What?
They knew they
Whore, you
yes, these school A motherfucker. Holy shit!
You got to be kidding me. So
she
the
couldn't
couple
even buy herself a house. She didn't buy herself a house. Like I would say, like I would love to hear her say, "Oh, they took the money and bought a," Or she did afterwards. Yeah, she did afterwards. My bad.
So the couple could qualify for housing benefits and also attend a Boston Celtic games on the basis of a negative C19 test results. Didn't draft that document, but did prepare a backdated 4-page letter that Grant allegedly used to scam unemployment payments, according to the indictment.
God damn.
In addition, the couple is accused of using Violence in Boston's assets to qualify for a mortgage.
Wow.
To purchase a house in the Boston suburb.
What should do bed title on that one, huh? That's an upper class kind of prison. Maybe.
Shit, prison is prison. Fuck that. Cannon Grant was arrested Tuesday and was released without bail following a court appearance at which the judge allowed her to continue working at Violence in Boston, which runs a twice-weekly food pantry, but says she can't handle its finances. She declined to comment afterwards, but her lawyer, Robert Goldstein, accused prosecutors of having rushed to judgment and said Cannon Grant and Violence in Boston have been cooperating and their production of records remains ongoing. Drawing conclusion from an incomplete factual record does not represent the fair and fully informed process a citizen deserves from its government, especially someone like Monica, who has worked tirelessly on behalf of the community, Goldstein said in a prepared statement. We remain... What'd you say, Brother Sean?
Prepared statement.
Right.
Goldstein.
Right. We remain fully confident Monica will be vindicated when a complete factual record emerges. Well, child, I'm glad, Goldstein, you are confident, because that shit sounds a hot ghetto mess to me.
No, that's just wordplay to make sure people don't freak out right now.
Yeah, I know.
The arraignment of her husband, who was busted last year, and the alleged pandemic relief and mortgage scams has yet to be scheduled, according to the Boston U.S. Attorney's Office.
So her husband, oh my God. So now both of them are under 2 different investigations. Yeah. She's innocent. Yes, she's innocent.
So
Goldstein will win if it's his turn to win this case.
He ain't finna win, because it
no, I mean,
they're not getting out of this, because if it wouldn't have even brought up, if she was in that circle, this shit wouldn't have been brought to life. First of all, she wouldn't have been this messy.
They're setting us up to know this situation.
Right, exactly.
This shit is a straight up embarrassment to be.
She made it too.
Huh?
She made it too easy. I mean, when they can tell you what you ate and at what time,
I'm done.
You made it easy.
And then you didn't got your nails did.
That means they were fine.
Had in your bank account when you pulled your first heist. Your text messages.
Yeah.
She's a puppet. She's a puppet.
Yeah, she's not a criminal. She's a puppet.
She's a puppet.
And they have her on tap now. Now she's ready for their next play. So they're like, here, guys.
No, she's just dumb.
How is it she's a puppet?
Exactly.
Because it's not like she's fooling nobody.
Exactly.
She got over
I'm
on
with
some
you,
people
Brother
in Boston.
Exactly. You got to understand the play. She's just fucking dumb.
If everything is being exposed, allegedly and supposedly, why are we surprised about the stupidity of melanated people who we know for millions of years have been cutting fucking side deals?
Exactly.
It's just that they're getting exposed now. We can actually see the side deal.
Exactly. She would have been a whore that was in on one of them fucked up treaty deals.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you just gonna give me a case of beer?
Right.
And a pack of squares?
Yeah.
Get caught for stealing something else and fuck up everything.
Exactly. And some weed. Yeah, I signed that over. Exactly.
Because that's all she got. That's all she got. Because the feds had her at any point. They could have gotten her at any point. So they wanted her to continue to go.
But see, when the feds go after you, they not gonna just say, okay, you jaywalk. They gonna make it worth they motherfucking time.
Of course.
You better believe.
She got
gonna sit back
and smoke a cigarette.
Motherfucking evidence, build the fuck on up.
Yep.
And bring your monk ass right on in, because their conviction rate, what is it, like 98%?
Yeah, it's like a cheese. Just leave the cheese in front of the mice.
So the feds ain't, they ain't the local police that you do something, you got caught with a little pack. Okay, no, fuck that. Nah, bitch, you finna get caught with some keys. Yeah. So she just so fucking dumb. Her level of stealing was still on the low.
Yeah.
So they let all that shit just rack the fuck on up.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. To see how far up it goes.
Right, to see how far this bitch was fencing to take it.
Maybe to catch somebody else.
Just like with the PPP stuff. We told y'all motherfucking stanky, funky asses. We told y'all leave that shit alone. These people ain't sitting up here giving you no shit like that.
For free. You
got to account for that. But now, ain't no white people came to my motherfucking inbox telling me they can fill out a motherfucking PPP loan application for me.
Not one.
Okay. Yeah, see, I don't want to lie upon nobody. I'm just saying for me. Not one motherfucking Caucasian person jumped in my inbox with a PPP application telling me what the fuck they can do. Those were all melanated people. So we have to call shit out the way it is because this is degenerate behavior and it's a mindset.
It's hereditary.
It's a mindset.
It's a program.
Bad.
And now that the courts and everything is opening up fully because that episode has gone past.
Right.
Now they're about to start locking motherfuckers up.
Yeah.
Already.
I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
I know 3 motherfuckers that's already gone doing federal time for that PPP shit, and 2 of them had just got out before this shit hit.
You bullshit.
Thought that was an opportunity to come
shit.
up, and now they doing Fed time again.
And to be honest, I don't feel sorry for them.
Not at all. I told them not to.
I don't feel sorry for them because the people that legitimately did have businesses couldn't get the money because the degenerate motherfuckers ran and got all the money in the pot. And we knew it was a setup. We literally told melanated people, don't be fucking around with that PPP loan stuff. If you don't have a legitimate business, leave that shit alone. You're going to get locked up. But now people was balling, and even people that's, these C-list reality TV show celebrities, they dumbass got caught up, and they got millions, and they dumbass literally went out and bought luxury item, $100,000 cars, bling bling, and they locking them the fuck on up too.
Oh yeah, they said in California out there in Beverly Hills, them motherfuckers started balling out of control. The Bentley dealer said that, cars was going off the lot, this, that, or the other. I mean, everybody was happy for a while till they pulled the rug from up under that shit.
And they didn't even see the setup. That's the part that be killing me. I'm like, you don't see that setup? So I don't feel fucking sorry for them. I don't feel sorry at all. This is the same degenerate behavior we be sitting up here talking to y'all about, and everybody want to rah, rah, rah for all melanated people. No, fuck that. I'm sitting back watching your character. And if you a degenerate, I don't want no fucking parts of you. I'm just going to sit back and watch your fucking behavior. Because I'm going to tell where your mindset is. If you street smart and you know how to move and you smart with your shit, I respect that. Now, I ain't talking about you harming people in the streets and all that, but y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about. You generally have good common sense street smart. That's something that should not be looked over or taken for lightly. But you have just degenerate motherfucking gutter. Just gutter. And you dumb on top of being gutter. This shit is embarrassing.
It says.
Yes, sir.
So now, all we have to do is hit up the auctions, and we get that shit for penny on the dollar.
You know, I thought about that. I'm like, I wonder what luxury cars they done confiscated.
Yeah, just keep your eye out as people go down.
This shit is ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. And so when they talk about reparations, you ninjas will never get it. You'll never get it.
Never gonna get it. Never gonna get it.
Never gonna get it. Well, she should have been telling that grease ass nigga she was laying up with that didn't have $30. But let me stick to the topic. Y'all will never get reparations. Are you kidding me? Any little bit of scratch that folks get that are just gutter degenerates, you turn it right back over.
Yeah, if that was a test of what you would do with your reparations, you saw what you would do with
the PPP loan was a test. You stupid motherfuckers. That was a test of what you would do for reparation. So how many did you hear out of all that PPP loan scamming did anything for the quote hood? I'll wait.
No, they ain't even read the agreement.
No.
Like, do you even have a small business, my nigga? No.
No.
And you got to show the taxes from the 2 previous years showing that you made that amount.
Right. So, which
that's like with a lie.
All of that, right?
With a lie. If you got to start with the falsified paperwork, you got to keep going with the falsified paperwork.
Exactly.
And that's going to catch up with you. Especially going to digital. Now, do you have a QRC code to scan to prove this?
And my whole
thing
is, even people that get past all the paperwork, the falsifying of the paperwork, they always get caught because they're fucking greedy. Because if you have a business, how the fuck that business need that bling bling? How the fuck that business need that $300,000? I mean, literally, people were buying $300,000 cars.
They don't buy assets; they buy liabilities. So you know it's not a business need.
Right. Stupid as fuck. Instead of really opening up a legitimate business.
Yeah, you would think, right?
Paying yourself a salary. They fucked off all of that money and now they're going to be sitting on Fed time. So PPP was a test of what they already knew you was going to do with how you going to act with reparations.
Because let's believe the white folks really got the PP loans too, and they really used it because I was on set for a project and this old white lady, she a dancer and stuff. She's like, oh yeah, it's been hard during the pandemic, but thank God me and my husband, they got a fucking little house mansion up in the Silver Lake, East Hollywood Hills and shit. Yeah, we got the PP loan and it helped with the, mortgage payments and tax payments and stuff. I'm like, oh, okay.
Right, but they knew how to do their shit.
Exactly.
Just like, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to lie on you, Kanye. I think Kanye got a motherfucking PPP loan. And people was complaining, he's rich.
It's plenty of niggas that did it the right way, because we do got our stores, but they putting the light on the motherfuckers that's doing this shit. So
right,
he has a legitimate business.
He did it legitimately. He wasn't scamming. That shit is legitimately. Kanye has businesses. And he was taking business losses. So he qualified for the shit. How you gonna be one day applying for Section 8 and the next day you applying for unemployment, then the next day you applying for a PPP loan? Where the fuck they do that at? The math don't math. The math ain't mathing. This shit is an embarrassment.
Or you go from having, like, as you said, zero in your account, qualifying for loans from the government, and then you have $200,000 worth in income. Because remember, you got to qualify for that loan, right? Where that paperwork come from, right?
Yep.
Like shit.
And plus what you're spending out. They're tracking what you're spending out on.
And they're looking for their taxes. If you forgot, they're looking for their taxes. If you spend all that money, where's their taxes at?
And I just want to go back to how people are easily programmed, because it's any level of life, people is trying to be scammers. And it's because, like, a lot of this shit through music and entertainment is like, yeah, being a scammer is the thing. Like, you can get by, it's real easy. White collar scammers, corporate scammers get by all the time with doing it and stuff and all that type of thing. It's like, how is people having the belief like in themselves that they're going to get away with it? It's because they buying into some type of program. Yeah, they dumb, but they also getting the idea from somewhere. Because dumb people ain't just like, oh yeah, they want money and stuff, but they need a playbook. They need a blueprint to go by. Because dumb people ain't just making up ways to make money.
This is not a good blueprint.
Right, it's a setup.
If you're gonna be a scammer, use I said, you could have used the Clintons for example.
Yeah.
Haiti. Study how to set up foundation. Now, fans, I ain't trying to tell motherfuckers how to do it. I'm just saying, I would think they would study how to run a foundation, how to run a nonprofit, how to set up a trust. These motherfuckers just putting shit in the bank. Oh, I'm going to go buy this. I'm going to go buy that. Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm going to go to the ATM and put cash on. That's it.
But these some of the same people that fell for the whole jab thing. And this, that, or the other. So they probably thought they was finna die anyway.
You honestly think that? You honestly think that, Brother Sean? Like, well,
yeah, we gonna die anyway. Fuck it, let's just have a ball.
Yeah, it was a pandemic. Remember, we're in a pandemic.
That's the only thing they remember from their granny. It was like, she said we was in our last days. I think it's happening now. Let me fucking scam my way out of this bitch.
Exactly.
Well, that's on you. I never forget my aunt, rest her soul, but she taught me a lesson without teaching me that lesson. She said, back in the 70s, y'all remember them platform shoes?
Mm-hmm.
So she said her and my other aunt had saw where them bitches was on sale for like $1, get either two pair or one pair free. And she said they went up in that bitch and bought like every combination. And next week that shit was out of style. So that's she's like, your aunt and I was stuck with all of these damn platform shoes that's out of style. So in other words, they weren't watching the trends. So these have got to be some of the dumbest people in existence. If you think it's just that easy to get a loan application for hundreds and thousands of dollars, and in some case, people were getting millions, and you don't have to account for that money, you're just truly dumb. You're just it's just no getting around it. I don't care if you thought you was gonna die. Because they so cold with it, they don't give a goddamn about you dying, bitch. We done tagged your soul, and you gonna come back in this motherfucker, and you gonna pay it off. You gonna pay off what the fuck you scammed us out of. We don't give a fuck. I don't care that we reset. You coming right back, and you gonna work off this PP loan, bitch. You ain't getting away with it. So it's just a mentality. This is an embarrassment. The BLM movement went around the world with melanated people, black faces on it, and specifically melanated black women leading the charge. This shit is a fucking embarrassment.
Yeah. Across the realm.
That's why it is important to know what you're repping in everything that you do. Because my name means something to me. That's the way I was raised. My name means something in these motherfucking streets. And you can say whatever the fuck you want to say about me. Oh, that bitch crazy, this, that, and the other. But you ain't gonna say that I done lied, cheated, stole, hold somebody out of something. Scammed. That the fuck you can't say about me. You can say many other things, which I don't give a fuck. But that part you cannot say. Because the way I was raised, your character, your name is everything.
On.
If you don't have that, you don't have shit. And people ought to be motherfucking ashamed of themselves, of what character and behavior that they accept. And turn around and talk about you like a motherfucking dog when you point out the scams.
Mm-hmm.
Only to get fleeced. And then maybe they'll admit that you were right. Most of the times they don't. Because people buy into pimp talk. And I done took and told you, ain't nobody pimping shit over here. I know a pimp when I see a pimp. And pimpettes. Because there are some pimpettes out there also.
And pimps come with feathers. They damn sure had feathers in their heads back in the day.
Exactly.
We were the OGs.
And see, you don't want me to get real gangster with it because the pimps with the feathers to me were the biggest motherfucking pimps.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
So y'all could keep sitting up here bullshitting yourself if you want to. Keep on getting fleeced. The world is watching. Keep on associating yourself with these degenerates. I don't give a fuck what group they claim that they in. I don't give a fuck about none of that. None of it. What is their character? Prove to me your character. So with that said, of the auntie scarf moment. Thank you, Brother Sean. Child, that was a ghetto hot ass. That whore need to be ashamed of herself. She straight need to be ashamed of herself. I ain't never seen no shit like that. Nah, I'm speechless. A goddamn shame.
Messy. It's messy.
That's real messy. Then you gonna text your old man, babe.
They got
me, babe.
Oh, they got my ass.
They got my ass.
Where's the defense in that?
They both, he dumped in a motherfucker. She dumped in a motherfucker.
I wouldn't have responded to shit. I'd be like, what are you talking about?
Right, and this the part that killed me.
You got diarrhea, girl? What do you mean? You got diarrhea? Like some shit.
It ain't like they caught their ass on the wire.
Like a jailhouse call.
You know
right?
what I'm saying? Like they had motherfucking wire in the house.
No.
Right.
They just dumped in a motherfucker.
I went through a friggin' email service, came back to the friggin' then to them. Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's what I mean. It's a setup, though. It's a setup. She was primed to be set up for that position because if they wanted her, they could have taken her down at any time.
Well, the feds operate like that, though. They literally let your charges build up.
No, but I'm saying it's for the movement. Don't look at her. What happened in her time?
Well, and she's not the only one. Did another broad that I thought that was her, the Tennessee lady. She had got caught up. She sentenced to 6 years for illegally voting.
Mm-hmm.
This shit is a fucking embarrassment.
But it's just exposing that agency
Exactly.
for what it is.
Exactly.
I mean, if anybody hurt by this, it's the people that bought off into that shit, hook, line, and sinker.
Absolutely.
Grandma.
Out there marching.
For what?
And they ain't getting nothing.
Right.
Nothing.
Getting sprayed in the motherfucking eyeballs.
People died.
Shot at.
This is like witnessing like failed spells, failed rituals. Like we most of the time be like talking about them like, oh yeah, it's a spell over people, but you can see this shit in real time. Like niggas tried to do they little dark shit and it didn't work. It came back on you specifically.
Right.
Our Caucasian family calls it false flags.
Right.
We call it bullshit.
Yeah. And shout out to the Caucasian folks because they said out the gate that the shit was the whole BLM was a false flag.
Yeah, it was.
They traced down the source of the funding and all of that. They said that shit out the gate. And here leaders, women, they're getting taken down one by one for just various different degeneracies. Because if it was a legitimate organization, they would have vetted the people that they put over those different chapters.
Mm-hmm.
You can't even go into corporate America and hold a position handling some motherfucking money without credit check. Bitch, if you ain't got no good credit, you ain't finna get that. No, you can't get that job handling that money.
Might have to get bonded and all that.
Right, you might have to get bonded, absolutely. So yeah, they set that shit up.
She was a puppet from the beginning.
And it's it is an embarrassment to the world. But yet you have people running around here, up here talking about some reparations, this, that, and the third. Y'all out of y'all motherfucking rabbit ass mind. If you think I'm fencing to stand behind any of them organizations, that would be a no. Because it's always some fuck shit.
Mm-hmm. She was a puppet only from the aspect of working within that corporate structure.
Exactly.
Now, had she just played her role and waited for them to throw her a bone, she may have been all right.
She would have. She would have moved up in the ranks.
Exactly.
This was her entry level in the game, and she was too dumb and too gutter to even play that little game. They just gave her a little change. That little $185,000, that ain't shit. She couldn't even handle that.
Because they like, bitch, we want to see if you could hold on to our shit. If we put something your way, we want to make sure you ain't going to fuck with it. And we put this little amount in your face, and you that goddamn thirsty. Okay, well, you canceled then.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Like, bitch, you could have worked your way up. We was going to bring you all the way in.
Into the game.
You got thirsty.
Right. You'll never touch no big money.
Thirsty. He got sloppy. Should have leaving receipts or not. Should have leaving evidence everywhere.
But she should have just played it straight. Let me tell you something now.
Buying weaves and shit. Like, come on.
Brother Sean, I know you finna chuckle. Because I'm finna go a little old school. Because some of y'all ain't experienced this yet. But Brother Sean, you finna chuckle. Because I know you didn't pull this test on a woman. It's for the young women. If your dude give you a sum of money and say, put this money up for me.
Yeah.
That's a test.
Check.
Because you don't know when he gonna come back and ask you for that money. And if you done fucked off that money and when he come back and asks you for that money, oh, I used it for this, and that. Oh, bitch, you will never see another dime from him. Matter of fact, that relationship is pretty much over. Now, did I inaccurately tell that, Sean?
Not at all.
Oh, okay.
Not at all.
That's called a thirsty test, you know?
Same concept. It's like, okay, bitch, you don't have no type of discipline. I can't trust your funk ass. You didn't just tricked off this money. It's the same concept. Because even in the criminal game, no matter what game it is, people have to know what type of values and principles you have.
Facts.
And it's always a contract. It's business.
It is.
It's business. And the first thing in business is trust. You can't do business with people you don't trust. And if you're going to do business with people you don't trust, you about to get fucked.
Yeah, you better believe. And not the way you want to be fucked. I can guarantee you that.
Period.
And people think because, it's just a small amount.
Exactly.
That's what hurts even
that
more.
hurts even more.
Not even the amount.
Like, damn, you ain't even
a cheap
trying,
bitch.
Right, you ain't even trying to situate.
Right, you a cheap bitch. You done tricked off this couple of $100. First of all, nigga, don't hand me no couple $100.
100? Auntie, we do that with a $20 bill, Auntie.
I'd be like, okay, throw that shit in the drawer, let it collect dust. That don't mean nothing for that. You better hand me more than that if you trying to test me.
No, that's like a $20 we hand that to those type of girls.
And I'm still gonna pass the test.
$100?
G like that. But the point being, yeah, that's what hurts the most. Just like people that scam you, that's supposed to be your friend. Number one, if I loan people some money, I'm only gonna loan you what I ain't afraid to miss.
Yeah, that money's gone, but in my head, it's like, give that to you, it's gone.
I mean, that's my rule of thumb. If I loan you some money, I'm loaning it because I'm not gonna miss it. And people will break up a good friendship over a little bit of money. And it's sad, but you know what? I don't miss that money.
It was worth it.
Because that tells me, bitch, that's how much your loyalty is worth.
Should have paid that a long time ago.
Exactly. That was money well spent.
Easiest way to test a friendship.
So it's the same principle here. And people are so degenerate, they just don't get it. They don't get it. We see people in these YouTube streets and this conscious community streets that be scamming people out of
draws. Let's say that.
Yeah. And they think, oh, well, you know,
their whole life.
Whatever.
Turning people into a baby, bringing life into the world.
Yeah. Yeah. So, child, I ain't got nothing for that whore. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Sis, you ain't finna get them nails did. Them braids, none of that. I don't know who gonna put some money on your motherfucking books. None of that. But you get exactly what you deserve. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
I'm looking at DC Pooh in the chat. Who you talking about? Come on in here in the link.
What'd she say?
She say, folks scam and steal after all the TV steal.
Cuz Odel, we sorry. You know your cousins in the Americas got to talk about the ratchetness of said community. So bear with us. All right, Nisi Pooh, let me put it in here. Child, who the fuck scamming? Nah. There go the link. Come on in. It's sad. Folks just don't have no type of character, no type of values, and then be the main one sitting up crying up there talking about some, I want a loyal woman. I want a loyal man that got this, that, and the third. Well,
keep
bitch,
it 100.
Didn't you trick off your ex's rent money, bitch, that he gave you? Whore, didn't you trick that off? So now, you crying because of what?
Because it ain't coming as much as
shit. All right. Okay, Nisi Pooh. We almost ready, cuz Odel. We promise. Okay, Nisi Pooh. Child,
peace and love, y'all.
Peace and love. What done happened now?
Look, y'all. Y'all already know what it is. I done already told Scotty what happened because, I couldn't hold it till Thursday. And then some part of me said, you know what, don't be messy.
Don't
and
be
then the other part of me
mention no names now.
I ain't gonna do that part. But then the other part of me said, fuck that. People need to know. People need to know.
Because
it really needs to stop. And it's at this point, it is literally heartbreaking to see innocent people who embrace these folks.
Right.
Embrace these folks, gave to these folks as if they were brothers and sisters, distant cousins. Like we finding out we got Choctaw, Cherokee, Chickasaw, You know what I'm saying? And oh yeah, I got Choctaw. Okay, you my distant cousin at that point. And then to get scammed, like, and to hear, I mean, me personally, I kind of backed away before the shit happened, but I did feel some type of way about being dragged. And I came on here and talked about that. I was like, look, y'all not gonna sit here and talk shit about me because I know who I am. Right. And if y'all got a problem with I'm light skinned or I got a white grandma, well, you're gonna have to take that shit up with your own self. But okay. So I gotta hide from Chase. So Chase, the older one, he over here acting like he don't want to make his brother no tea. I'm like, come on, it's tea. Just make the tea now. So long story short, we got another scammer in the community, knowing that they have American Indian ancestry, still listening to these Moorish ass, broke ass, apartment having ass, ain't even got their own house ass niggas.
Politely.
done let the little Moorish dude scam somebody that was close to her out of $2,000. And then just slowly backed away into the shadows.
Wait, the Moorish dude or the woman that referred the scamming ass Moorish person?
The woman referred the scamming ass Moorish dude after I told said woman that he is not a credible person to be helping anybody. He lives in an apartment that he just got 2 weeks ago. You can't tell somebody how to secure some assets and you ain't got none.
You ain't got none your motherfucking self, right?
And not knocking nobody who has an apartment, but people are literally trying to figure out how to better themselves economically, spiritually. People have a soul journey, and it seems like this fake ass remedy keeps coming back into the forefront, causing a delusion. And I called that shit out. And I was basically told that I was a Pan-African and a white girl, a Mexican, and all kind of dumb shit. And I'm like, look, I'm just here. I'm just here trying to save people from being scammed, number one. And also, number two, I'm here for history. I'm here to learn. Like, I never proclaim that I know everything. I always tell people, double check your sources.
Right.
And listen to more than one opinion, because you never know what you're going to learn. So I do fall into these spaces just to listen and learn. But at the same time, when I see some scam shit happen, and I'm like, what the hell? And I had just got a phone call. And then on top of it, the same person running the scam shit done got over $100,000 PPP loan.
Well, they finna go to jail anyway.
Running around asking people for money, talking about they don't have this and they don't have that. How in the hell you ain't got no money?
Do that paperwork in retrospect. They trying to get some employees. They trying to figure out how to do that shit now. Like, no, it's too late, nigga.
Man.
So what you're saying, in addition to the scamming, they had got the PPP loan also.
They got the PPP loan, 120. I ain't gonna get an exact number, but it was over $120,000 on the first round, and then I think they got like 70,000 on the second round.
Quarter round. They got 200,000. Let's say that. Oh, that
200,000, and in the damn community scamming people who's supposed to be their damn sisters and brothers. Yep.
Damn.
And no matter how much we sit up here and tell them, leave that fucking paperwork alone, they refuse to do it.
No, because they don't want to work.
No.
It seems they capture the minds of the new people that are coming out of the spell, in a sense.
Nah, these folks know better.
Yeah,
these folks right here, they know better.
They've been scammed. I'm assuming they've participated in one pipe dream after another regarding some motherfucking redemption paperwork.
Right.
Nationality, this, that, and the third. I'm just assuming because there is a script and a formula for that scam.
Mm-hmm.
But we
It
never
sure
know what we're
is.
talking about, right? Because nobody has yet to prove any of these paperwork hustlers shit work. We still waiting on that proof.
And that's why I said specifically, this so-called lawyer guy, what you got? Where you live? I mean, not where you live, but what do you own your home? Because that would be proof to me. If you did get some type of remedy, at least you would have either some land or, you know, a home that you're living in. Man, red flag number one, he lives in an apartment. I said, if y'all don't get the fuck out of here with this dumb shit. You can't help nobody. Say that again, bro.
He claims to be an attorney.
He claimed to be an attorney.
And so nobody knew to look up this motherfucker's license.
That's what I said. I was like,
he wasn't that type of attorney. Let me guess. He wasn't that type of attorney. Exactly. I said, let me see. What's your bar number? Oh, I used to be a lawyer. I'm an indigenous lawyer.
Oh, an attorney in fact. That's what they call it, I believe.
Okay, well, nigga, show me some cases that you done tried before the motherfucking court. Show me something.
Receipts. And
so
that's all I said.
Nobody seems to want to ask that.
I did right there in his face when I had a chance to talk to him. And when I realized he was full of shit, I told everybody, I said, y'all fuck with him. Y'all gonna end up in some fuck shit. Y'all need to back away the fuck slowly. Matter of fact, turn around and run. No, nobody wanted listening to Miss
But you didn't
Walker.
know what you was talking about.
But sis, don't take it personally. Your job was only supposed to be to inform
you told them. You
After
told
that,
them on them.
Them putting their hands in the fire is their ass, not yours.
But they brought other people to the fire who I was trying to warn, but I kept getting blocked.
Well, they
because
have to
I
be
was a
held
Pan-African.
for that.
We can't save everyone, love.
Exactly. The universe gonna serve that ass up for those people that they led to that. They gotta take all of them L's.
Your job was only to be that horn that's sounding off to say, hey, this is a problem, to call out the fuck shit. That was it. You did your job. Your conscience is clear. Your spirit is good. Fall back.
Yep.
That's exactly. And I fell back, y'all. We had this conversation a couple months ago, and yeah, I fell back, and I was all right with that. My feelings was hurt a little bit, but I'm good now. And then all of a sudden, the thing came back. The universe came back full swing on their asses, and now I'm standing like, hey, redemption, baby. I told y'all, motherfuckers.
The universe never lies. The universe always wins. That's why y'all can sit up and keep talking shit about people just to talk shit about people, because you want said people to buy into your delusionalism and your bullshit.
They're projecting the bullshit onto you, and then if you don't have a higher self-esteem for yourself, you buy into their bullshit.
Exactly. And the self-esteem is the important part.
Yeah, because you should be okay. Like, I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah,
because I don't give a goddamn what you say about me.
Goddamn.
When I tell you I'm not for that, I'm not attaching my name to it. I means what the fuck I say. When I tell you I don't rock with something, here's my belief system. I don't give a fuck what type of shaming tactics. Oh, no fucks are given on my part.
Right. Sometimes you gotta let a silly nigga tell you a silly nigga. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, boo. Yeah. I'm gonna be all of that. But I ain't get fleeced out of no $2,000 motherfucking dollars either.
Yeah, I'm the silly nigga that did not get fleeced out of $2,000. Yeah, that makes me a silly nigga. Yeah.
And the sad part about it, the people out here that are getting fleeced are the least that can afford it.
Yeah. They're throwing away their lives.
But you all want to sit up here and talk about reparations? Are you fucking kidding me? Even the universe is like, these niggas crazy.
Yeah.
They don't even know how to apply for the reparations. Like, truth be told, reparations in a sense, in a very small sense, is already being given in the form of grants. But folks don't even look at it.
Because
like when a bill is passed,
that actually requires work and putting together, researching what you want to do, putting together a business plan, thinking the shit out. That requires work.
And if you went that far, you wouldn't be asking for reparations. You'd be like, I can get it my damn self.
And that part.
Yes. But I was just researching, like, once a bill goes through, it's introduced, then it goes to the House, then it goes to the Senate, then it's signed in law, and they create a bill. That bill goes to the next level through the lawful process and coming up with how they want to word the grant. And then people can now go and get the money that from that bill.
Yeah, based on how you present the paperwork. Yeah.
And it literally goes in the form of a grant, and it's sitting there on grants.gov, and people don't even know that this shit is there.
But like Razzle said, that's all work.
Yeah.
And people ain't finna do that. It's easier for brother so-and-so with the fake ass title to tell you, I can feel this, I got this paperwork package for you. But they ain't proved that the shit worked for them now, mind you. Fuck all of that.
Low-hanging fruit.
That's easier for them. So they rather turn over their hard-earned money on a pipe dream.
Facts.
It's fucking sad. And this happens in the melanated community over and over and over. And this shit didn't start with just us. People been out here scamming for centuries. Melanated people been out here scamming for fucking centuries. And they keep getting away with it because melanated people feel that melanated people can't scam each other.
Easy prey.
Oh, my brother wouldn't do me like that. Oh, my sister wouldn't do me like that. The white man gonna scam me. And meanwhile, your skin folk who ain't kinfolk keep scamming you the most.
You know, the Moors had all the other people like the black melanated Spanish Jews. They had them taking all their money just to get them to come here. So they were scamming them out of all their earnings to get passage here to this country. So they've been doing that for years.
Taxes.
Yeah. And the sad part about it with the whole Moors thing, you have, and I'm going to say very few Moors because there are some people that label themselves Moors that are really on their shit. They're good people.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, they're hella people with the true history. Because I've learned a lot of stuff before I really got deep into the research. Just in passing, talking to Moors. Okay. And they were on their shit. They were right. But it's a shame that title is now so fucking tarnished.
Mm-hmm.
The information was bait to get you to sign up for their program.
Right.
It's sad. Deep H2O says, doesn't reparations have to be done in the world court? Aren't reparations considered crimes against humanity?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the reparations that these folks want is in the form of a bag. They want resources. When you hear Tariq Nasheed, he talk about tangibles. So tangibles will be, in my opinion, land.
Yeah.
It would be land. It would be funds to mechanize, you know, for folks who want to do farming. Some folks who want to, you know, maybe have a toilet paper factory. Like, I don't know. But people need those types of tangibles, like the ability to provide for the so-called Black community.
Right.
Like, if they're gonna,
and
go ahead, Auntie.
I understand that, but Deep H2O's question is, doesn't reparations have to be done in the world court? Aren't reparations considered crimes against humanity?
Yeah. If you're paying that out, it would be, yeah.
Yeah, so just like the Armenians and the Jews and the other motherfuckers that's still getting money today from America, especially, we should be getting that. Like, everybody should be cutting us a check. And we can do whatever the fuck we want with it. Buy land, spend that shit, fuck it off, build greatness, whatever the fuck we want to do.
The thing is, it's not about this whole so-called monetary thing.
Yeah, all right.
The thing is, Congress already passed a bill repatriating indigenous people, which means you get to return back to your culture and everything that they essentially cut all ties with. So to then turn around and sit up and ask for reparations, you're entering back into a contract with them. You're doing paperwork with them. You have to file that paperwork. You have to go through their courts, and the world court is the only ones that can make one of their government corporations pay you anything.
If that's the point Deep H2O is trying to make. He says reparations can't be adjudicated domestically. He said he's with you on the grants, but reparations is a tricky term. So I don't know what Tariq is doing. I don't know the man like that. I just know him from when he started out. He was running with Michael Moore, doing pimp and hoe videos. Then he did the Hidden Color stuff, which I did like the first one. I don't know that man like that. So I don't know what his reparations plan is. But did you hear what Deep H2O said? So is Tariq going to the world court?
No, he wants to build a museum.
No, everything is based on Black Americans.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's what he did for Black people. All right, cool.
But didn't he raise money to do that? He raised like $1 million?
Something like that, but shoot. At the end of the day, folks got to stop following these people who ain't really trying to do the real, like, you see what his agenda is. He wants to make documentaries. He wants to make videos where he's clowning on Africans, and he wants to build a museum. He ain't not one time say he wants to go to the UN or to the World Court. He didn't say that. So why do people hang on his nutsacks like he's going to do something for somebody?
No, but with the wealth that he's doing, what has he done with it? Has he bought a school? Has he paid for a block? Has he done to help his community in some way, shape, or form with the wealth that he's gained from all this publicity?
I'm pretty sure he does in certain ways, but like I do hear him sometimes on Twitter. Like I just heard him and Top Cats and another brother going, having some dialogue, and a lot of the points that he was making were true. I couldn't sit here and say that I didn't agree with him, but when you talking about talking points and history and sharing information, Tariq is pretty, good with that. But you talking about a remedy on a world court stage?
Two different things.
Exactly.
That's two different things, and people keep getting and even if let's say the man's not trying to fleece, I don't know if he's trying to fleece. Like I said, I don't know the man like that. But what are his qualifications to lead something like that? Now, Deep H2O just asked a simple question. If you're talking about reparations, are you going to the world court?
That's a good question.
So if you, and see, that's why I love my motherfucking peeps over here.
We love you, brother H2O.
Because it's simple shit. Like I said, I don't know the man's plan. I didn't dig in the man's plan because I don't give a fuck. But that's a basic question. You're talking about reparations. When are you going to the world court, bruh?
Is the government of the United States going to the world court when they're talking that shit too? Are they going to go to themselves and say they did wrong and they're going to now give out on the world stage and say that?
Yeah, this just like this whole, go to the world court or the Messiah or this, or the restoration or the replenish or the reparation, whatever R word y'all want to put on the shit for what we need back. We know they owe us this shit and that shit, but like really, I think at this point, none of that shit really fucking matters. I don't know, like get it if you want it back, if it was yours, if you can prove it and this and that shit. But I feel like that's a whole nother getting caught up in some shit. Like, now I gotta figure out that you took this shit from some people that I didn't even know was my people. And okay, like this some extra time taken out of my life when I can be creating some other shit.
Agreed on that, but for the people that's not going to say, fuck that, I still want my stuff. If you are you all listening to the words coming up out of my mouth via deep H2O? He asked a fucking simple question.
Didn't Henderson go to the
If
world
you're talking, that nigga made up his own world court.
They're gonna be like, how do I get to the world court without doing paperwork? And they're gonna be like, I thought y'all said it wasn't supposed to be about paperwork. So how I get there without paperwork?
Yeah, Anderson.
Okay, scratched all of what y'all said. Hold it. I'm going to say this again for the slow motherfuckers in the back.
Go in.
If you're talking about reparations, who's going to the world court when? Who's presenting the case?
When was the case ever presented?
Right.
Now, we have had people go to the world court.
It was a tribe that went, yeah.
Yeah, there was a tribe that went to the world court.
Okay.
So do you all not understand this basic shit? And you're running up behind these people because they throw out some phrases?
Nice words. They're pimps.
Now again, I don't know what that brother's plan is, and for all I know, he could come back and say, "Bitch, I ain't said nothing about no reparations."
Yeah,
all right, forgive me up in advance if you never said nothing about no reparations. Motherfucker, forgive me.
You're gossiping.
Right, for gossiping. But if you did, you have to take that shit to the world court.
But why are they using their talent and their fame to do type of stuff like that to get their attention?
Because that's not everybody's forte. You know what I'm saying?
I got you, but it's like, yeah, that's what I mean. It's they're not really doing something with their skill, or they're
well, he's doing something with his skill because he's pretty successful at making the documentary thingamajigs.
No, but not just him in particular, but people before him. We just made the statement. We have to take it to the world court. Before Tariq, there's other people that still made the claim. We got to get reparations. Okay, let's go. Martin Luther King. Did they take that shit? Yeah, sorry.
You know what stops it? It's the label. It's okay. How we gonna go? We gonna go as Black Foundation of Black Americans. We can't say we're Black.
Up in there about this motherfucking Black stuff. Where the fuck is it?
We can't say we're Indian because those people over there are the Indians and they stole our identity. And so if we go in there saying we're Indians, then we're gonna be including them on our reparation shit. So it's like, okay, so then, we ain't gonna say we Moors because those are known to be domestic terrorists nowadays. So what the fuck are we gonna call ourselves now? So that's the biggest damn debate happening is what identity are we going to call ourselves? And that's where I just back up because it ends up turning into a circle every time that gets nowhere. People just chasing each other's tails.
Okay, but since I'm gonna try to go in on this one. I think the tale is that they're chasing something that we should never have been focused on the first place. Ooh! If you're indigenous and if you're an Indian, reparations, as I'm looking at it, is only financially based. It has nothing to do with our culture. It has nothing to do with our spirit. It has nothing to do with our land. It has nothing to do with our nothing. It has everything to do with financing, right? And as we already know, that shit was made up to control masses. So what I'm saying is, realistically, the people that are chasing reparations is really chasing their tail, as you said, is because it's to getting us Indians, us indigenous people, nowhere. I don't care what you call yourself. I care that you know what to do with the land. I care that you are in harmony with nature. I care that when nature tells you to go left, you go left. That's what I care about. I don't care your skin color. I don't care your sexual orientation. I care that you're in tune to nature. So as an Indian, yeah, I think that's why we're not getting anywhere, because we're chasing something that we should not be focused on.
Agree, 100%.
Excuse me.
Give thanks and praise.
Hey!
I cannot wait. I can't wait. Can a 14th Amendment U.S. citizen go to the World Court, and will the World Court recognize a 14th Amendment U.S. birth certificate? I'm going to stop there.
Nope.
No, they won't. They won't.
Nope.
we all silent because, child,
Man, blow up the mic. Dropped it.
Yeah.
But no, it's seriously that, though. If we really want to focus on things, people should focus on where it should be focused on, not just reparations. As Matt just popped on here, talk about your birth certificate. As an Indian, I could care none about that shit. I want to go back to my culture. You can keep the birth certificate. You can keep the money. I know we needed to live. I know we needed to live funny. I know we need
culture is the
still engaging with a spell, engaging with a contract that don't got your benefit in mind in no part of it.
Like look what we just read about the ratchet. Look at the mindset. We don't care about what she did with the money. We don't care how much money she had. Look what she did with it. Her mindset was to blow it off. An Indian wouldn't think like that. We would operate differently. So it's really our minds that need to repatriation. It's not money. It's repatriation of the mind.
Yeah. Reggie T56 asked Brother Odel if you could say again what you said, because your connection was kind of breaking up. Why did you say that people can't go to the world court?
He blew up the mic because it came too high with his energy. I know.
Let me unmute him. He should be able to unmute himself, all of y'all. But you know, Zoom be acting funky. Okay, Brother Odell, so tell us again why folks really can't go to the world court.
I'm going to say it again. 62 KV. Kind of 14th Amendment, U.S. birth certificate petition the World Court. And will the World Court recognize a 14th Amendment civilian mortus legally did under 62 KV? Can they recognize a U.S. 14th Amendment birth certificate in that international jurisdiction? I said it once. I don't need to say it again.
What you bring in?
Well,
is it in uppercase text in all caps, capitis maxima? Are you legally did?
Exactly.
Yeah. It just goes back to your
them priests, them World Court. They're competent, you know. They know about proper paperwork in them World Courts and seals and everything else. They deal with stuff in the World Court, but they can't recognize no in black, bold uppercase, capitis maxima, legally did, civilian mortus, 14th Amendment, U.S. birth certificate. I'm just saying.
Because
so if you identify yourself as a corporation,
standing in front of that court as a subject/citizen. And not Correct. As the word that they've put, unfortunately, on the terrorist list, because they didn't set up and messed up that movement, and it was purposely done. You're not standing in divine sovereignty.
Well, I'll say this. In Canada, it's called the Aborigines. They have it where it's listed under the Indian Act that the Queen does not have any rights over the race known as the Aborigines. They commonly call us the Inuit, but that's how the wordplay. They say commonly referred to, but that's the wordplay. It's they don't want you have no rights as a black corporate citizen. Let's say like that. You have to be called under the right text to be recognized in their system.
Yes. So and that's the problem with what's going on here in the Americas, because you have some people that know that side of the coin with what Brother Odel was talking about. And so that's why they keep telling you, you don't want to go up under black. Don't think that everybody don't understand what you're talking about. We trust us. We understand what you're talking about. But even with that said, come on now, don't sit up here and play with me. Ain't none of y'all talked about no going to no world court. Not here recently.
No.
Y'all ain't talked about that. You're looking for another Messiah.
Right, locally, USA.
To tell someone to give you XYZ instead of starting with your family.
And like Sister just said, you don't necessarily need them to give you anything. If you learn what you need to learn, you can go apply for things that they have waiting for you. So it's really, how badly do you want it?
Because
do
they
you
don't
want them to
want
literally
it.
give it to you?
They don't want it for the reasons
it's
that
there,
they're claiming they want it.
Right.
Exactly, because when you ask
between a receipt and an invoice, like receipts, you done paid for that shit already. Like the invoice, like, nah, you done put in that, this, you owe me. Like, I'm letting you know you owe me. Give me the shit already.
Right.
But the whole thing is, the whole system has to go.
Exactly.
You shouldn't be waiting around for nobody to try and give you back shit.
Exactly.
Hard.
The point that I was getting to when I said that they passed that as far as the repatriating indigenous people, that's them cutting their ties. They like, okay, go back to being who you are.
Correct.
But don't ask us for shit. If you asking them for something,
that's
then
the
you
catch.
throw it back. You cutting a deal again.
Can you just say that again, Brother Sean, for the slow ones in the back, what you have to be willing to do?
You gotta be willing to get rid of the whole system. Period.
You have to say fuck it.
You don't need their permission for anything. If you are who you say you are, if you in tune with mama, you this God, you this, you that, what you asking them for anything for?
Exactly.
You're supposed to move on her permission, on her operation.
Just be who you are. All you have to do is stop playing their game.
Exactly.
We at the reset point. The old game is over. Now they get motherfuckers to sign up for the new game.
Exactly.
If you sign up for the new game, that's on you. They can't give you back shit. They can't repair you. Did they break you? Are you that weak that you're broken? Don't you have a soul? Aren't we supposed to be in the age of awakening and Aquarius and motherfuckers coming into their God powers? But you still running around acting like weak mortals?
Yeah, you weak.
God.
I'm trying to find this bill, Uncle Sean, because you know I got to read this thing. What is it? Is it a House bill, a Senate resolution? What is it?
Congress passed a bill to repatriate indigenous people. They ain't been talking about it much. Yeah.
I'm trying to put into Google. I put repatriate bill indigenous. Let's see if I pull up something, because I'm trying to find. Is it AB 1662 Native Americans repatriation, or I'm seeing S 1471. You said it was last year. Let me search 2021 then. I got to read this.
Me too.
So Sandra, help me find it.
Okay,
I'm
well,
Googling.
y'all find it, but let us know when you find it and we'll go over it. So, fam.
Sister.
I'm sorry, yes, cuz. Yes.
Sister Mother, can I just say something, please?
Sure.
I'm desperate to do. I mean, desperate to try. I just couldn't wait any longer because you lot was going in. I was like, I got a couple of bombs I'd like to drop.
We ready.
All right. This is this woman. Horse has disabled participation screen sharing.
Okay, let me do that, child. Let me go on and get ready, honey. Let me see.
They're already coming in with the feedback and all this. I know.
As soon as he got on, it was like,
You can hear it too.
You should
right.
Be
that
vibration
just be so out of their range. They can't even contain this shit.
I believe that too.
We can't even do proper surveillance.
Exactly. It's like it's too many of them. You should have it now, Brother Odel.
All right, thank you. Well, hopefully that noise is gone as well.
Yeah,
that's better.
You told it to go somewhere. We got you.
Yeah, I just made some adjustments with my mic. I can do that. Right. Okay, I'll just. This. I like this subject matter talking and talk. I'm gonna have some fun with this. I'm just gonna show you. Let me just get it.
Okay, as soon as you get it up, I'll put it up for the fam. Okay, it hasn't kicked over yet. All right, so hold on a second.
So let me just.
All right.
So we live on the back end.
Yeah. I'm finna Hold on, brother. I need to put it on the screen for the YouTube fam.
All right.
So hold on. Let me share. Display capture. All right, it should be coming up on YouTube. Give it.
Hey, sis. I just have to say this stuff. As you and I have stated, we ain't into these titles, nationalities, none of that bullshit. Period. The soul of the matter. This is about your soul, not what the fuck you call yourself. What you call yourself is part of the matrix.
Right.
That all has to do with the physical aspect of things. Exactly, your avatar. It's all part of the script. They're characters and a fucking story.
Right.
No matter what you're calling yourself. If all of this is about going to a new dimension, creating something new, all those old titles and shit are third dimensional.
Yes, it is.
It belongs to the Matrix. If you didn't create the story, the characters don't belong to you. You just played a part.
Yeah,
you just played a character in somebody's script.
You're playing the role of that character. Yeah.
That's it. Other than that, you're supposed to be a soul. You're supposed to be a god, this, that, or the other.
The director, you're supposed to be the casting director. You're supposed to be able to cast that character accordingly how you want him to be.
Agreed, brother.
You're supposed to be able to play any role that you want to play, depending upon whose script you're playing. Just like all these actors and stuff that motherfuckers look up to, they play different characters in different movies.
Right.
And that's all the fuck we've been doing. Trapped in this reincarnation cycle, playing different motherfucking roles.
Exactly. Ain't wrote no script. Ain't produced the movie. None of that. Just stood in line and said, this time I want to be the king.
Stood in your act. You stood in your act.
This time I want to be the queen. This time I want to be the bad guy. And we keep telling you to get off the board. Uh-oh, he got kicked off. All right. We got to wait for him to come back on. Well, damn.
Go ahead, Brother. You were saying?
We got to wait for brother to come back on. Odel, he got kicked off. So, no, your point is very well taken. Okay, there he is. Hold on a second. Okay.
It's giving me like
ocean. Okay, there you are.
Yeah, it's playing me up because I had something to expose what's going on.
Yeah, we ready now. Let us go on and shut on up. You should be able to reshare.
Yeah, it's just somewhat quick because I could not comment on what you. I mean, I saw this thing when this first started happening. I was calling this out when this first started happening, not when it was over here, because obviously it spread over here, innit? So obviously I knew I saw this straight away. Right now, just bounce. I ain't gonna be here long with this thing, fam.
Okay.
Not at all.
This thing
not been nothing long at all.
Okay, let me share the screen for YouTube.
We're very quick.
Rhonda.
While you about to share the screen, Auntie, did you play that video that you said you was gonna play earlier today?
We ain't even got to that because of all the ratchetness. We ain't even got
man, that shit blew my mind, and I seen it before, but it was like I seen it before, but it was good. It's like a reminder, like, man, all this shit is some fuck shit.
Yeah, all of it is, and we might, I don't know, because Brother Odel got a lot of stuff to go through, so we might have to do it next week. Okay, we ready, Brother Odel, before you get re-kicked out.
I go good with what Brother Odel got to say.
Yeah, it goes very well with what he has to say. It fits right in.
And he's
trying to end on that note
already.
Let's try to end on that note.
Plus, people this week was swinging in my comments about the same said shit. The same said shit. Go ahead, Brother Odel. We ready, because I know we got so much to cover.
Right. I just want to briefly show this because I could not comment because I saw this when this first came out. I was like, I knew this was all, the whole thing was planned. So obviously with the BLM, it's been funded, right? So I'm only going to share a brief. I'm just going to share some imagery. I'm not going to say too much because I don't need to say all that much. So we're talking about BLM and the people it's funded by. Just briefly, you can see all these liberal Americans. And we know that it's been funneled, and actors are funneling money into other groups like hard left causes. And we all know that it's been funded by these, capitalresearch.org. I've got all the information. I'm going to email you this anyway, or whoever wants it. So we can see here, it talks about these companies that are funding like BLM and obviously other moves. You can see here, and obviously it's funded by the Alliance for Global Justice. Yeah, and we know that these kind of people, you know, one of the BLM founders, Patrice Colliers, you know, she brought a big, massive mansion in all these posh European areas, and she didn't want to live with the people she came up under, but it wasn't just her that's from them. You can see here, they've got millions of dollars from George Soros, blood. Most of them come from people like George Soros. These multi-billionaires are funding it, yeah? You can see here, these people, you know, I mean, I've got all the information, you see the links there and everything. Obviously, you've got all these open people, but you can see, just brief, I'm only showing, you've got these people, again, look, you see all these people defending them are the so-called Ashkenazi Khazarians. You've got Susan Rosenberg. You see where I'm going with this, fam? I'm not even done yet, but we'll just show a brief. And you can see, obviously, Susan Rosenberg, which is linked with University of Columbia and all these other organizations. But funny is, she seemed to know somebody called Bill Clinton. Oh!
They always around some foundation and nonprofit. That part.
And she mentions it that Bill Clinton released her from jail, released a sentence. So she, you know, she's part of, and look, she says here, Rosenberg is now the vice chairman of thousands of current money, which passes money through Black Lives Matter Global Network. So you can see here, people like this, they're ratchet. So they're part of all this nonsense. So George Soros is funding all this stuff. So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to touch, I just want to just touch this briefly and get onto a couple of them because we don't need to spend all this much money. We all know this Marxist transgenderism and all this nonsense, same sex and all this. It's all foolishness, blood. So this kind of exposes all of that stuff. So I'm going to email you this, but it's plenty of information with links in and everything to George Soros. And that's all funded. All this is all funded. You get me? I'm only just saying that a lot of these things are all funded by these people, these groups. So I would just say it's all linked in here. So I was just showing it brief because it's got plenty of information this has got. So I'm just going to just share the links and everything. So I'm going to email you this, sister, and it exposes BLM. It's got all the things in there. I was up on this long time, got bare links and everything. So, you know, all this BLM and all this thing, it's funded by George Soros.
Yep.
And all these multi-billionaires and all these world globalists. Again, and all these are still running their thing through SWIFT. They can't move their fiat currency without paying the Pope because the current system functions, or the pricing construct, functions on SWIFT. And I've already exposed that. And it comes under Section 2 AKV, which we've been killing on this stuff I've been doing recently anyway.
Right.
So even George Soros is under the jurisdiction of the Bank on International Settlements and the IMF because all of them move their fiat and they can't move that fiat without the Pope says so. They've got to pay, I think it's Roman tax. I think it's 5% Roman tax when they move things. I don't care how much Bill Gates is worth. I don't care how much he's worth. I'm not interested. How does he move his fiat? How does he move his fiat, blood?
Exactly.
You get me? They're all moving it under Swift, fam. And the only real people who are
under Swift.
The only people who wear any kind of sovereignty, which I found out, are the Jesuit priests. And I told you about this with the missionary work that they do, because they get their estates and they have what they call these black cards. They just sign the nature and they can just buy whatever they want anyway.
Yeah.
About that,
apparently, all the wealth, when it goes into the Vatican, it disappears. Once your wealth goes into the Vatican banks, it disappears from like history in a sense.
So let me just summarize, because I know we may be like, yep. So I just want to make sure that people understand it, and just let me know if I have it correct. So BLM is a front to move money.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure. So,
Auntie, we can prove that.
We can prove that when we go back. Allegedly and supposedly. I have to throw allegedly and supposedly in there.
Documents.
One and the same. A front to fucking launder money, and it's a coven of witches and warlocks doing spells.
Yeah, right. Joe Soros is a globalist.
Exactly. He's a globalist. So we're gonna stick on the financial side for now, but you are right, son Scotty. It's definitely that warlock spell stuff, but we're gonna stick on the financial side. So again, so we can clearly understand what this organization is about.
Antifa, BLM, any of these organizations, all of them. That's what this thing covers.
Launder, I don't care if you want to call it laundering, because if you in the illegal pharmaceutical business, they're going to say laundering, money laundering.
Yes,
but
that's correct.
Otherwise, if you have a foundation that is supposedly and allegedly helping folks, you're just funneling. You see the word tricks that are being played?
Exactly, sister. Yeah. That's exactly correct, sister. That's exactly correct. And the funneling, but get this one. And I told you this is all to do with the BlackRock stuff. You've been covering this recently, sister. It's all to do with the BlackRock stuff. Now, all of this thing, right? All of this thing comes under, and this is why I kept saying it. All of this funding thing still comes under Sestitute AKV. It still comes under that. So it doesn't matter what these people are saying, regardless of what's going on. They still come under this mind control in terms of this realm. This gets back into the black cult and the Saturnalian stuff we've all been covering. It's still involved with that, because all the energy from the souls, all the souls that are here, again, because it's like the Matrix, like Sophia Stewart. Shout out to Sophia Stewart. She exposed the whole thing. It's still programming. It's still programming on it's MK Ultra style mind control programming, and all these souls that are down here are being fleeced of their sweat equity, their energy through the pricking of the soles of the feet. This is why I talked about codification. This is what I keep talking about, because this is on a much more deep. I agree with Sean. This is on a much more deeper level, the mind control and the realm. It's so important, because the money is not the biggest issue. It's the energy from that fiat that the Vatican uses spiritual. This is why I talk about the triple tiara of the district of criminals, the City of London Corporation, and the Vatican being the seat of Peter, or Jupiter, because Jupiter ruled Pisces and the Pope sits on the throne of Peter. It's Jupiter rules Pisces. It's an energetic issue with the souls down here and the realm. Yeah. This is why I always say, I have to agree with Sham, the souls down here is what the battle is for the mind. This is why I agree with the Sophie Stewart in the Matrix. The biggest battle is for the mind. That is by far the most important battle that's being fought down here. Is a consciousness issue. That the money is the secondary. The mind controls the first, because it allows the souls to be fed off like Duracell batteries, like you're showing in the Matrix. That's the most important thing. That's why I agree with Shan that this is done deliberately from these people. Now I've got one more thing I want to share with you brief, because it's worth me just pointing this out. I'm just going to show this with you because I've got it up on screen anyway. And then it's related to what we've all been on about. And then I'll just
son Scotty, you were right on point. I just wanted for the people that's not going to understand the spiritual side, I want them to clearly understand the physical side of what those organizations are really about. And hence, when I was talking about old girl that was ghetto stealing, I specifically said she wasn't following how the big boys and girls do it. I knew what I was saying and why I was saying it that way. Okay, but I'm ready, Brother Odel. Go ahead on.
Thank you.
That's very good, Nephew Nuwa. It's soul laundering. That's exactly what it is. All right, so hold on. Let me bring back up for the fam.
So, if I'm not mistaken, what you're saying is even the people like Soros, Gates, and all that kind of stuff is in soul contract with the Pope.
Yeah, that's why convocation mentioned it. Yeah,
that's the blood drinking and all that stuff.
Yeah, the Kuru. It's to do with adrenochrome, Kuru.
Yeah, watch all of that. Watch all of that.
Yeah, we got to speak in code, bro.
You got to speak in code.
You know,
you cannot say that.
Drinking.
I talk about the high magic, like that one, them 3 layers of that trident, that triumvirate, that Roman energy on top of his head. Yeah, the high warlock.
Again, they're playing a role.
Yeah.
Just like we talked about before. So it's no different.
And that's the mind fuck.
Higher
that's
up.
The mind fuck. The higher up it get and the more darker it get.
Yep.
Metaphorically and literally. They in the shadows and they black, so-called.
From the darkness came the light.
Exactly. But they have to pay that tax. What he's saying is they have to pay the physical tax and they have to pay the spiritual tax.
Yes.
Correct.
It's no different. So you may think that they're, living so well, everything's going well. But as Brother Sean been jumping up and down, screaming, he keeps pointing it out. What's more precious than your soul? It's supposed to be nothing.
And I think this is where the Pope comes in with his confession, because now your soul is taxed every time you sin. And then you bring that tax to him, essentially. And he's like, he's already accredited in the system. Oh, yeah, you've sinned this much, you've sinned this much, you've sinned this much. You're already blacklisted in his list. You're already in his list.
But that shit is so fucking arbitrary. How you taxing motherfuckers who don't even have a soul to begin with? So the fuck?
You've got some soulless creatures down here. People might have split, but they don't
all
have souls. There's all that going on down here, petri dishes and all that kind of stuff. Listen, I covered that last week, and Sean was here. We covered that last week because you've got people with different DNA strands and everything. You've got people who have souls down there, and you have people that are just spirits. You get me? There's all that kind of nonsense that's going on down here. Now, I just want to quickly cut in, just briefly.
We're ready.
Yeah, because I won't take long. It's to be brief, and then we can go back off. I want to show some interesting stuff, and I'll go put the link in the chat. So that's George Soros there. We obviously know why it matters. It talks about this in New York Times, that it's funded basically racial equality when we know it's all inequality due to what they've been doing down there, due to the Black Bible codes that were put in 1724. And I haven't covered that even to that, but I'll leave that for now.
Due to the what codes?
I'll cover it at some point.
I'm just being, a
fast,
butthead to point that out. But you said due to the Bible codes?
The Black Bible Code is 1724.
Okay, the Black Bible Codes. Okay.
Yeah, the Court North 1724.
On your words. We're ready. Continue.
I'll go over if you want.
No, you don't have to go over it. You can continue.
All right.
Just being anti. Just sorry. Keep going.
Over 2 seconds. I just need to make comment because this is all talking about the 5 year. You talk about the grants, like 150 million will be used to support emerging social justice groups like Black Voters Matter and Circle for Justice Innovations, as well as establish civil rights, legal fiction, birth certificate, playing up against the state again, groups like Equality Justice Initiative and Repairs to the Breach. And you see, although it's funding it all, you're going to end up paying for it all because all this is one thing I wanted to point out. When you've got these leads at the top funneling money into these organizations like BLM, Have you noticed what's the one thing they always ask for, Sister Rhonda?
Donations.
Yeah, because and it's coming from what your bank account. So what
Yeah.
they're doing is they're sucking up the end of the soul energy. This is why I agree with Brother Sean yet again. When the people are giving up their little $10, $20, whatever it is they're giving from their bank account, remember it's tied to your birth certificate. It's an unsecured loan. I covered all this stuff with the bonds in the talk that I did last time. What they're doing in the 62 AKV, it's when they're getting these people to sign up and support BLM and all this. It's about the energy that they're using, the rituals that they're using through these protesting, all this nonsense. It's that energy that they're sucking up from that. They get more energy from that than you ever do when George Soros funding it. George Soros might put 220 billion in, but there's billions that come back from the souls that are down in terms of that sweat equity, then put back into these organizations. And George Soros and all these Muppets and all these other Vatican, all the rest of it, benefit from your sweat equity being poured back into these organizations. And so you've got these JP Morgan, chasing for it all, and they've been funding all this stuff. They funded George Floyd's death. They've been funding all of this stuff. So I'm going to send you the link, sister. These companies are funding it. All billions have been poured into it. This is to do with all the BlackRock and everything like that. So I'll let you make comment here, and I'll stop there, and I'll send you a link for this system. I'll post it in the chat, but I'll stop there. I just want to make it very clear about all these people supporting, funding all this. The whole system is behind all this nonsense. So I'll stop there. That was just brief, and let you comment.
Okay, so just real quick. Oh, Dad, can you leave that up for a second?
Oh yeah. I
can put back up. Comment on that right where you had it.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're saying 58 companies have pledged 33.54. I'm good with the numbers, y'all. So 33, huh? 5 plus 4, 9, huh?
Yep.
Oh, okay then.
Numerology.
Right.
End. Okay. 9 meaning end. 9 ether. We are the 9 ether beings.
58 companies. 8 plus 5 is what?
12 stranded DNA.
Yeah. Okay.
So numerological. And 12 months in a year, but even though it's really 13, but keep going.
We don't miss nothing around up in here. So all of these alleged supposed companies are pledging all of this alleged money. And you do realize that not only, like he alluded to, you have BlackRock, who is an oligarchy itself.
Yep.
How many of these companies roll up to the Paysur Foundation / Trust, which rolls up to those European families, which ultimately rolls up to the Vatican now.
Exactly.
This is what he's telling you all. Because we went through the Paysur stuff pretty extensively. I went through the BlackRock stuff pretty extensively. So you all should understand and overstand how these big businesses work.
Auntie.
Yes, sir.
2 things. I want to touch on BlackRock first. I recently found out, you probably did touch on this already, but maybe not. Do you know how BlackRock is really amounting their wealth? It's through AI. So they have a program called Aladdin, and it's what. Hold up, whoa.
No, go ahead.
Whoa, I felt that from here, bro. God damn. No, it's basically a program that they can scheme the market with, and it allows them to do their trades and basically gobble up markets at a pace, at a rate that we would never be able to establish. And they've been doing this for a minute, and that's really how BlackRock is BlackRock. It's not because of they're a genius. No, they got a program called Aladdin.
Let me tell you something, nephew. I'm in tech.
Yeah.
We've been knowing that for years before you all were calling it AI, or before they introduced what's called AI. Right. We knew that computer programs were written to create algorithms and to search out algorithms for the financial market. We knew that those computer programs were making the trades. We knew that those computer programs determine whether the market is up, down, flat. So they've been doing that for a while.
Doing it.
Those in tech,
construct.
all we
Thank
saw
you.
was an article about them writing a computer program to start trading. And those of us that are smart said, oh, so they basically gonna control the market computer-wise. You'll never be able to compete with that unless you can write your own program to either get a hint of an algorithm or if your program matches their algorithm. So they have been doing that. Just like the average American public don't even know that the New York Stock Exchange has been bought and sold a few little times by foreign entities.
They are foreign.
Hell, I didn't forget who owns it at this point.
It's Sweden.
BlackRock, probably.
I think it's
so.
Sweden.
Yeah, I knew that, but it plays far back than just recently with AI.
No, it's not recently, but it's just that they're coming, as you said, it's coming out in the open now. The name of that program, before you knew it was just a program.
Exactly.
No, it's now Aladdin. Yeah, it's now.
Exactly.
Well, remember, I
just
keep
slapped
talking
the
about
name on it, label on
exactly.
it. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead,
exactly.
But everything's being tracked in real time. This is why I talked about Swift. So we keep saying Swift. I keep mentioning it. The whole thing is every time a transaction is mind control because the Jesuits run Swift. You can't move the market trade on Swift. Everything runs through the BIS. I keep pointing this out
Bank
for the
of
slow ones in the back.
Settlement. That's
Bank for International Settlements in Basel, in Switzerland, and the Pope has a Swiss card. And I've always exposed this. That the whole Piscean construct, the fiat, the deed, the whole Piscean construct, I just read, but Jupiter ruled Pisces. This is why we get to the Astrological Clock, Visor Cosmos, the black sun in the realm. It's all tied to the realm. We keep covering this.
And we gonna
Nothing happens by chance, it happens all by purpose. Keep going, sister.
And again, just as a reminder to the fam, when they talk about the Aquarian age, I done took and told y'all, I have been consistent with you all throughout these years that the reset, quote, quote, ushering in the Aquarian age, according to them, they're going to switch up the currency because the currency has to match what? The energy.
And the frequency.
They done already told you, Fed Reserve Jerome Powell and already told y'all that the IMF and them and the International Bank, they're already looking at cryptocurrency. Then you had Biden's senile ass just last week come out and say, "Oh, I'm signing this executive order to look at cryptocurrency because the cryptocurrency will be the new current, new financial current." So, but it's still gonna be the same game. It's still gonna be the rolling up, the international, the BIS settling all transactions. It's still gonna be the same thing. They're just going digital.
They're going digital, and it's ether based because it's going ether based. This is what the 5G. I covered this. In fact, I'll share the evidence with you in a second. I covered this. This is something I'm going to share because I'm at this rate. I'd rather just share the imagery now because I've got it here, and I'm going to agree with the sister yet again. The sister's got this absolutely right, as she always does get this right. The 5G and the representative of the fifth age is Aquarian. This is ether based. And it's air-based, which is Aquarian. STR's special drawing rights, and it's in the UPU because I've got them, and they've already got this planned way up ahead. Well, for the Sloans in the back, this has been planned up way up ahead, and they've got the whole thing planned. And this is why they want you scared of Corona or Clown, because coronavirus or the divine feminine, there's a natural cycle that's happening in this part of the cosmos. Exactly. And I covered this last week. That's natural, and they knew that was coming. So before that gets ready to fix in and the fix to raise it up, then when you're scared of corona or crown or coronavirus, because they knew that their fake version they had to get in place first before the natural cycle happened of the natural century cycle. It's from 2017, which I've got the alignments for it, and it's even in the heliotech from September the 23rd, 2017. Right the way through to 2072. I've got all this stuff.
Exactly. So we ready when you ready. So
sister, I mean, you've been spelling this stuff out. So the SDI special drawing rights is going to cover all the crypto, and it's all being planned on the air base, which is Aquarium,
which is the Aquarian age. And all I had to do with the crypto stuff, when they came out with that crypto coin called Ethereum, I said, oh, goddamn it, they finna move.
Yeah.
I said, oh, they finna move this, and that coin is going to skyrocket. And I was fucking right, and now it's one of the quote stable coins. And that just sealed, that was my physical proof of what spiritually I knew. I saw this the physical proof right here. This is them trying to stand up another system to co-opt the natural changing of the age, which is ushering in the divine feminine energy, which will raise the vibration of the planet so high that none of those programs can operate.
Correct. That's exactly how I've seen it as well, sister. That's exactly how I've seen it. Exactly how I found it. Just like you, I found it. And these tried to come in. Nickel slick.
Right, nickel slick. Exactly.
So again, you can see the 5G. You've got the natural divine cosmos and the natural things that happen in the fork in the road. I did a talk on this, and it got 8,000 views on Facebook, and then they pulled it down because there's too much knowledge in there.
Of course.
And so you've got the natural stuff that's coming in consciously, and then you've got the fork in the road, because again, this is that duality, but obviously everything will go back into one. And they're trying to do this 5G thing because they knew what was already coming. They knew they tried to give us what I call a fake version of Aquarius. And so this fork in the road would mean that obviously this is the next step being, we'll be transfiguring our DNA. This is what Sophie Stewart talks about the matrix, the Christ age. It's the divine feminine. If you raise past all this stuff and you go past all it, Kundalini, you go into the next state of being, like Sean said, you won't even be here to deal with any of this nonsense. This is why they're spreading coronavirus and covering it all in this talk, but the whole thing got murked off. Right? It's about the transformation of you. Right. It's about the spirit within you is most important thing. Never mind all this stuff about fiat and currency and bank and all. It's all nonsense, fam. And I did the alignment on the showing that the universe was showing us that. You get me? So I'm with the sister on this thing, and in the Vatican, they know all this stuff. They're just trying to keep it this is what they want to give us. It's like this Terminator version of it. They want to give us this George Orwellian version. This is what they want to plan for us. You get me? Not the natural side of it, which is what I was covering in this talk, the real side of it. So there's a natural side that's coming, and then there's this fake side that they're putting out there. You get me? So I'm just going to be brief there, because I want to this is the comment, because I don't want to cut up too much, but I just wanted to share that because I've already covered this stuff. We already knew what was going on, and your sister, you've been spot as always, Sister Rhonda. You get me? So I'll stop there and let you comment. But I've already covered this stuff. You get me? You know what's going on, Rhonda. This whole cocker fraud, Sean's right. This whole cocker fraud is to try to get the minds here, using the black sun again, to try and reinstitute that astrological clock. They're trying to reinstitute it again. And put us into what I call fake version of Aquarius under that clock, and then restart another cycle, another 25,000 year cycle. I've covered it in the Great Sine Wave in this talk. It's covered in the talk that I've just shown you, and they're trying to restart all that nonsense yet again. And here we are exposing the whole thing. But go ahead.
Exactly. So, Brother Sean, you back on? You have anything you want to put on it?
Yeah, I mean, it's really self-explanatory. They have to lay out their game plan.
Yep.
In order to get your consent.
Absolutely.
They've been
to
showing
give disclosure.
Witchcraft.
They still want you to exist in duality.
Yep.
That's why they presenting 5G and 5D dimensions. Everybody keep talking about going to the fifth dimension. 5G is what puts you into the metaverse, putting you back into the system.
Yeah.
To me, that also goes along with the digital currency, because in order to exist in that 5G realm, you're going to have to deal with cryptocurrency in order to be able to do anything. They already told you that they flipping the currency like they do at every reset.
Exactly.
It's the same old script. They just changing up the characters and the currency.
Exactly.
But as we've stated, the true currency has always been you, your soul. That's all they want. They want to feed off your soul. And they give you all these titles of people to respect and to bow down to. People still keep acting like this little frail character called the Pope has all this power, when he tells you himself that he's just a physical representative.
Yep.
Yeah, for the humans.
For a new. And we know a new funky ass ain't been around in hundreds of thousands of years.
Right.
Or even if it was within the past 10,000 years or so, considering the way they lie about dates. Either way, his funky ass still ain't here.
Right.
He ain't have eternal life here. He ain't have eternal life there. Only place he has eternal life is in your motherfucking rabbit ass mind. And I call it a rabbit ass mind because you always in the goddamn rabbit hole, just gnawing and nibbling on every little crumb this motherfucker give you.
That's old school with that rabbit ass. That's elder shit right there.
Coming, I put my head in the sand.
Ain't got an original thought of your own.
Facts.
The most important being you need to know is self. And you still won't focus on you. You sit up and admit that technology is based on you, and you still won't study the original. I mean, if y'all want to be characters, that's fine and dandy. I mean, you had a right to do that.
Yeah, you do.
That's what free will is.
Yep.
But know that if you want to keep your free will, considering you agreed to their contract, you can't take away nobody else's free will. Exactly. You can't get mad at us for not wanting to be here. That's you bringing yourself into another cycle because you're giving your energy to us because we refuse to consent to the fuckery.
Exactly. Ain't nobody got no 25,960 and some change to be fucking around with you, them, Inky, Binky, Slinky, them. I ain't got it to give.
You, and your motherfucking crew.
Right.
And just look at some of your favorite actors. They don't try and stay in front of the camera. They eventually go behind the camera. They want to write, produce, direct. They want in on the big money. They don't want to be characters no more. They want to create characters. They want to be creators. They want to be gods in their universe.
Yep.
They want to buy the studio.
Where they get weak motherfuckers like y'all to give them a head and bend over to try and become a character, and they goddamn move.
That's some low level hoeing, child.
I'm just saying, don't get mad at us for not wanting to partake in any of that fuckery.
Right.
You have the right to pick and choose. You can put all your energy into your fuckery and don't have to waste any of it on us.
Right.
Their fuckery don't work if we don't accept their fuckery, though. What do you mean?
Yeah, but as long as it's working for them, they can all go in one little corner and jump up and down on each other and just have fuckery fest and all the way through their next cycle.
Yeah. Right. And that's the part that's
one
that all
motherfucker
we're saying is don't be putting my name in your mouth. Go on with your fuckerization and live a happy cycle.
Exactly.
You and your other fuckery. Go around.
But no, people want somebody to go along their fuckery journey. That's a no for me.
No, they want to bring down someone like us to their level. It's not even they want to be around other low level motherfuckers. No, they want to bring down a high level motherfucker. That's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's why they gotta come to this channel for fuckery rehab.
Right.
Yeah, because we just
try,
point out the fuckery. We tell you we ain't for the fuckery. No matter how you jump up and scream and say we don't know what we talking about, you out of your mind. I stand on what the fuck I say. I have a reason why I don't fuck with the Bible. I don't throw up gang signs for Inky Binky Linky, Jesus, Allah, them. I have a reason for that. And you don't have to understand that reason. That's my journey, not your journey. Jesus. And I don't have a problem with you repping that. Go on and rep that. Do you? But see, people don't want to stand up in their own bullshit. Let's keep it real. They don't want to stand up in their own bullshit. They don't have the confidence to wear the big girl and big boy drawers. You want to jump into somebody else's drawers.
Jesus will pray for me.
And see, that's not clean to me. That's nasty as fuck. You gonna wear your own drawers. You gotta wear your own drawers this cycle, boo.
That's a fucked up thought. You do your dirt and then you go to someone else to get, as you say, your drawers clean. It's like, nah, that's your dirt.
Yeah, you're not finna jump your pissy and shitty ass in my drawers. No, that's a no. You have to own your shit. And this is why adults keep getting wrapped up in these cults, these scams, following these leaders. And I'm just finna be real honest. I'm just finna keep it all the way the fuck real up in here.
Levi's.
Those of you that are in this conscious community, whether or not you want to call it conscious community, whether or not you want to call it the black community, whatever the fuck you want to call it, whatever label you want to put to it, if you are being fleeced at this point, you deserve to be fleeced. You deserve to be pimped. Because the people that are doing the pimping, they ain't even coming with nothing fresh, nothing new.
Not an original.
And the sad part about it, all they have to have, excuse me, cuz Odel, all they got to have is a swinging dick. And if she's a good enough pimpette, a halfway decent face, and some body parts that you deemed look presentable to you.
While the lights are off.
And a smooth silk tongue.
And some red lipstick and some big old titties. Oh, I'm sorry.
We wrong, guys. Oh shit!
Forgive us, family. We ratchet over here. We're ratchet.
You know,
forgive us.
Let us pray.
Forgive us, family. So you're supposed to be fleeced. You are adults. You're supposed to be adults on the physical side and on the spiritual side. And the reason you keep being fucking fleeced, because you're playing the role of a child. You continue to play the role of a child with your physical livelihood. And the saddest part about it, with your spiritual livelihood. Because folks still don't get the connection. I could tell you by who you are by your plight in the physical world. I'm going to say that for the slow motherfuckers in the back. I can tell who you are spiritually by your physical plight. Because everything happens on the spiritual realm.
First.
So if you're waddling around on the spiritual realm as a child, being pimped out and fleeced, I already know that's what's going to be done to you and is being done to you in the physical realm. So nope, we don't coddle over here. Now we respect everyone for their decisions, don't get me wrong. But you can't bring that over here where you want us to get on your program. That's your program. Go on and ride it into the sunset for the 25,960 something years. And who the fuck knows, brother Odel? They may add some more quote years to that motherfucking clock. We don't know.
They just changed the time.
Right, yes.
Are they keeping count?
Like savings time.
Count, Mom.
But don't they always do that with resets? Are we still not understanding what resets are?
And they're gonna keep it set here, they said.
Now in this new reset, they talking about doing away with daylight savings time.
Absolutely.
Yep, Sean. That's what I heard too, Sean. How can you? I mean, if you've got 24 hours in the day, how can you add and take an hour away? It's just
that
simple
just tells
questions.
you it's fake right there. I was just having this conversation with my niece behind the scenes.
You can't add an hour of time. How do you add and take an hour of time away?
An hour.
She was like, people don't see this. She was like, they don't see it. I said, no, they don't see it. It's all fake. Time is an agreed upon construct. I'm going to say that for the slow motherfuckers in the back. Time is an agreed upon concept. And they remind you of that each time they tell you, slide to the left, moving time back. Slide to the right, moving time up. They remind you.
Analog, digital, times 1 to 12. It's got 12 months in a year. And the same clock, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, is fake. Because it runs up to the year of the 12 months a year, but there's not 12 months, it's 13. The Vicar know this, but they're not teaching that out in mainstream. We might cover that tonight if we get a chance. But again,
we need to get
they know, but they don't teach the masses.
They know, absolutely they know.
So I totally agree with you, sister. So all this an hour backwards, an hour forwards, it's all nonsense. And when I covered the talk that I did last week, I explained how not only did I explain that, expose how religion was mind controlled into the realm, but I also explained things from a time and linear perspective, if you remember when I covered that last week.
Exactly.
And that whole thing was mind controlled also, and that's tied to the black sun in the realm and the beings that came here, which you mentioned earlier, Minky, Binky, Linky, and all that, and the Dracon and all the rest of them. We mentioned it on here last week. We covered it all last week. But go ahead, sister.
No, I'm good. So we're ready to get into. Are you gonna do the astrological clock tonight?
We were supposed to be, we were supposed to be finishing off. I mean, again, I think sister one of the sisters asked for you to play something. I think we can just go wherever you want, because that's how you do it here anyway.
Okay, we're not going to play that video tonight. I'll get into that next week. So I would prefer, if you don't mind, we get into the astrological clock. Because since we're talking about it, we might as well get on into it so people can visually see what we're talking about.
Yeah, because we covered this. We've been covering this recently and explaining it. So I get how people even arguing with you because we exposed all this stuff. So I'll just pull it up because I've got it ready anyway. But yeah, I don't get how people don't get this. We're not reinventing we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We already know what that is. You get me? So I don't know why everyone's even arguing with you because you've done exposed all of this long time ago. You've done exposed it, so I don't know why people are trying to make any attempt to even argue with yourself, because that whole thing.
I don't know why they do it either. And the thing that be getting me, it's like I'm respectful of everybody else's beliefs. So why you want to swing on me? Because I said what the fuck I said.
Want to expose their sky daddy?
You better take that up with your sky daddy. They ain't got shit to do with me.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we'll fix on to move. We'll fix on to move on from where we left off last week. So we're here.
All righty. Let me share the screen. All right. We should be good.
All right, we'll move this out of the way because we'll just briefly cover it. We'll just go over it. You can see, obviously, I won't be here for too long because we kind of got through all this. But you can see the realm here. You can see the Saturn, the rings. You can see the realm here. And when this clock was put into place, I think it was 9598, basically, when the intruder races came and managed to finish their stupidness and poking the fence down here. And then what they did was this is why we have a procession of the equinox, because we're not supposed to have that. When the natural ascension cycle, when the realms were tied to the proper Ekas and Acacias, the system wasn't set up like this. It was in a natural. It was what the people call they call it the Star of David. It's not. It's the Moshe Hex Alpha, where it represents the elements of the realm, and we talked about this last time. It represented the Merkaba. Now, in the natural ascension cycle, if we wasn't being messed with, we will be able to move up through the different dimensional realms, which I covered in this talk partially, without having an issue. But they knocked that off, and this is why we've got the procession of the equinoxes, because we're not supposed to have that. And they're not to often change the angles. And then obviously they put the Inky, Binky, Linky, them, the Tree of Anu, the Anunnaki, the Dracon, the Weesadats, the Weesadex, the Zeta Reticulans, the beings from Orion that came here. I mean, it's multiple beings. I've got all that stuff. That came here, and basically they've messed up our particular solar system and put us under this astrological clock. And instead of us being here in the natural ascension cycle, we've got the wheels have been put in here. The wheels have been put in here. So Nibiru's on one of them, Chiron's on one of them, Wormwood's on the other side, the Black Sun Saturn is down here, and then there's another thing they've put on down here, and it's what they do to keep this whole realm here, to keep this whole realm in place. And this is this realm they put in the Dracon and the Weesadats, and they're all involved with it and put the wheel in. And as the sister pointed out correctly last week, when the souls leave here, they get fixed up in here, and they get recycled down into the Black Sun down here, cycled up and back up through here, through the star signs, and then through back into the realm, into the 3D realm here. So we've been covering all of this stuff. So that was just brief. Okay. So when we say last week, sister, didn't we? We went in on it. The last couple of weeks we've been here explaining all of this stuff.
Okay, so just to reiterate what Brother Odel is saying. So all and family, once I put this connection together, I was blown away. And shout out to Vibes of Cosmo, right? Because that sparked me, and I said, wait the fuck a minute. That means this whole entire thing, this astrological clock, which means the precession of the equinox, they're controlling it via technology, via that black sun, and it's all artificial. This is how they're controlling the realm.
Yes. Can I add some?
When you're tuning
Odel,
in, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just trying to understand the science of what he was dropping down. Because he was saying how that when on the top side, Nibiru is turning on his wheel, and on the other side, the black sun is basically using the Earth's natural momentum, like on your left, showing to be on a spiral. They're holding it in a circle now where it's not spiraling upward anymore. It's literally just turning its energy, and then they're siphoning that off that energy for their own usage.
I've got the grids. I've got the grids on it. They're taking the quanta. This way I agree with Brother Sean, and he mentioned this last week. They're taking the quanta or the energies with the souls here, and they're feeding it to what's called dead systems where they messed up. So the Dracon, they messed up their system. The Anunnaki, they messed up their system. The Orions, they messed up their system being from Orion, and obviously all the energies through what's called the Earth's ley line, the Earth's grids. This is why they pick the soles of the feet. This is why I talk about covification and Vatican, because it goes much deeper. I knew this when I got into the Vatican stuff, and that the energy that they put that on through the Vatican, and this is why the keys today. If I might show something, the Solemn Victus today, I might show that if I get a chance. Where the Pope comes out, so-called Christ Mass, and he waves, and the Orion's above him. That's because the beings that he worships these beings from Orion that came here. Sugar Grouper knew this when I covered the stuff about Sugar Grouper last week. That they know that these beings, I talked about the Lucian, obviously the genochrome and stuff. All the Earth's points. I think I've got some representation. I have to pull them out, dig them out. The Earth's grids are set up a certain way, and what they've done is they run this into what's called the 55 harmonic. You see it here, the 55 harmonic. And the Metatronic frequencies, the Miriam frequencies, and the Dracon frequencies, and they take that energy off, the siphon it through your soul. That's why the soul issue is the big issue. They're taking that energy off world to these dead systems or apparent dead systems. So that's how they're doing it.
And that makes it even worse.
Dimensional physics.
That makes it even worse. So basically, they've taken with their technology, and let's say this black sun or the electromagnetic coils. They've set it on top of major natural ley lines of the realm, and they've tuned it to control the realm. And then, in essence, our souls are tuned into the realm, and they're ciphering energy from both.
Yes, that's correct. Yes,
I wouldn't say.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I won't say control. I'll say more cipher because there's more of a resonance. I'll say it's more of a resonance. Like I'm thinking Tesla technology. It's whatever their coil is now in resonance to nature.
And you're exactly right. You're exactly right. So let's say.
So they're transferring the energy literally from here to there wirelessly.
Exactly.
Or
Exactly.
Well,
so
we should use that energy.
Well, two things. Yeah, you're right. You're right, sis. You're absolutely right.
We do have that energy. We have to start tapping into it. That's literally what I mean by tapping in and like eating healthy.
So what we're saying is, I want to stay focused. So bear with me because this is important. I want people to understand.
ADD. I got you. We got you.
What we are saying when I've been telling y'all for years to get off the board. Brother Sean's been telling you for years. Your frequency, be in tune with the natural ley line of the planet, not this artificial shit. So the artificial shit is all of this precession of the equinox, this particular age, that particular age, when you're supposed to be tuned into the natural ley lines of the planet. Because the natural ley lines of the planet and / universe is a higher frequency, than their artificially coded precession of the equinox.
And I'll even add on to it, it's a varying frequency. It's not exact. So it's like 3.14. So you know that it's not just 3, it's 3.14. That's what they're having trouble with. That 0.14, it's always varying, it's always changing. It's a spiral. It's not a circle, it's a spiral.
Already know to the tune of the exact number of the frequency. When we went over the Alphabet Boys document in going over consciousness, they told you the exact number of the planet's frequency. They said it was 7 point something or the other. I told
Schumann resonance,
the Schumann
rising.
resonance. I told you that the planet was already higher, and they are trying to keep up, and they can't keep up.
That's correct. Yes.
That's the facts of it. Yeah.
But also, just knowing what the frequency is and being able to tap into it, being a non-organic being, is where their problems come in.
Exactly.
That's why they had to come up with this duality system.
Correct.
Exactly.
And ley lines, they laid their line over the original ley line.
Come on, tell it now.
And if you're not able to tap into the original ley line, all you're going to do is feed their lines.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's just like stealing electricity.
Yes.
Like how motherfucker, you know, you do the whole thing with the meter, they come take you off, this, that, or the other. Motherfuckers remove the meter and just run it straight in. Just run a straight wire.
Exactly.
Right.
I mean, there's all types of ways to do hacks. And that's what they are, the masters of hacks.
Absolutely.
That's where all this hacking and everything came from.
Imitation. Yeah.
Because they're not the original.
Yeah, they're not natural to this realm. That's correct, Brother Sean.
Exactly.
And you've got that.
Can I ask the slow people question?
Sure, go ahead, Nisi Poo.
Can I ask the slow people question?
Your connection
Where
is
are
horrible.
these ley lines? Because I want to go there.
Okay. Again, your
wherever the government.
The original.
Where are the original ley lines? Because you're breaking up really bad.
For a second.
All over the planet.
So I think you said, where are the original ley lines?
These ley lines?
Okay,
like the real ley.
Okay, and so somebody answered the question.
I was gonna say that
question.
at the point of where all your government facilities are, like your military, that's mainly where they're holding them, because then you can't get access to them. The human person can't really get access to them. You have to be military.
Yeah, you've got.
Stadiums, all types of stuff. They everywhere. The churches, so-called
the churches specifically. I shall talk on that. Yes,
universities,
the churches, the church, the circles, specifically the churches, the church, the churches specifically are on there. I agree with that. Absolutely. They said, and in fact, if you look at the churches, the organs and the bells that are in the churches, they use the original stuff from the ancient societies. In the churches, fam.
Yes,
that's what they're doing. They've got all the copper wiring in there and everything in there, fam. I've been covering all this stuff with the mental mud flood stuff that I've done. But go ahead.
Absolutely. And I'm going to tell you, the game is so cold. Where I picked up, it was the churches, was Westworld. They fucking told you in Westworld. They showed you when they was at that motherfucking church, that motherfucking bell rang.
Ding dong.
All the motherfucking robots got confused and they had to be reset and got on code. I said, oh shit! They telling us what's going on in this realm.
Yeah.
And I bet you the pyramids are probably on ley lines as well.
Yeah, they all are. They all are.
Absolutely, they are. Absolutely. Why do you think those pyramids had the copper and gold? And we know they're the conductors of energy, right?
This is why all the Asian societies with like the Tatarians and stuff like that, they were more advanced in the Asian societies where we were in the matriarchal societies than they are today, because we used to use the natural principles. And this is I'm going to touch this. There's certain forms of energy you get, right? Delbert Blaise talk about this as well. I'm familiar with this. So you've got electrical and ELF, which is the lowest form. Then you've got magnetic, which is the one above that. And then you've got the natural like organic, which is what this realm originally, when we came down in billions of years ago, the female Yanas, we was on that natural organic thing, which is the original tied to the realm. We was on that template, you 12-strand DNA to 4H. That's tied to that. That's really tapping naturally, which I was talking with Brother Antoine when you do the natural meditations. You could tap into that because it's still inside your body, because you're still linked to it. For your DNA. You could tap into that at that level And that's cosmic organic energy, not this ELF, extra low frequency in the electrical realm. We could switch past that in the body. That's what I was going to cover. This is what they know about with the churches and stuff like that. It taps into the churches tap into the magnetic stuff, but we can go even further than that into the organic stuff, the natural stuff that comes right back from the universe. And you can tap into that on a natural level with your own body. And that's why I agree with Vishal. You're supposed to be fixing on your own body first and foremost, because that template that's in you is what taps into that naturally. Everything outside of yourself is all this nonsense that they've been promoting.
Remember, you're made of water like a crystal, so you're able to do things with your body that
which is a conductor of energy. But yeah, so absolutely, it is what it is, fam. And again, I know I saw somebody in the chat saying that they've been watching Westworld. I'm telling you, Westworld even shows you continuously the black spiral sun. They show you the black spiral sun as the energy center, and they show you when they show like the robot's computer system and connector, they show you on like their rubber skull the image of the black sun.
Yeah, it looks like a labyrinth.
All Westworld is telling you is how they're controlling the realm. And when they want to reset, ding! They ring the bell and reset the realm.
You see how happy Biden was when he was talking about the digital currency? He had a little grin on his face. I like that.
He's such a fucking idiot. He don't know what that means.
I know it. But he had it.
Yeah, he didn't know. And I'm sitting there like, woo.
His man's had kicked in.
Exactly.
They had him on that good dope that day.
Yeah, he didn't have his good.
Felt a good child that morning, you know what I mean?
Exactly. So do you all understand what we are telling you? When we tell you, you have to get it. If you want to be quote, quote, free, you have to bypass their code. Hence, get off the board. So all of this reset that they're setting you up for, which this is a huge one, and make no mistake about it, they're just not resetting out of the kindness of their heart to make it a better world. They're resetting because mama's natural energy / ley lines has risen. And actually, she's risen really, really high. The Schumann resonance tells you that. That's your proof. But they just want to continue their cycle. So they're trying to put another program in place or more technology in place to reset your program. Now, we played a video for you one time last year where a melanated sister, and that video was back from the 80s, where she told you that the cycle of this astrological clock has run out.
Yes, that's what I've been on. That's right.
She told you that, which I had figured that out. Yeah, that's a wrap for this one.
The Mayans told us that. Sorry.
Yeah, the Mayans told us in 2012, but what they put out, the Mayans said was it was just going to the Aquarian age. I want to reiterate the graph that Brother Odel is showing you with the astrology signs going around. Remember, those represent ages, right?
Yep.
What I am telling you, this whole entire thing has run out.
Yes, that's what I'm fixing upon.
It's null and void. It has run out.
Yes.
They are trying to restart it to keep control of the realm.
Yes. And I can show a representation of that at some point when I get chance. Of what they've been doing in terms of how they plug this stuff into the Earth's Templar and how the siphon energy. I've got a good example of that I can share with you at some point.
Okay,
but yeah, I agree with you,
done.
sister,
Whenever
completely.
you're ready, brother Odel.
I just want to share to the people, that it's done because everything that they're giving you is fake. Just look at your food. Bill Gates is trying to push you fake food. They're trying to push you fake meat, meaning nature has changed her code. They can no longer accept nature. So they're now having to produce processed food that's on their code level to process because they no longer can process real food. So that's how you know everything has changed.
Right. And I told y'all, I've been telling y'all for years that it's going to come a time, quote, quote, time, no pun intended, that Mother Earth is going to vibrate so high that people are not going to be able to naturally eat from her because they're not going to be on the same frequency. I've been done told y'all that.
Who's ready for their Beyond Meat burgers? They're Beyond Meat. They're Beyond Meat.
Or they're Soylent Green.
Or Soylent Green, yeah.
So we've been done told. I personally told you all that.
And that's because that their frequency now nature won't support their frequency anymore.
Right, and why should she?
That's why they're producing all that stuff now.
Why should she? Because y'all thought it was a joke that I've been telling you for years. Now, you better go out there and get your hand. I know you like me, nephew knew why you dibble in the gardening and all of that. When I told y'all better get out there and get your hands in the soil, attempt to start growing something. I've been telling y'all that for years. And everybody running around talking about upgrading DNA, woo, this, that, and the third.
Crazy.
But you're still depending on someone to feed you. If they shut down the supply system, which they gave you your warning, most of y'all don't even know how to feed yourself, but you're quote, quote, conscious and woke. I told you all that for a reason, and I told you why I was telling you that. I told you that her frequency is going to rise, and you need to be in tune, and you need to be eating from her with stuff that you are growing.
Yeah. That's your upgrade.
You're getting the DNA code updates.
You're going to be resonating on her level.
They are not.
Okay.
Look at this. There's the word.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, there's the word troglodyte, which it means basically people come from the cave, and we always would think that it meant white people per se, right? Our Caucasian friends. But just the other day, I was driving. And in a group of car, there was called Muslim people, and they had their entire car covered and shaded. I'm thinking to myself, hold on. If I live in a world where it's governed by the sun, for example, and the seasons come with how the sun's moving in the earth, and our plants, we're gardeners, we know our plants need a certain level of sunlight. Mm-hmm. We need a certain level of sunlight. So why are these people afraid of the sun? People that wear sunblock, people that are cave dwellers, why are they afraid of the sun? And it's coming to mind now that, hold on, these are the unnatural people that live among us. Because if they're afraid of the sunlight, and the sun we know gives the life source that we come to live off of, how can you be afraid of it? How can you be blocking it? How are you looking to shade it off in any way particular?
Well, that particular DNA code was put here. If you didn't see last week's show, Brother Odel went over that, and it wasn't even Brother Odel telling the story. It was two Caucasian folks telling the story. And I take my hat off to them, or my scarf off to them again this week. They told us that it was DNA code, but I want us to be aware. I want you to focus back on Brother Odel's graph. What creates the sun? I want us to understand this. What creates the sun?
The black sun.
Exactly.
Refraction off of the dome.
Exactly.
Of radiation.
So if the black sun creates the regular sun, what's natural?
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying the people that, if right now what is to be natural is to get sunlight, because that's what the plants are using. If you're running from that, that's giving the plants life. then you're running from life itself. So which is why these people are okay with turning off the sun, essentially, turning off nature, eating food that doesn't have life in it.
Right. That's one aspect of it, but I want you to get off the board. I'm going to restate it again. And if you get it, I need you to restate it like you get it.
All right.
Where does the sun come from?
The black sun, the refraction off the dome.
What is the black sun? Ah, Kimosabi. See, there's always a method to my madness.
I would like you to give me more explanation on that, because that definition I don't have 100%.
Okay.
I don't want to.
Electromagnetism.
I don't want to filibuster that.
A little spiral there.
Right. The black sun is the spiral, right? The electromagnetic coil spiral. So isn't that the technology that is sitting on top of the natural ley line? Isn't
The
that
template.
a natural?
Correct. I understand where you're coming from. Yes.
Yeah.
That is the tech that is sitting on top of the natural frequency. Yes. That's
Yes, but the natural frequency is still there. So it's just a case of being able to tap into the natural side of that,
exactly.
because it exists on the template. I'll share an image of what I'm sharing in a second. Go ahead, sister. I need to show an example of what I'm on about. I think it might be good to share an example. I'll just stop this for 1 second.
Original hacking.
Give me two. I need about a minute or so. But go ahead.
It's hacking. Yeah, so that's the only point that I'm trying to make, because I want people to understand how false this entire realm is, how it's been hijacked. Okay, so the sun that we see in the sky was not originally the sun of the natural realm, is where I'm going with that.
And we know that to be true because we know that in the Bible, like I said, before whatever it was before, they took it down and they said it was dark, and then they erected a light source.
And we could go back, and y'all know I don't do the Bible. I only know key points.
Saturn.
But let's back it up. Didn't the Bible say that somebody said, "Let there be light"?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
So
Exactly
that means it was dark from the beginning, right?
And then they put some
separate the waters and all of that shit.
Saturn was the sun. And it wasn't illuminated like we think it is, like this bright line light that's like
it was probably more like Avatar. I'm leaning to
bioluminescent.
Right.
Yeah. That's where I'm leaning towards. But it is what it is. But we'll wait for. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean. You had something to say. I apologize.
Yeah, somebody in the chat had mentioned that about Saturn and the fact that it's not ignited. Now, they say that those rings around Saturn, I've heard it said that they're actually ice. So, just like how they caused icing to come over down here when we didn't have that at first, who's to say those rings around Saturn wasn't in order to put the original sun out?
Well, I mean, we have to look at the rings as representing the refracted light from the different ethers.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, as far as for another hypothesis I heard about, as far as for the rings being ice.
Right, and there were also articles stating that those rings are disappearing.
Mm-hmm.
So I just kind of chuckled, and I heard that years ago before I ran up on Vibes of Cosmos stuff. But when I ran up on Vibes of Cosmos stuff, it brought me back to those articles they put out years ago saying Saturn's rings are disappearing, which would make sense if the total realm breakdown, the artificial structure of the realm is breaking down. So hence, so would be those rings. Yes, the
Yeah, those
rings
rings
is
are the same thing.
electromagnetism. Exactly.
I was just about to say the rings is the same thing as the black sun here. If we got a black magnetic coil here, we know that the black sun, Saturn, is the same thing. It's just, we see it, like you said, through the refracted realms. It's like the consolidation of each etheric realm. We get those rings.
Exactly.
But which sun is it that we were under when we had the titans and the giants and everything, the giant trees?
This is my humble, lowly opinion. Because we had the ancient giant trees, there wasn't a dome on it.
Yeah.
I don't believe we were under a sun at all, because the ancient giant trees automatically, with their root system, automatically gave off light.
What they did with that dome and the coil is what the trees naturally did.
Exactly.
The trees was naturally had electromagnetic roots, and it naturally had an etheric noble gas canopy. So what they tried to do was a copy of that, what the trees was already doing.
Exactly. So we didn't have to be up under a sun. So when they were cutting down
that whole under the sun thing, if we look at it too, that ties into the religion, how the sun that we need to give us life on this realm, and the sun, Jesus, and all that type of shit. That whole sun thing, I think the whole thinking that we need a sun is part of the terraforming too.
Absolutely, it is.
And also with the cold weather, like, you remember how they say the woolly mammoths, they were discovered with food in their mouth, which means that a lot of our places we didn't have winter, we didn't have cold.
Absolutely.
So as if this realm was on a natural ecosystem. Like, so we have seasons now, which means we didn't have seasons before. If that's the case, if we have seasons now, we did not have seasons before. Right. We had an ecosystem that was harmonious throughout the entire life.
It was whole.
We just woke up.
It wasn't broken up. It wasn't fractionalized. And all of that, absolutely.
So that now that we have seasons, we could say yes, because of their bullshit. Now their little sun only comes around once every whenever. So yeah, we only get warmth every 3 months of the year, thanks to their bullshit.
Exactly. So we, in other words, there was no need for a sun, because the trees.
We did not have seasons.
Everything, because we have to even remember, this shit is so deep. There wasn't as much water on the planet as we have now. Because when they cut down those trees...
Oh, I see where you're going with that. Yeah.
They backfilled stuff with water.
No, the thing like this, Auntie, is like the earth naturally, the roots were naturally absorbing the water that was around.
And
when you cut those trees off...
And I'll even give it that. Absolutely.
Yeah. When you cut those trees off now, the water has nowhere to go. It pools up. Just like how when they put land in places they shouldn't have, they have to dam them up, because if they don't, it's going to flood that area.
I would go with that. Absolutely. Which is why when you're by huge bodies of water, you see what they're calling mountains, but if you pay close attention, they're really ancient trees.
Yeah. And that land was probably lower in terms of the water level was probably lower. The flood. The flood.
Absolutely.
I don't know if anybody said this, but the sun is there just they put up there, because China just put one up.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, they put
artificial sun.
It's an artificial sun, and it's actually glass or something, and it comes up kind of crazy when it comes up in the morning.
Yeah, that's because their technology is breaking down. But I've been told y'all that their technology was breaking down. So their little artificial suns is to just temporarily combat the breaking down of that black electromagnetic coil. I think they've been trying to figure it out for quite some time, but Mama's frequency, and she's purposely doing it, she ain't setting it at no set pace. As she shouldn't.
They can't mimic it.
They can't mimic it. They can't figure it out. It's not stable enough for them to get it tuned to where they need to get it tuned to control the realm.
Right.
Calling their Fabernucci's out of balance, right? They're not in balance with nature.
Right.
Oh.
Right. That's why the 5G comes into play, so they can spread out a frequency they can control while she's doing her shit.
Yeah.
Right. So, okay, Brother Odel, we ready when you ready. We promise. Just because we running our mouth, that don't mean you can't put the what's the face up so we could shut.
Yeah, I just gotta find this image that I want. I need another minute or so.
Okay,
because I really want to share it.
I'm gonna bring on nephew Antoine in the meantime while you look.
All right. Okay. No problem.
Okay. All right.
Did you get to that video that Sis was talking about?
That's 18 minutes long. That's the only reason
no
I ain't brought it up.
No worries.
What's up, family? How y'all doing?
Hey,
you all right?
nephew, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. How y'all doing?
We good. We good. It's good to hear your voice.
Yes, man. It was good to hear y'all, man. Y'all a breath of fresh air. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
Well, congrats on your bout with whooping up old boy.
Yeah.
Man, that man made me so mad.
Why he make you mad? You was expecting something tougher?
Yeah, I was expecting him to fight and he quit on me.
But that was out of respect. He knew he ain't had no come.
Exactly.
When you prepare for a fight, we want to fight.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you got to be prepared. You know how that goes.
Yeah, I know it. I was just surprised, because the night before I was mentally prepared and just everything was going on, in the spirit realm. Like, it was attacking me that whole night. I couldn't even go to sleep. Right when we talked about, they was attacking me that whole night. So I was.
They wanted you to quit. They wanted you to quit earlier.
Yeah. So I went out there and I did business. I did what I had to do.
Okay.
You did. Yes, ma'am.
I know. I had that boy looking like Gandalf. He had his little mustache was just raggedy. He was looking so cold. I was
and
like,
I couldn't
damn.
even get it. I bought it. I was able to buy it, and I just wanted to bring it up so I could just at least see you at the beginning, and I was gonna turn it off, and then it didn't act right. I'm like, oh well, it wasn't meant to be, no way. But I at least wanted to see that part. But so
I definitely appreciate.
He was winded when he tried to do his low flow routine instead of the other trying to get behind you to try and choke you out. And he couldn't get it locked in instead of the other. He was winded. Then after you pieced him up a couple times, he like, oh, hell no. He hit too goddamn hard. I ain't got no.
So what he have to do? Lay up on the ground and let you pin him? What's the rules?
Well,
go ahead.
No, I understand. I said it right. Knock out, tap out, or the ref in the fight and whatnot. The ref say he can't continue.
Oh, okay.
because in the beginning of it, like when he went for that takedown and whatnot, I was stuffing it, but I ended up like spraining my knee in the process. I'm like, oh man, come on now. But he wasn't. But the dude, he looked like he was strong, but I'm like, this man ain't even strong, man. This man weak.
Wow.
This man, he just looked cool, So I'm over here. That's why I put him in the triangle. I was on my back because I was just trying to get some feel. I'm like, okay, let me make sure ain't nothing torn or nothing like that. And he trying to do what he do. I'm like, yeah, he ain't doing nothing. He don't know what he doing. So I slapped that triangle. It's choking him out, but I couldn't choke him out how I want to because I'm like, let me not do nothing to my knee. Let me not do nothing stupid.
Right.
Let me be smart.
Right.
But yeah, and after that second round, I'm over here banging him up and whatnot. He over here, he just sitting in turtle position. I'm like, yeah, I'm just finna just piece him up real quick. I'm finna just piece him up. He tired. He don't want to do nothing now. So then going to that third round, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm finna just go and just have my fun. The ref come up to me. Yeah, he doesn't want to fight. He gave a verbal submission.
Oh wow! So
that's a sad way to go out.
Training for something like that, are you training like a boxer plus something else, or is it like training like a boxer?
Well, it's similar, but I'm doing everything. I'm doing grappling. I'm doing, of course, boxing, Muay Thai, and I'm combining everything together. So we on the same page as boxers. You know, we kind of work harder because we're training in everything. Then we strength and conditioning and all that.
Yeah, I know you to be a boxer, you got to do that strength and conditioning and running. Like I said, boxers to me, y'all be training the hardest. So my little funky ass kickboxing class, you can't tell me shit. But I ain't that dumb. I know how y'all train for real, because I be fired up. Be like, okay, run. Okay, now, wait a minute, bitch. I just ran. What else we fencing to do? So I can't even imagine. Y'all boxers be getting it in. It's you gotta really, really be disciplined. So kudos.
The warrior's life.
Yeah, kudos for sure.
Oh yeah, I appreciate all the love. I appreciate everything, yo. I'm telling you, appreciate it.
Yeah, we're certainly proud of you. So, Brother Odel, how you feeling? Can you find it? If not, I can start the little vid because the vid do tie into what we've been saying.
Yeah, start the vid.
Okay,
start the vid.
Start the vid. Okay, let me get into this vid, fam. Let me find it. Son Scotty had sent me this vid, and I think it's part 1 of what Brother Sean has sent us before. We have went over part 3. So this is the unmasking stuff, Brother Sean.
And Brother Sean had sent me a video, so he had seen it way back. So like I only got that from him.
Okay, yeah, because we did the unmasking part 3 on earlier this month. So when I saw this one, I'm like, oh man. So wait a minute, fam. Let me pause this. Come on now, YouTube. You bringing up too many messages.
Oh, Brother Sean.
Yeah, I didn't catch his name, but he be going in. He got some other little series. I'm like, okay. He go into the whole holographic universe disclosure, fuck it, all that.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to that part. So you y'all on the Zoom, y'all know how it goes. You're not gonna be able to hear. So you're gonna have to mute up and go to YouTube to hear the vid play. Okay, because if I try to play it through Zoom, it just gets messed up. So
hey, Brother Sean, my phone broke and I lost your number. You may still have mine.
I'll put it up in the chat.
Okay. All right. So this is fam. This is from the YouTube channel Secret Key Activator. And this is the unmasking 1. Now we went over the unmasking 3 before. This is lit. Okay, so we're just gonna go through this, and Brother Odel could tell us if he's ready. If he's not ready, we'll just do it next week. It's no pressure, no worry. So let's get into this, child. Child, why he got it like a movie? But this is good, child.
Since the fall of man, after the Great Deluge, the human race has been in total disharmony on every level that you could possibly imagine by design. Knowledge has been taken away from the masses and given to a very select few. In the 1960s, spiritual leaders, priests, and some secret society organizations from around the world decided in unison to lift the veil of secrecy and to shine light back into the darkness of ignorance. Time to give it back. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is knowing where the ledge is, so you don't fall down. The pyramid at Saqqara was the first to be built in Egypt. When it was first created, it was covered with glorious white stones. The whole city stretches for miles and goes deep into the earth for hundreds of feet, including buildings and complexes under the ground. Imagine seeing it when it was brand new. The Egyptians have taken almost all these pyramids that approach or exceed 6,000 years of age and put military bases with huge electrical fences around them. In some cases, soldiers are on guard with machine guns. If you try to approach these pyramids, they would probably try to kill you. They don't want anyone to know about these pyramids, and they especially don't want you to examine them. What secrets are they hiding? The secret of world languages are in some of these guarded pyramids. As discussed in the Holographic Disclosure series, language is one big sigil and is one of the tools of control employed by the Cabal. All language slowly evolved on purpose so as not to get the symbolism too powerful. English being the most recent and the most powerful. All language is corruptible. That's because the intent is linked to multiple meanings, using close-sounding words and spelling that can vibrate in the same harmonic frequencies to redirect our energy into their creations. Through subliminal messaging and suggestion, they were able to control the flow of energy. This is because astral energy seeks the easiest way out. Like attracts like, how these workings are like a domino effect. Once something is set into motion on the astral, the energies put into motion seek out like energies and things tie in. Wordplay that sounds absolutely silly to us also vibrates in a similar fashion. This reveals that this is not a random act, but a dead giveaway that this was an occult working, which was deliberate. Unfortunately, most people do not have the intelligence or the strength of character to delve into the occult. Language was channeled by the ancients from demonic thinking entities that entered our universe after the experiment that caused the deluge, which resulted in the fall of man. The experiment was secretly codenamed in modern times the Octagon Experiment. Other findings were sigils, archetypes, and runes, which the ancients used to program and change reality. As we have now discovered, sacred geometry is the root of all language in the universe. This pyramid is called Leverit, which is at least 500 years older than Saqqara. It is one of the few unguarded pyramids in this category. There are quite a few of these stepped pyramids, called mastabas. The stones that covered this pyramid, like the slanting ones shown, weigh between 60 to 80 tons apiece. On top of a block beside the base was a circle with the Star of David, the key to the Merkaba experience. What's the Star of David doing in Egypt? In Samaria? In India? In fact, what's the Star of David doing in Rome? Our true history, which has suffered 2,000 years of corruption. It will not take that long to expose those lies that we hold as truths today. What will take time is the rebuilding of the belief structures of this planet as we begin to realize the enormity of the knowledge held by our ancient ancestors, one that was so cruelly taken from us. As discussed earlier, the Hebrews were not a race of people as once thought. They were a Semitic and Asiatic class of foreign workers who migrated into Egypt from neighboring lands to find work as craftsmen and builders. In the later dynasties of Egypt, as their population exceeded over hundreds of years, they contributed to Egyptian technology, worshipped Egyptian gods, and intermarried into Egyptian nobility. They worshipped Egyptian gods and violated Hebrew laws to keep the secret even from their fellow Hebrews. The Egyptian people forced the Hebrew Hyksos kings out of Egypt. The only way the Hebrews could still rule Egypt was to hide their Hebrew identity from the Egyptian people by changing their names to Egyptian names and intermarrying into royalty. By marrying into these Egyptian bloodlines, they gained the original Kabbalistic knowledge. The descendants of these bloodlines through the millennium have left oceans of blood through wars, sacrifice, murder, and their trademark of lying, cheating, and stealing. They have colonized and enslaved the world till this very day. They have accumulated so much wealth running their lucrative businesses. This is where the money families came from and continued throughout all the empires, including the Roman Empire, which inherited the system. The exact same fictional construct, with all its outrageous fake democracy, its third-party debt collecting, and its Christ-like prophets' teachings of compassion and miracles, which were taken from past saviors like the Egyptian Osiris, Horus, and from the Greeks, Zeus. In fact, the fictional Nazarene is a concept from some 20-plus crucified pagan gods who hung from a tree, such as Odin. The Roman Empire lost the favor of the public, but like a clever leopard changes its spots, that is essentially what the Caesars did. They remolded themselves into a holy Roman Empire. They wrapped themselves in the bunting of the Christian teachings, rewrote and re-edited many fables and pagan beliefs, which became the Bible, and re-emerged as a geopolitical force, eventually establishing the microstate, the Vatican City. By the 11th century, the Holy Roman Empire had fooled millions of Europeans that their spiritual salvation was with the Vatican. To this very day, the Egyptian pharaonic bloodlines are still ruling the world. They eventually formed Switzerland, the safe haven for these pharaohs, which is conveniently a neutral sovereign state. Little do the public know that from Switzerland they run the whole show and control worldwide events. Worldwide, you see the Egyptian pharaoh's obelisk, the old phallic symbol. The white and red houses of the latter part of Egypt's first dynasty were departments that officiated for the will of the pharaoh. The second most important state building in Egypt was the treasury. It was known as Per-Hetch, meaning White House. Here, the hand of Akhenaton, holding an olive sprig with leaves and berries. Here, we see the circular rug inside the Oval Office. In the center of the rug, we see the sun with emanating rays. Around the edges, we see what appear to be olive sprigs with berries, as also appear on the seal. The circular design is very important for astrological reasons. The Swiss Guard is assigned with looking after the Vatican. The Vatican is their most lucrative business, and all with the help of black magic. They believe in God, but their God is gold, opium, and diamonds. Mind control, be it by dogmatic or paranormal means, has the potential of the human psyche to generate altered states. It's only a matter of which drug is used. Isn't religion the opium of the masses? Any organized religion that follows a dogma, don't trust them. And by consequence, most have a hidden agenda that has nothing to do with saving souls, only controlling them. Religion, from its very inception, was and is nothing more than a program. The agenda of this program is for the destruction of the Western and European races using occult powers, and for the eventual enslavement of all remaining races with the top cabal in total control. The pharaonic cabal follow no mainstream religions and use everybody like pawns in a game of chess. This cabal create factions such as, for example, religion. They finance them, nurture them, play them off each other in a game of divide and conquer, then sacrifice them when the game changes. The cabal hold no moral codes, no justifications, and no loyalties with anyone, not even with their own kind. Like a pack of wild wolves, they work together to bring in the prey when plentiful. But when the prey is in short supply, they turn on each other, fight and bicker amongst each other for dominance over the domain. The only thing they all have in common is keeping one oath alive through the ages between each other to keep the masses in ignorance, in slavery, in poverty, and in sexual deprivation. But most of them keep them living in fear and division. According to the Almanac of European nobility, known as the Semigotha, the Pope that financed and completed the construction of St. Peter's Basilica, the Vatican, inscribed the family name Borghese over the main entrance and established the first Bank of Europe was of Jewish nobility. Man, in his strife to ensure survival in an adverse and difficult world, has fabricated various convictions about creation, which has been hidden from him by a small group. The Vatican Library has vacuum-sealed vaults containing thousands upon thousands of ancient esoteric books from around the world that have been stolen and hoarded over the years and kept out of public circulation. The Vatican holds many dark secrets. One of these secrets is the hex placed on humanity after the fall of mankind onto the mother woman. That hex manifested as labor pains of birth. Watch Secret Space Secret Past to make this connection. There are many hexes placed on humanity. Another dark secret is the Papal Bull, which is a formal document issued by a Roman death cult pontiff upon a major act of law, curse, or claim to extend the power of the cult over its claimed domination of the world, all nations, all people, all law, and all religions. All legitimate papal bulls were issued on human skin, usually the skin of a sacrificed child or some famous heretic by a dark sorcerer. But the bigger secret, which will be released soon on the coming documentary 6,000-year-old Health Secrets, the hidden computer disks over 5,000 years old that hold the secret to the universe and life given to our ancestors.
All right. So again, this is from the YouTube channel Secret Key Activator, and this is the unmasking one. Now, I saw 3 parts to this. We already went over part 3. I haven't gotten to 2 yet. I would love to find the one that he's talking about, these computers. But who generated this is the holographicdisclosure.com. So again, thank you to Secret Key Activator. And from the YouTube channel. Mute up. And holographicdisclosure.com for this information. All right, so let me come back on here. So Brother Odel, how we doing? Child, why I put her raggedy self back up there by mistake?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm ready whenever you are, sister.
Okay, we ready when you ready. You go ahead on and flip, and I will soon as you have it up on the back end, I'll display it with the fam.
All right, yeah. I just want to share this one quick image with you briefly, because it was what was somebody mentioned. One of us mentioned something. I was like, yeah. We can kind of cover that, just to show the realm and thing like that. I was gonna go in, make sure I got it proper.
Okay,
make sure I got this thing ready. Because I'm not playing with this. I'll show you how to put these false matrix. What he's talking about, these false matrices, you put. I'll go expose it, man. Where's this thing?
Yeah, it's very, very important because this is a huge reset.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got it here.
Yeah, wasn't that video crazy? But here
we go.
That video. Oh yeah, child. Let's get into it. But that vid, Brother Odel had broke all that stuff down.
So that's. Go on, sister. I'll just wait until you finish. Go on. Let me just.
Yeah, we have went over that, but it's you got to see stuff a couple times. All right.
Show half of that.
Yeah. So basically, when we in 958 BC, and this is back to the Great Sine Wave, and when the Draco, the Weesadex, the beings from Orion, and there's a couple of us, they all kind of got together, and basically they took down the fences of our Eka, which is here, our Eka, the temple, the tree of life, which is in Heliotech in Revelation 22. And those who couldn't obtain the tree of life, the dead were judged, and they shall be dead and forever and ever and ever and ever. I'm going to talk on Revelation where I break all this stuff down. But anyway, so leave that for now. But basically, I think I showed you last week on one of my on one of the slides, and I'll have to touch it again tonight because we've got it anyway up here. Basically, you've got the Eka level, and this goes back great up into the divine cosmos, right back to the Great Sophia Creator, start this whole thing off, right? But down here is where we came through this part of the Stargates. And what happened is when they set the black sun in, you can see the 45-degree angle, the 55 harmonic to tap into the realm. What they did was the Draco, Anunnaki, the beings from Orion, the Weesadex, quite a lot of them beings that still come here to this day. Basically, they set this in place. This is Metatronics, and this one's on what's called the 55 harmonic. And I'm just going to get a bit of a closer image of it so we can just see it's a bit closer. right? And what it does is it's tapped in, so you can see the third density, fourth density. What they're doing is they've recycled the realm. You see the recycle, and what they're doing is this is our natural. In a natural, I'll show an image of it because I've probably got it up. I'll show another image of it in a second. This is linked to the Star of David stuff, and I'll put it up in a second. But in a natural ascension cycle, we would sit like this when we tie back into the echoes, into the universe where it was naturally. When the Draco put in the black sun, with the Anunnaki universe, when they're putting the black sun into the realm that I showed you, what they did was they've got the ancient arrow sites and the ancient ley line sites. This gets into why the Jesuits call themselves the Revived Aragon Templars, because the original Templar is a temple or the template that sits on the Earth's original stargates in the Earth in the halls of Amenti. I'm going to cover it at some point. It might be in this talk. And those original gates, the original ones, are the natural ones that are tied to this here. They're tied to this here. So what they was able to do when they mashed us up, when they break down the frequency frames, which I talked about in the talk last week, it's part of this talk that I've still got up, but we haven't covered, finished it all yet, was when they set in the black sun or in the realm, when they set it all in, the recycling, the harvesting the souls through here with the 55 harmonic that they set in place. This is what they put in place. So that's how the ciphering opens. So you can see the 12 strands of DNA here. You can see the 12 comes from here. So you can see here the tapped in from the 12. So on the 12 beyond, they couldn't tap into it. So when I showed the Draco, when I talk about 9/11, it talks about when I was showing the black sun. You can see here that the 12 thing, it taps in from there. So you can see how they've tapped in at the realm level here at the portal gate. It's tapped in. So you're stopping you from achieving this here. They're stopping from seeing it up. So they know exactly what they've been doing. So when I was saying to you, they're tapping in on that level, this is how they're actually doing it. Now, this is actually going at the moment from the stuff that I'm aware of. I'm not talking that it's definitely not going out in the public, because I've got some stuff that's not going out in the public. That I'm aware that this is the fence that's being knocked off due to the Mashianic beings and the other higher beings. They're knocking this stuff out in this particular part of the cosmos, because this is not just our part of the Great Lanaka, our entire line. This even up here, there's a natural cycle where even the higher beings going through their cycle to go to their next state of being over up here, and even beyond this, this. That's it trickling down from beyond this down here to us down here. So there's a whole massive cycle that's going on, a universal, omniversal cycle that's taking place right now. That's what the Jesuits know about that they're not telling you about. So I'll just stop there and let you comment, and I'll show you the other thing.
I have to digest and just to reiterate to make sure that leave that up. Leave that up, brother. That's a bad.
I was going to show you something else. There's something else as well.
Yeah, but I had a question on that because I want to make sure the fam we understand it, because you had a lot of information in there. So the little gate off to the side, that's the hijack, right?
Yeah, all this is where they're putting this is the 55 harmonic, the Metatronic frequencies. They've put in the Draco, the Anunnaki, the Weesadex, the beings from Orion, the Pope shows. Now, shows Sol Invictus where it comes out, and I'm going to share that in a bit. They've put this frequency. When I talked about the last week, I talked about the frequency fences, poking those, the Draco and stuff. This is how they was poking into this, our natural Templar, our natural template, the Halls of Amenti, the original template. This is what we function on. The female yards on top of 950 billion years ago. The original sisters like yourself, you functioned on this kind of level upwards, going back to the Great Sophia. They've tapped into this with this 55 harmonic and plugged this into the Earth's Templar, and the siphoning off the energies through that realm that I was showing you. This is how to do it for the 55 harmonic.
Black coil.
Yes.
Yes, that's the black coil. So who's knocking that off? Did Mama Earth knock it off? Because
right there at the top.
Basically, you've got these Mashianic beings. And I showed you last week when I showed, and it's in the talk. I'll put this way. I'm gonna have to keep flipping back and forth. When I showed you last week, I showed you some of the other beings that were from a different HU universe that they're coming from here.
Right.
Those other beings that have got the 48 strong plus DNAs, Mashianic beings, they're the ones who are functioning on this kind of level. They're sending that energy frequency back down here, and that's not naturally. It's knocking this out. It's taking it out. And those who are sat on the original templates, which some of us are, we're picking naturally through here because this is plugged into that original template, and we're raising up that vibration by being who we are now. These indigos, the crystals, that's all part of all this, and that's knocking all this out.
It's phasing it out. It's a frequency phase.
Okay, yeah. So they basically can't handle the new frequency. Like
that's right. That's why they're trying to get the pork and everything. Right. They're trying to lower the vibration to fix on the Metatronics. Right. They want it to all function on the Metatronics. That's right. And the natural vibration will take this out.
When you say lower, it's more to maintain. So the frequency is rising, and as you say lower, it's to maintain the frequency as it is because it's rising. So just look at it like that. They're not trying to lower the frequency as in drop it lower, but keep it.
No, they're lowering it because I'm going to disagree with you. They're lowering it because not everybody is functioning the same way.
Yeah.
You've got some beings that are functioning like
I get that one. Yeah, I get it.
Some beings are functioning much lower. Like for instance, I already said last week, I already know that there's some of us that are vibrating way higher than that because I'm not putting in the public anyway. There's some things that I definitely know about that I'm doing that I'm not putting in the public that I know about.
Exactly.
That means I know that I sit naturally a luminous green. You've got the aura fields here. Some of us are automatically functioning at a much higher level because due to certain things that I'm already experiencing in terms of my vibration, that I'm already functioning at like a green level, like luminous green. I think I showed you last week. My aura fields sit there. Never mind what I can do, I'm sitting there. So, and I know everybody's not functioning at that level. They're not functioning there. You get me? They're functioning more at this, the root chakra, at the low vibration level. So it's got to be a low frequency because, as I explained earlier, you've got the ELF, the extra low frequency waves function at a three-dimensional level at extra low frequency waves, but then you've got magnetic energy, which functions a bit higher, and then you've got orgone or natural energy, which comes from here, which functions much higher.
Right.
That's why I'm saying that. Yes, that's why I'm saying that.
So just another point I want to point out to the fam. I'm assuming you put all this together yourself.
This I found it some work I found years ago from Ashley Dean's work that she did.
Okay.
No, but for you to be able to compile it, for us to show us, thank you for bringing
that. Yeah, in a certain way, yeah. But it's a combination of some of the stuff that Delbert Blair's done, some of the stuff that Mars Donaldson's done, some of the stuff that Ashley Dean's done, some of the stuff that. I mean, I've looked at all kinds of different people. That have done stuff as well. So go ahead.
So the other point I wanted to make to point out to the family. You see where he has on there recycle.
Yes.
That's the reincarnation, right?
Yes, that's the realm. That's right. Yeah.
Reincarnation.
55 harmonic. Yes.
Do y'all understand
your
that?
Your 5 realm and your 6.
That's the forced reincarnation.
Correct. Yes. And that runs on this 55 harmonic. That's right. That's that realm I was showing on my top when you show that degree. That's when I was showing the processes of the equinoxes. Remember I was showing you earlier on. And that's this is a representation.
Exactly. So do you all understand when we're saying that the procession of the equinox, which is being ran by this ladder / grid that he's showing you in red, think of that as the black sun.
It's a coil.
The coil. Do you see how it has hijacked the natural portal?
That's why it's similar to the other one. Like I said, it's exactly like a Tesla coil. Exactly like a Tesla coil.
Okay.
But it sits on the natural.
It sits on the natural. You're showing where it tapped. You showing the antennas where it's tapped into the natural portal gate. Because you, as a divine natural being, you have the ability to move from 1 to 14, to pass through the portal gate, to go up higher. You, as a natural being, have that ability.
Yes, and then this only goes to 22 here. 22. It goes to 22 here, but the original beings that we came from, the females, you're part of the self sister, that lineage gets to 48, and then beyond that, you can go right back into the omniverses.
Exactly. So, do you all understand, those that are into numerology? Do you understand the importance of the number 22?
I got a question about number 13.
Double completion.
The number 22 means Manifestation. Actually, it's double manifestation.
Completion.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and it's a portal, double portal.
Exactly. So I want you all to understand this. This is very, very important. When I talk about getting off the grid, if you can scroll down to the lower realm.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, just yeah.
Okay,
I've got some other things I wanted to share with you.
When I talk about getting off the grid, you have to have your shit together spiritually to jump past they bullshit ass gate / black sun to get to the higher realm, to tap into the information to make shit happen. Once you get into that higher realm, you are creating. But you only get to that level via your vibration. You got to put in the work.
Yes, sister.
Odel, did you stop at 12, like on the side of the coil that's on 45, on the 40, on the 50, on the 55 parallel? You had stopped at 12. Is that on purpose, or is that significant? Because I wanted to say something if that's true. You understand?
What you mean here? You mean?
Yeah, right there, right.
Gate. Oh, you meant there.
No, right
in here.
Okay.
Right where he's pointing at. Did you stop there on purpose?
What do you mean? Did I stop there?
Because what I'm trying to say is, like, the meaning, can they not go to 13? Because you know how they say 13 is this number that they all fear and they all, it's something da 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 da. If that's true and you stop there on purpose and it's significant, that would mean that they were not able to tap into the 13 parallel, and that's where they're cut off from going any further. So to them, it's a number that they fear because it's a number they can't.
No, do you know what 13 means? Numerology?
No.
Hidden.
Correct.
So if he stopped at 12,
to them, 13 is hidden.
No, 13 is hidden to you. It's not hidden to them. It's hidden
no, because
they
know when the beings came here, then they instituted the black sun and this black sun. They tapped. We are naturally tied to this echo. Right, and this goes back to the multiple omniverses, right back to the great stuff here in the great omniverses, multiple omniverses. Then you've got the multiverses, and then you get to a universe level and into our galaxy, the Milky Way. But it's all tied into our Akashas and our echoes, which is here, right? Yeah. Our great template, which functions on the natural Stargate technology that functions on the natural great stuff, right back to great stuff here, created everything. Now, what these other beings did, the fallen ones, the Ashtra beings, I covered this last week, is when they fell and they lost and their sons went dormant and they messed themselves up and they came here, they saw, oh, this is great, these people are functioning on a natural level, we're going to tap into this to feed off it, and they tapped into it by instituting the 55 harmonic. So the reason why they did it here is because they was able to figure out what we were doing and how our realm functioned, and then they tapped into it from this point. So they used that to tap in. That's why they did it like that, because that's the only way they could tap in. So when it was poking also the frequency fence, that's where they was able to successfully do it, to tap in and then start to recycle the souls and then put that through here. And this energy is being sent to Nibiru, the Draco constellation, the Eltonin, where the Draco are from. You've got the Reticulans, where the other beings are shown from. You've got the beings from Orion that's been cycled there. It's been cycled. This part of this whole thing it's been cycled to different where there is a Daxa from. There's loads of beings where there's energy. This Akka has been siphoned off from. Right. And it's been taken to, and it's powering their systems. So it's basically a living natural system is powering a dead system. That's basically what they're doing on a much galactic level. This hyperdimensional physics,
Okay,
they don't come for gold.
It's so too simple. Hold off, because I want people to understand this. So to make it simple, the 12 also represents the concept of time that they put in place with the 12 zodiacs.
That's right.
I want you all to understand this. So when I tell you the 13 is hidden to you, I meant what I said, because the world is operating under the guise that we're on a 12 zodiac system.
And it's not, it's 13, fam.
Exactly.
And even then, that the Institute of Libra, the whole thing,
exactly. It's really 13
the Institute of Libra it's really 13, which gets back into the Mayan calendar. But even the Mayan calendar, even they knew, right? Naturally, they knew. If you look at the Mayan calendar itself, you've got obviously got the Spakatoons and the 30 side. But even they knew in that middle clock in the Nimbus wheel that I showed earlier, even in that Nimbus wheel, they knew that there was a galactic core back to where the Milky Way is. That gets back to this. That's even on a natural grand cycle that they knew about, that the Vatican know about, that they're not telling us about. That's what's important that's going on right now. And that's where these Messianic being sick, and that's the frequencies that are coming in right now. But go ahead, sister.
Right. So I'm just going to go back over that again because it is important that you understand that. The 12 on this graph represents, and I'm on the red ladder, which represents the magnetic coil black sun, that locks us into the constructs of time.
Yes.
With the 12 zodiacs, the procession of the equinox. Now, the reason they have it stopped at 12 is just what we said. They locked us into a time loop grip. But the 13th and 14th gates, that's what they give their secret society people.
Yep.
The 13th and 14th gates is what they give their secret society people.
That's the veil. That's the veil.
What I am telling you is you go beyond that. You can go through the Eka portal and up the chain.
Oh, and then when you sell your soul essentially to them, you get
stay focused, nephew. Stay focused. This is important. Stay focused.
Yes. Can I actually add something to that?
Yes.
Because I was with Nuwa when he was talking about this, because because this actually looks like, if you look at it, it looks like some biochemistry and like a phage lambda. And so, when like these bio things, these terraforming things come in, they mimic. So you see that the black-red terraforming red coil, they came in mimicking at the 12th level to lock us in.
Exactly.
To lock us in and recycle on that 12th level. But like Rhonda said, like, you have access to this whole thing. And actually it's inconsequential because the 14th gate just goes back into the numbering system all again.
It does.
And the numbering system is really just another form of terraforming. It's supposed to be limitless. It shouldn't be no restrictions right here.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. Because
these things do come in mirroring. They mirror what you already have. That's how they hack in. That's how a hack happens. They usually mirror what the system already has, so it kind of serves as a cover. And that's what locks you in.
That's why I talk about mechatronics, because it's reverse engineered the natural template. It's the natural template that it sits on. They basically copied it and mirrored it, but they put in reverse action, and it's copied. The natural cycles will the creator beings always go through their natural cycles and create new stuff. But what they've done is that template that we've got naturally. What they've done is they've reversed that issue, and then they're feeding offers. That's what actually you're saying, and they're using that 55 harmonic. That's correct. But they're feeding off it, but they're mirroring it, but they're reversing the technology. But go ahead, or reversing the original template that everything sits on. But go ahead.
We're feeding off of our energy, but having us live off of their template of how to live. Because if we live how we would live naturally, we would surpass their level of energy harvesting. So we have to live like them. We have to lower our frequency. We have to eat meat. We have to do degenerate things. We have to be sinful, because that's how low our frequency has to be to do those things. We have to live at that low. And we just said the girl's ratchet. We say she was ratchet, so she's that low of a frequency. If she was a woman, she would live at a higher frequency, so they couldn't do that type of stuff to her. So they have to lower our frequency to be able to tap it.
And at that point, all you're going to notice is the red 12th level terraform side. You ain't even gonna notice other portals and other levels, because now you just tapped into their distraction and their mirroring of what you think reality is.
And like Auntie said, when you now go into those upper realms of society, quote unquote, we're not going to say those names. That's when, like I said, you get even more trapped in, because you're locked in and you get access to 13 and 14, thinking it's something special, not knowing that you're completely locked off from the rest of the upper realm of the Akasha records, essentially.
Right.
So you're still trapped. You think you're special, but you're still trapped.
Exactly. You think you're special. And Deep H2O is pointing out, and you're absolutely right, because 10 really is 1, 11 is really 2, 12 is really 3, 13 is really 4, 14 is really 5. We get that. We get that. Don't think that we sit up here not getting that.
Yeah, there's only 9 numbers in math. These are all compound numbers.
We understand that there's 9 numbers. 9 is, completion and beginning. We understand that. What we want you all to get out of this again, you should now understand the false construct of time is created by that astrological clock. This is giving you another visual of how they're tapping into the natural physical energy grid.
Yes.
He is showing you even how reincarnation is taking place and how you have to, through your vibration, bypass that to get to the upper realms. Because to be honest, well, I'm not going to say all of us. Some of you are limitless.
Yep. And some people are restricted down there. And this is why I'm saying this. This is why I say it has to be lower vibrations, a lower energy, because, again, electricity is the lowest form of energy, and the ELF is even a lower form. Magnetism's a higher form, and then the organ from the creative, the natural is the natural. So they're and all those are functioning with us right now. So some of us are on that lower level. Some of us are using magnetism. Some of us are using the natural organic energy that's from the original template. So therefore, you've got different beings down here all functioning on that. This is why I'm showing that, because these beings came here, the Dracon, this is why I keep saying to you, they function different, because they're reptiles. They haven't got the same bloodline as we have originally. Exactly. I shared this last week. In fact, I'm going to have to pull this up now. In fact, I'm going to put it right now, because I want to make a point on that. That's a good point, sister, that we've mentioned, because when I shared this last week, and this is very relevant, because, again, the lines, and I agree with Brother Sean on this, the lines, and I just find it, the lines are very clear. They're very, 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 very clear that we're not all the same.
Exactly.
We're not all the same. So, and those lines can't function on the natural template. They have to function differently. As I've shown the black sun, they function differently. They've got the ruby sun, you've got the golden sun, you've got the different, and this is all. And this is my point. So therefore, again, the original beings came here first. It was all natural and it was all right. Then you've got the antichristic beings that came here. You can see what sister calls ratchet. She's not ratchet. There's another term. What's that term you use, sister, for these other beings that come here? These ones here. You've got a term that you use for them, not ratchet. What's that term you use for them?
Oh, no. I was calling the old boy up above next to the blue one. I said he looked like a roach.
Yeah, roaches. Yeah, that's my point. Yeah, they're roaches. So my point is that, get back, the original races that were here, original ones, you've got the ones that came lower down on the black sun, their function, this is why they had to make it a black sun, because their reality that they lived in functioned on that 55 harmonic. So what they had to do was knock our stuff off so they can make us tap into ours and function on the 55 harmonic and the black sun. Now that's their function on, but the template that it sits on was our original one that's up here, which we're linked to. And I shared this here when I showed us here the original 5 cloister races. Not the original 5 cloister races. The 5 cloister races here now on HU1 are still linked back to the transition, still linked back in to these here, which is the original beings in the progressive DNA HU4. I shared this last week, right? Now there's on the black sun, they can't do that. These fallen ones, the Draco and all this stuff, and Anunnaki, they can't do that. The Anunnaki, they can't do that. And the Anu and all them, they can't do that. they can only function on that fake template, whereas we have a natural link back in up here to the original template, the Emerald Sun, the Diamond Sun stuff. That's what I was sharing when I was showing that other image before. We function on that level.
Right.
This is what I was talking about last week.
So they have to sell us the fake stuff. They have to sell us the fake stuff so we can bring our level down and then promote their fakeness. Essentially.
So just to reiterate, you're talking just different bloodlines / beings being on a different frequency, a lower frequency, and not only that, not naturally being from this realm.
Correct.
And the emotions that lower beings give off is enough to make them live, right? Because when you have bad emotions and bad feelings and fighting and killing and whatever, that's enough energy for them to survive. Am I correct?
That's what they like. That's the energy they like, yeah.
Yeah, that's the energy they like. Wow.
So they need us to promote that. So now they make our lives...
The confusion, the hatred, the anger, all of that is what they like. And believing in somebody else going to save you.
Right. So they ingest that into our world. If we were left by ourselves, we would all be loving, caring. We would have our issues, but it would still be built on some sort of respect and love.
For each other's property.
Yeah.
Now, I'll just share this with you as well. The original beings, you can see, have a minimum of 12 strands of DNA. Minimum. And if you think about that image that I shared before, right, in order to pull us down when they had the original 4, but the other beings can, and they had 11 strands DNA, that gets back into the 10 and the 9s and the others. The other beings that came had the lower strands of DNA, and that's what's pulling us into, when I showed you that echo, that's the fall, that's what's pulling us into where we are now, and I showed it earlier on. So the original beings don't even function even on that level. The Mashite things function way higher. That's what I was saying to you. We're part of all that. So that's what I want to say, but I'll stop there. Go ahead, sister.
And it's interesting, and shout out to Deep H2O just for pointing out that, there's really 9 numbers. And when we say that, family, I want you to understand, because numerology, I ain't all that, it's not all that spooky either. So for numerology, all numbers, if you add them up, they're going to reduce down on the scale of 1 to 9. That's all he's saying, okay? So the real math is, if somebody say something is 12, you do the 1 plus 2 equals 3, okay? So, you said something else that I wanted to go over. We were taught the inverted math. We talked about that. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. What I liked also, I think this was where you were getting at, Deep H2O, is we have to keep in mind on that mathematics scale density. And you're absolutely right. Thank you, Deep H2O, for always putting that into perspective. Okay? We have to remember density, meaning what creates something physical versus something being ether. Okay? That's pretty much what he's telling you.
So we're in time and we're in density. Right down in the lower numbers, because we're still under their clock.
Right, because that scale that Brother Odel was showing you with the hijack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll put it back up for you, sister. Give me a second. I'll pull it back.
So when you go to the higher realms, you're using your ether body. No, thank you, Deep H2O. Love you. Thank you for pointing that out so I could bring that to the fam's attention. So this particular scale that he put back up, the density is the lower part of the portal, the physical density, because it's density regardless of the fact. So the lower part of the scale represents the physical density.
Correct, sister.
Okay, so once you go through the Eka gate, you're getting into ethereal. So the density is lighter. You're getting into
Yes.
the ethereal, which is why to access the higher realms, you have to do it with your spiritual energy body.
What they would call the Markaba.
Yes, sir.
But what people also have to realize, that portal gate, that's the astral realm where people keep getting trapped up at.
Come on now,
right
tell it now. God damn it, y'all
recycle
bringing it. Say that again, Brother Sean.
I say that portal gate is the astral realm where people get trapped up at, thinking that's as high as you can go and going in there fucking around, not prepared.
Yep.
And you wind up in that recycling tube or going into
Look, you
the
can
bright
see
light.
Sean's pointing it out.
Yep.
That's
That's exactly what he's pointed out. And you see they still tapped up in there. And I've literally, thank you, Deep H2O. I picked up what you said. I'm like, I think that's what Deep H2O is saying. So you seeing what Brother Sean is saying. So y'all that's playing in the motherfucking astral plane, ain't nothing wrong with playing in there. But when we tell you, you supposed to be in there training, but you supposed to be coming up out that bitch, we knew what we was talking about.
Which side of the coil you on is really the question.
Because people get trapped up in there. Now, Brother Sean, I have heard people say this, and you have heard people say this, that they go in there, be having sex with people, and meet. Am I making it up, Brother Sean? Stop
a physical
me
fucking thing to do.
making it up. Please stop me if I'm making this up.
What you doing in the astral realm doing physical fucking shit? God damn.
It ain't physical. It's on a whole nother level.
It's on a whole nother level, but people get stuck. It's like virtual reality. Come on now. It ain't like it's spookism. Ain't only fans now. I call it the nasty people site. The nasty people site. Now, they making big money.
Yeah.
It's the same concept.
And that money is our moon eye. It's tied to the moon day. And your financial working week of the moon day, 7 days a week. It's all tied into the Saturn and the black sun yet again. So it's still tapping into that lower vibration.
It's still tapping into
and it's
the
still,
lower
and then they're still feeding of it. Exactly, sister, which is like you were saying.
Exactly.
And this is what people, that's why they've got all this promotion of all this nonsense up, because the programming, that's what they're doing. They're programming people, and the souls here, they're still getting trapped up in the game, sister.
And they're still getting trapped up in the game. Just because you playing around, kicking it in the astral plane, don't mean that you're doing what you're supposed to do. So when I make statements like, bring me something back from the realm, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm talking about go through the gate with your ether body to the higher realms. And I'm going to know that you're there based on the motherfucking information that you bring a sister back. That's what we're saying to you. So it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And it's not that you can't do it. Don't get me wrong. It's, do you want to do it?
Like the programming.
So if you want to kick it and fuck around, and your goal is to make it up to their 13th and 14th level, because now you want to be the gatekeepers to guard that portal gate. So this is a hell of a picture for you all to understand what we're talking about.
The boule.
And the boule ain't even at that 13th and 14th. They only at the 12th.
No, they keep everybody down. It's only from what I've looked at, it's only the people at the Vatican, the Jesuit priests, and the Menes hair, the Arkham right of Atlantis, and the Drake, things like the Draco stuff. Only the top. In fact, we know more than most of them.
I know. They
most of people in so-called societies, we know more than they do.
You're like, oh, yeah, motherfucker. Y'all know we didn't jump that gate. But the point being, yes, sir, go ahead.
Well, look at it at school. First grade, second grade, on up to 12th grade, which is high school. And nowadays, very few people even finish high school. Then that's your colleges up to your degree.
Prison
and then
pipeline.
and then on the upper end of it, that's when you start getting off into the corporation. Because the construct of time and everything is linear, which we know is false. We don't move like that in a straight line.
Right.
Exactly.
So that whole thing is just their trap. We're not supposed to be moving the way that they got that thing set up in the first place to be able to get trapped. We supposed to be able to come and go wherever the fuck we want to.
That is correct.
Exactly.
At any frequency. If we choose to lower our frequency to exist in a different density, we can do that. But at the same time, we can take full control of our ether bodies and just take our show on the road to a whole nother universe we create.
Absolutely.
And this is the thing, and I agree with Brother Sean, and the thing about this system with the cool fees at university, and they chop your heads off in Freemasonry. You're supposed to go to university to learn about the universe, right? And then the doggone had the omniverse. Now, Delbert Blaze, you talk about this, I'm familiar with all this stuff. The original teachings, it gets back to the CDC plates, and the original teachings were about what Brother Sean and Delbert Blaze talk about. This is what I've learned as well. That when you went to university, you learned about the cosmos and the universe, and your macabre fields was there, and you could transfigure your DNA, and you could go wherever you wanted. That was the most important thing. All this stuff about getting degrees and going to law school and money, and all, that's all bollocks, fam. It's all nonsense.
It is. Absolutely, because this is the real knowledge. We've been.
This is what the Vatican know about. They've been hiding from the masses.
Exactly.
Absolutely. The menace hair.
And we guarantee you, if you can figure this out, all of that other university shit, that shit, you gonna look at that stuff, be like, yeah, okay. Like I done told y'all, I went through their university up until their bachelor stage, went to their master's level, and told them to kiss my motherfucking ass when they gonna have me, ask me to teach the class, but you want me to pay for that, bitch. But my point being, once I had got to their master class level, I was already into the spirituality. So that shit they was teaching, I'm like, yeah, okay. It didn't mean anything. It became much, much easier. Because this is the important knowledge. I was learning what I needed to learn. Okay? And so for Deep H2O, you see at Brother Odel on this diagram, he has the density associated with the dimensions. So we got it. We got it on lock. We absolutely got it on lock.
Thumbs up to H2O.
Yeah, because I'm glad you pointed that out. It needed to be pointed out so we can make sure that we are whole with the information and you all's understanding. This is extremely, extremely important. It's extremely important. Now, remember, you have a choice. As a divine soul, you have a choice on what you want to do. But we're telling you a huge shift is happening because that gate, that hijack raglass gate, that red gate, i.e. the black sun, is breaking down.
Mm-hmm. There's a natural cycle that's happening.
Yeah.
It's part of this talk that I did, that talk that we still haven't finished it. There's a natural cycle that's taking place that's functioning on the organ level. That's part of this. What I'm showing here. It's a natural cycle that's coming that would happen naturally, and they know about this. This is why they're trying to program everybody, because they want to try and keep. Again, what did they say? What they spent the last 2 or 3 years saying? Everybody's scared of what? Coronavirus, crown consciousness, higher consciousness, corona.
Exactly.
It's programming, fam. It's programming, viruses and programming. Corona.
And then they injected something into your system to do Gord's knows what, but it's definitely not to help you. So
right. And even with that, you can still override it.
Exactly. The most important thing. I mean, okay, they're going to attack the messing with epigenetics and stuff like that. But even beyond that, my point is, I mean, they're going to put that in people. And okay, it'll mess people up. Don't get me wrong, it's going to cost you. But my main point was, I was saying, when I was talking about coronavirus, I'm talking about crown consciousness, high consciousness. That's the energy side of it is the most important thing I was trying to point out, the divine feminine, because that side of it is happening naturally. That's coming. They know that that's coming.
Exactly.
That's why they've done the op in terms of not the poke itself, but the op in terms of the programming and getting everybody scared. So when the natural thing happens and everything's going to take place, people will be scared of it, and actually
it'll drop their frequency.
Well, but the thing will be happening naturally. But what they're trying to do is offset that and scare everybody in fear into your root chakra, keeping that lower vibrational energy down here, still keep you down here, still keep you down here, so they can feed off you into that, I call it the fake version of Aquarius, or the fake version of whatever's going to be coming that's new. That's what they're trying to put in place, and that reset will be that new clock, new fake clock they're trying to put in place.
Yeah,
I agree with the sister on that. That's what they're trying to do, and they're failing. Because we know what's going on.
Right, we know what's going on. And Deep H2O said their gate will close. Our gate doesn't ever close. Absolutely.
Exactly. Their whole thing's being shut down.
Yeah, it's been shut down.
That frequency that they function on, the Metatronic, that was never part of this original system when it came here. That's what I was showing in that other bit before. We're tied to. It was never meant to be here. So obviously, if it's not meant to be here, at some point, everything at the beginning has an end. And that end point for them is coming. They're facing their own mortality. That's why they're desperately doing the things that they're doing. Yeah. So we're going to be the biggest battle that Sophie Stewart showed them. The biggest battle that's going to be fought. This is why I agree with Sophie Stewart when she talked about the age of within the age of revelation, because she spoke about it multiple times. In the age of revealing, which is this 7-year period, it starts chronologically. It started on September the 21st. I haven't covered it yet, and I've got all this stuff. Still want to cover it and explain it. That 7 years of revelation point, when that starts, that's that beginning of what's being revealed in terms of the natural things that are going to be coming in place as part of this realm that's naturally here. That's what I want to try and get on, but we never get a chance to get that far.
I know.
We never get that far because of all the stuff we've been doing.
Other stuff be coming up, and we got to stop and say blah blah blah. So we're ready when you're ready, brother Odel. If you want to go into another topic tonight, that's fine. If not, that's fine. You could come back next week. It's up.
I think we do it next week because, like I said, even if I do now, I've still got where we were. I'm just gonna have a quick look. I'll close this down 1 second.
Okay, no problem.
Because I don't know if we'll have time. Because in terms of timing,
now you know how we rock. Everything needs to be organic. My country ass, not organic. Organic. Always gotta add something to something.
Yeah. We was doing the manipulators last time. I don't think we got that as manipulators, and I still have 10 slides left, didn't I still got 10 slides.
We're not gonna get through no 10 slides.
Yeah, I've got like 10 slides left. I've got 10 slides left over. Basically, because obviously we didn't get that. And I was gonna cover the 12th, the Tyrannosaurus. I was gonna cover because I know Sean was interested in that. So it's coming in the Bible. I'm going to cover the fall of the biblical 12 tribes.
Oh yeah, we got to cover that, baby. Yeah. We got that.
Then I've got the Tyrannosaurus stuff. 3D Earth, 5D Tara, 7D Gaia. I was going to cover that.
Yeah.
And then I've got the 12 tribes in Astrological Clock. I'm going to cover that. Still got that. Then I've got the realm bit to cover, and I was going to cover the cosmos, universal stars, solar system. I was going to cover the Bible, the age of Taurus, the age of Aries, and I was going to cover the essential cycle.
Got a lot. Say no more.
I've still got a lot to cover over. I still haven't finished.
Okay, so if you're up, because what I don't ever want to do is monopolize your time. This man is making a huge sacrifice. He's on a 7-hour difference than us. So he's making a huge sacrifice to be here to bring you this information, okay? He's not doing it for my sake. He's doing it because he has to get it out. This is his spiritual journey, okay? He's truly doing it from the heart. I offer, I send you super chats or whatever. He don't want none of that. He wants to get the information out. So all love and respect to you, Brother Odel. So if you want to come back next week, you are welcome to come back. If you need to take a break because you do have a life, whatever the case may be, that's fine too. If you want to start it back up, I'm open to your schedule. You let me know.
Yeah, I mean, I was meant to be. I want to speak to you privately, and I am gonna do that this weekend. Some stuff came up last week, and so you and Antoine. I've especially you and Antoine specifically. I'm gonna have to send you a Zoom link. Which have you got a particular preference for
it doesn't
which particular
matter.
Esther?
Whatever
All right. Are you and Antoine specifically? I would definitely want to get in touch with.
Yeah, whatever works. Because I don't want us to say a specific method, and then we got to kick some motherfuckers out. So
yeah. All right, well, I'm definitely going to do that this week. That's my priority to do because I freed myself up. I've got to do it this week, and I have to do it because I was supposed to do it last week, and some things came up I didn't expect.
No worries.
But this week, I'm going to commit to doing that this week. Is Antoine still with us, by the way?
Yeah. Let me. Nephew, you want to unmute yourself? Dig, and I don't want to unmute them. I don't like to unmute people without asking them if they put themselves on mute. There he is. Okay.
You want to put something on it?
No, I think Brother Odel has a question for you.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Are you around over this weekend? Because I'm going to be definitely contacting this weekend. I had to do some stuff last week that came up. This weekend I've kind of freed up. I want to get in touch with you, Sister Rhonda, this weekend. Is that possible?
Yes, that's perfect.
All right, I'll send you an email first, and I've got to do it because I really want to touch base with you. I have to do it this weekend. I have to make that commitment to touch base with you, and I'll definitely we're going on some stuff that I can't even touch here, but yeah, definitely, because obviously sisters, we kind of like the sister said, we probably can't really do the rest of this talk this week. We'll just do it next week, and I want to cover the Tyrannosaurus stuff because I know Sean had an interest in that. That's Gaia on 5D Tara and 7D Gaia. Cover that in the 12 tribes, and then link that into the astrological clock, and link that into some of the stuff that we've talked about this week. This week that we've done, just because again, it's all relevant to what we're going through right now. Everything has a purpose, and we kind of get that here. We're all aware of what's going on. So I'll just stop there, sister, and let you comment. I don't want to go too far, but we all know at this point that some of us, like I said, are not going to be here towards the end of this natural ascension cycle. Some of us will be leaving this
right.
halting period, going wherever it's supposed to be going. I agree with Sean on that one.
Yeah, just real quick, Incast vibes, I cannot answer for you what that means. I just told you how to break down the numbers. So what's 4 plus 4? What does 22 mean? So if you know what 4 plus 4 equals, which is 8, you know what 22 means. You should be able to answer your own question. And even if you do 8 plus 4, you should be able to answer your question. So that's something that you're going to have to reflect on. We literally gave you the codes, but you're pretty good to point that out. But you need to reflect. Why do you have the 44 and the 22? But it is significant. But I can't tell you what that significant means for you. I can only tell you what those numbers mean. 8 means infinity. 22, we just talked about it. That means double manifestation. So even if you take the 2 plus the 2, which is the 4, and add that to 8, what's that? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We done told you what all of this stuff means. So you have to apply that to your own situation.
Put the work in on self.
Exactly.
But part is the work goes in on self. The templates within man, ye are the true gods, and the scripture shall not be broken.
That's
so
right.
Therefore, and I'm quoting them from their scripture there, just hit them over the head. The work is inside of your temple. The work is inside of you. This is when the Yeshua goes into the temple and talks about the money chasers, and he knocks the tables over. It's symbolic. He's talking about the mind control, the mentality, the fiat, and all this nonsense going on here. You've got the original templates in you. Focus on yourself and ask yourself that the truth, and the truth shall reveal to you from in you. Your focus should be on oneself. So as you're focusing on oneself, the answers. I mean, if I ever need something, I just sit. I'll just sit on myself. I'm not doing it in public. I just sit with myself for a couple of minutes just before I decide to make that transition. And I ask the universe, and I always get an answer within 3 days. I'll get something.
Absolutely.
I'll get something in a book or some kind of message or something. It'll give me a clue to what I'm looking for. Normally, it takes around about 3 days if your intent is correct and honorable. So just ask yourself to answer that question 3 days in a row in honor, and you will get a clue. The issue is sometimes I can decode the clue I'm being given, and sometimes it takes me a bit longer to decode the clue I'm being given. I always get an answer, just sometimes it takes me like a little bit longer to decode the answer that I'm being given.
And sometimes,
it varies.
Sometimes you want to wait for the confirmation too.
Yes, that's agreed.
Yeah.
Hey, sir.
Yes, sir.
I don't think you break down the master numbers, though.
You don't. Absolutely. I'm just putting it out there for them because some people want to still reduce the master numbers, but you don't. Agreed. Because 22.
Yeah,
is
1 through 9. That's it. That's only 1 through 9. That is it.
Yeah.
1 through 9.
So that's why
and the 8's the 00.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 8's the 00. So that's the universal number. It's 2 zeros put together. You get me? And that essentially that would bust into one number, which is the whole, which is 0, which is the whole, which is the universe. And that's why I say 1 through 9, because the whole itself, the 0 of the universe, the circle, the great wheel, which is what the sister Yana sit on. The great females sit on that 0. The planets spin on what's called female. It's Miles Donaldson talks about this, and I know you've had him on. The female sexual energy. And that's right, the divine feminine, and that's that frequencies. But I was showing from earlier on that natural frequency that's coming from that point now. Naturally, the great crown or the great consciousness, the great corona. That's why they want everybody scared of that, because that 0, the great consciousness, the great crown, is that energies is what's coming to this part of the realm right now, and we're fixing in that natural vibrations coming in that's knocking off the dark, the black sun and stuff like that. It's taking all that nonsense out. That's why they want you scared of coronavirus. That's why it's coronavirus is coming. Coronavirus is coming. Yeah, it is coming. It's kicking ass. And they know what's coming.
Absolutely.
They just don't want the people knowing the truth.
And we told them that early on when they gave it that name. We said, okay, it's a crown. We literally told y'all all that stuff. I knew y'all didn't get it. I knew it went over your head. We kept reminding you that was the reset. We told you it was the reset on all levels. Don't forget the spiritual level.
Don't be afraid.
Okay? So again, you are going to have to concentrate more on that spiritual side. Folks are so busy on this 3D density that you still keep missing the spiritual side, and which is where the true power is, and they're going to beat you at their game every time. They're going to beat you every time. And you're going to be recycling every time.
We're playing on their rules, on their coil.
And that's fine if you want to do that.
That's the perks.
That's your right, have at it. But you all still haven't even caught up to the fact that even if you want to play in the physical density realm, in order to be successful at it, you still have to go to the higher realms.
Yeah.
That's where the power is. That's where you create from. Okay? Exactly. Okay, so with that said, we're going to give last words. Yes, brother.
Sister, can I all right to share? Can I have about 15 minutes? Can I just share something?
Absolutely.
It's worth sharing.
Go ahead.
It's worth sharing. I'll share this just to let you know. It's to do with the realm and stuff like that. To let you know that the people at the top of this system know what's really going on, and they know it's going to. It kind of fixes on what you were showing earlier, but it's definitely worth. And it exposes the keys to the earth, the Vatican. I want to go in. It's put it this way. It's worth a listen.
Absolutely.
It's worth
go
your time.
Ahead.
You know me. If I'm going to take your time up, I'll make it worth your while.
Oh no, it's always worth our while. So when you put it on the screen, I'll put it on the screen for the family.
Okay. I've got a couple. You know me. When I did some stuff last week, enjoy what I had last week. You'll enjoy this.
Yeah, and see, I knew that we was gonna get it in like this week. So yeah, I had made my little electrolyte water to get my little self together, to have the energy to get it in. I knew we was gonna get it in.
Thank you, Auntie Rhonda. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I already knew we was gonna get it in this week, so it's all good.
Exactly. We always know what we'll be doing here. And we keep it. You always keep it real here, so that's what I like. So let me just
Captain.
Get this ready.
So yeah, we done went over a lot of stuff. And I'm gonna say it, damn it, you ain't heard none of this shit from nobody else. Nah. I bet you ain't heard it from nobody else. I know you ain't. All right. So
you did. They heard it from us first, though. Get it straight.
I know. Now they finna recycle. Believe this. Them bitches finna recycle this shit and chop it up into itty bitty fragments because they don't enter and understand it fully. And that's okay too.
We're gonna see Odel slide on some man's live. Watch.
Oh yeah, I catch people biting off us all the time with big ass platforms, and I be rolling.
Oh, we got new information. Fresh.
Yeah, they gonna fucking get it. Okay, we ready.
Your sister never read that. There's no rush. I think Brother Sean gonna say something.
Everybody doing giants now.
Child, we didn't what giant? We was on Giants 2-3 motherfucking years ago, and they still haven't caught up to what we're talking about with this astrological clock, because we broke that shit down last year. So for those that's gonna bite off our shit, motherfucker, that's a year old.
They won't talk about that.
Blink 75 times. All right, we ready, brother Odel, when you ready.
Whenever you're ready, sister, there's no rush. You just tell me when you're ready, and I start when you're ready, sister. You get me?
We're ready, brother.
Shocking secret threatens to rewrite history with theory of human origins. It is called the key.
1 second, I want to just say something.
Rewrite history.
1 second. Right, you've got the temple, the macabre fields here, the temple of man and stuff like that. Right, I just want to just say something because human origins. I want to go back to this. There's one thing I want to share with this stuff. I want to mention something because the sister mentioned something. They know the Vatican. 1 minute, where's it? I want to get the bit where it shows it. Come on. There you go. So here, what they call the Star of David. This is just representation. You can see here, look, your triangles. It's represented. You can see the ancient pyramids. You can see the planets and star maps. They know that everything's connected. They see our religion. It's all related to all cosmological its origins, but this original template of the stuff is representative of your macabre fields. Remember, it talks about the octagon earlier on in that thing. It's representative, actually, of macabre fields, and you linked your temple in the body of man, and that showed. You know, when I showed the portal stuff earlier, it's linked to that. So this is all linked to that. The temple it sits on. So I just wanted to share that with you. So when you see all this religion stuff and the Jewish and all this stuff, and it's all the religions, as I explained in this talk that I showed. Not in this one now, but in the one I showed that I shared with you. I showed that the holographic implants of religion, we were led through all that stuff when the Black Sun was put in. I exposed all that last week. So that's all been exposed, but I just wanted to share that. But they know what's going on with all these sigils and all these symbols and stuff. But yeah, and the Vatican know about all this. This is all linked into the Vatican, by the way. You're going to enjoy this anyway, but I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, so just to real quick. So he's showing you the breakup of the Merkaba, which is representing the Star of David, so that Merkaba, or your spiritual light body. So as you can see, this first inverted triangle, that's representing higher and lower self. And you see they represent it, and this inverted triangle, the lower part, you see they shaded it in. That's telling you the density. That's telling you the physical body. The point in between that they have lit up like the sun is your crown chakra, is your gateway to go to the higher realm, which is your ether body.
Yes, which what I showed earlier on the Eka stuff.
And all of those shapes put together, the triangle just to the top is the fire, and then with the line is the air, and then to the bottom is the water, and then to the bottom with the line is the earth.
Exactly.
And so you put them all together.
It's linked to the realm. And the original realm is what it sits on, the original realm. And I talk about the one that we had originally with the female yarners. I'm talking about the planet female sexual energy. I'm talking about that level. It's the naturally the crown or corona, the divine feminine. That's what's coming back right now during this advent of Aquarius, and they know that. Hence why with the BlackRock stuff, they keep putting the sea stars up on the BlackRock stuff because they know symbolically that's what's going to happen anyway, and they can't stop it.
Exactly.
You get me? But they're putting on fake level. But what's happening is that's coming in on a natural level. That's what I point out. And on a natural level, I don't mean to point from duality. I mean that will be happening in terms of the whole process period, the wholeness I'm talking about, rather than the duality stuff that they always keep promoting. But anyway, let's keep going because you'll find this interesting.
Exactly. Just one last point. When
yes,
you're Merkaba, when you are driving your ship, you spin that ship at a certain vibration, and the faster you spin it, the higher the vibration, and you can spin it so fast where you cannot be detected. You disappear. You're still there, but you disappear from the beings that cannot spin at that level.
Yep, and those on the black sun can't do that. They're limited.
Can't do nothing with a child.
That's what they say angels do. They vibrate so high that you can't see them. And so people, when they do see them, it's because they slow down and get density so you can see them. That's what I heard about angels.
Yeah, which is just fancy word for angle of light.
Yeah,
because at the end of the day, you're light.
Yeah, you're light, buddy. You're light being.
Yeah, you're light being. Okay, I promise we ready now, brother.
No, whenever you're right. There's no rush. You can just tell when you're ready to go.
No, I just wanted to break that down because people need to start understanding what these sigils mean.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing that they gonna put in front of you that ain't related to you. You are the blueprint. I'm gonna say that again. Ain't nothing that they ain't gonna put in front of you that ain't related to you. Now, they may take part of it and fractionalize it, but you are the blueprint.
Yeah.
All right, I'm really ready now.
This is too good.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir. We said we ready, but...
No, Sean, go ahead, brother Sean. I've stopped you. Go ahead, brother Sean.
Just looking at the way that it came down, it's a key. It's locked into place. When it comes together like that, that's what trapped us in this cycle.
Yeah, the Star of David, when it came to the star, that was a trap.
That was the fall.
Yes.
Because if originally the pyramids were inverted like they were and not intersecting each other,
right.
If that was the highest state of being, that fall of the ethers or the soul being locked into the body to keep us in this reincarnation process, because the soul is supposed to be able to come and go.
Absolutely.
Well, it had somewhere to go. Remember, it was higher up. It had somewhere to go. Now it's stuck in your physical realm.
Yeah, because they got you to agree to these third density contracts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And some of you already are beyond the third density contracts because some of us, wink, wink, are already vibrating beyond that already.
Exactly.
Wink, wink. So we already know that shift is already coming, and they can't control that shift.
Exactly.
So I agree with Sean on that front, but it's on a soul level. Because not everybody's functioning on that level.
That's true.
There are some that are still tied in on 3D, that are literally tied in on 3D.
And don't want to go nowhere but 3D, because that's where they're comfortable.
That's where they're from. They're fake. They're 50, was it the 54th parallel we call it? 55th parallel?
Thing is, their creation could only come about in third density.
Exactly. Yeah. There you go, Brother Sean. Absolutely. Which is why I go back to, that's their motherfucking sun that we're seeing now. We didn't need that bullshit.
Our trees weren't vibing off of that either. Yeah, our whole soul system wasn't on that bullshit.
All right. right. Now, are we ready now, Yao?
Forward.
We're ready, Brother Odel. We promise this time.
All right.
Origins. It is called the Key of Solomon. The talisman. It's full of stars. The South African author of a book called The Hidden Records cracked the code. He discovered ancient star maps all over the world, coded in the layout pattern of the great monuments. The secret of the talisman begins here. It holds the same shocking truth, one hidden from humankind far too long. It holds a message of who we are and where we come from, and it is nothing like what we have been taught. Wayne Herschel explains how the clues come together.
This is the Key of Solomon talisman on a parchment. It is stored in the British Library. It is the earliest Hebrew talisman. The story starts over here. This is the sacred cross of the churches. And it has a little bit more in what you see of the sacred cross today. These little bits here are identifying this here, and I believe this is the constellation Orion. If you look at the little bit here, this is probably referring to the sword of Orion and the head of Orion. We have those kind of nebula collections on each side of Orion, the 3 belt stars of Orion here. Now, the whole talisman is actually a star map. As an amateur astronomer, I noticed firstly that these stars have little lines connecting to them. Lines connecting stars make constellations. The secret is putting this puzzle together to crack what constellation it is. The second thing I was looking for is where is the ecliptic? Where is the path of the sun and the planets? Just like in Egypt, there are 2 horizons here, sunset and sunrise. The special star right in the middle has a beam of light coming down from it. It also seems to have 4 round objects around it. If you're looking for a star that's got planets, that's what you're going to be looking for. So it's a star that's just beyond the ecliptic, okay? It's just below the ecliptic from Orion. Orion is pointing towards the ecliptic. And the key is putting this whole star map together, and I'll show you in the animation.
So that's the gateways
Yep.
to their shit.
Yeah. it gets bad, sister. But yeah,
Okay,
go ahead.
I'm not gonna make you stop. I just
No, I'll stop it.
point
Go on,
that
just read the
out
comment.
because
I can stop it.
I don't
Go on.
want people to get hung up on some round ball in the sky millions and millions of years away. No, those are just gateways to get to energy centers, to portal to their dimensions. Okay? But peep game. What did he say this is in Hebrew or did I
Hebrew.
misunderstand?
Yeah,
oh,
Hebrew,
okay
yeah.
then.
Israelites don't talk about this shit. All right.
Exactly. Uh-huh. I'm ready for real. I'm ready.
All right.
Thanks.
No, all right. Just let me know.
It was a secret that worked its way from the Templars through to secret society. The Egyptians knew about it. George Washington and his brothers took it to their grave. Da Vinci knew the secret. The Sumerians revered it. The builders of Stonehenge worshipped it. The author recently announced the shocking source of all his material on his website due to the urgency in getting the truth out before he is stopped completely. The Vatican City builders encoded the sacred knowledge in its layout.
So
One
shout
that
out to
aligns with the
Vibes of
sacred cross
Cosmos
rising on the horizon.
because he's already mapped out literally what they're calling the astrological galaxy. He already mapped out what's up in the sky and showed you the energy centers that's pointing to the earth. He's already mapped this stuff out. Okay? So go check out his work. It pretty much adds up. So again, they are describing to you Pleiades, yes, it is a quote system, but it's not balls in the sky.
Correct.
That's their ley lines that they've set in the dome. That's their ley lines that they've set in the dome. Their energy centers or portals to their particular place. Their stargates. Thank you, son Scotty. Okay, so I want us to be clear. All right? So that's how they're ciphering energy back to their particular shit galaxies, and I'm calling them shit galaxies. What Trump card be calling places shitholes, where their places are shitholes. Because anytime you got to come to somebody else's home and steal, that means you don't have the shit yourself. So they're shitholes. Okay?
Intergalactic shitholers.
Right. Galactic shitholes. Galactic ghettos. Okay, so I'm
they
sorry.
messed up their own system. No, sister, you're gonna want to make more comments because I've got 3 more videos to put up as well. You're gonna make more comments.
Ready.
You'll enjoy it and you'll want to make more comments. But okay, I'll keep going until just when you start talking, I'll just stop.
Okie dokie, thanks.
Reborn from the night of Sol Invictus.
Yeah, Sol Invictus, and this is the 25th when it's so-called Christmas Day, and the Pope's coming out and he's waving. You can see Orion's belts there, so they know the beings who came here from Orion, who they venerate and stuff like that. You can see all this stuff. You get me? So this is what people are not realizing. You get me? These people are not doing things by chance. They know that the beings that came here, they're involved with. So I just wanted to point out, so Sol Invictus is on the 25th. When the sun is born or Jesus is born and all this is way to our black sun, and the beings that came in from Orion, and obviously the beings that came from Draco, and they set up all this the dark sun and the realm, and they're venerating all this stuff. That's why they come out on certain times of the year and stuff like that. That's what Ray else was talking about.
Exactly, and you see the grid. If you look at this Vatican shit, that's a motherfucking grid. You can look at it and see it's a grid.
Yep.
But this language, I mean, this information is not totally public. You have to kind of learn it like we're learning it.
Well, yeah.
Well, we are. That's why we're here. That's why
exactly.
That's what we do.
That's why. Exactly. Yeah, you have to learn it. But what we're also saying is that's why you have to practice in your astral body going to those other realms.
What I'm saying is the natural person who came from those places don't know it, right?
You see, the people that came from Orion don't know about Orion?
Yeah.
No, they would know.
They know. They came here. They came here to set the black realm up. The beings that came here from Orion, with the Anunnaki. This gets back into that. I showed it earlier on when I showed the bloodlines. Brother Shine is right. I've been up on this. The bloodlines that came here because in their systems, when they had the fall, they messed up their sons, and they realized that we had a natural system that could feed their system because their galaxies were dying out. And so they had to come in and set up the quantum mechanics. And I showed them grids. I've got all the grids. I can show you them all. I just haven't had the chance to do it because we just never get there. I've got the grids. I've been showing some of it even in this stuff, right? And they've been saying it. They've set up the realm so that we can be fed off. This is why Sophie Stewart did the Matrix. And she's right. The grids here, tapping. I showed it tonight. The 55 harmonic. All these grids that the Viking have got, they're set up on that 55 harmonic, and that energy is transferred. And I showed the grids a couple of weeks ago. It pushes the Earth's grids down. It's set in a way that it allows the quantum physics to be took off, the energy to be took off world to part of these systems from Orion, Draco, and obviously on Nibiru, where the Anunnaki on Nibiru. So that's what it's doing. But the reason why these people come out and do all this stuff, the Pope, and all this stuff, because in Christmas and people are celebrating, all they're doing their rituals is to send that energy up off world into the black sun and take it and convert all that energy to these dead systems. That's why it's coming out on Sol Invictus. Exactly. Because it being they were in bed with. That's what they're in bed with, and that's why he's up waving at Orion, because he knows who his bosses are.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, okay. They consciously know this.
They of course they know it.
Yeah, they know it.
This is the secret they can't tell you. This is the secret.
Only some of them.
Yeah. I mean,
only some of them. The whole memory wipe thing, the fact that the Galactic Federation coming out the way that they are, all these different beings trying to wake up their people.
True.
This, that, or the other, to try and get them out the goddamn way. Because they know it's a new deal.
That's a good point.
They hoping that their hybrids have been able to get off into the indigenous bloodlines, hoping that they're going
can hold
to be
the frequency, and they can't.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so I mean, they all don't know.
Right.
They're just as dumbfounded as everybody else who don't know. They don't know who they are.
No, let's put it that way.
Yeah,
they definitely know. The ones that came in definitely know.
Yeah, the controllers know. Real quick, CC, the Da Vinci Code was nothing but telling you that the code was the woman. That's all.
Yep.
They went through
Edge
all
of the
that
Demons.
hoopla.
Yep.
Yeah, that's all that was.
And all those. In fact, I recommend people watch the three films: the Da Vinci Code, Age of the Demons, and the last one they did three of them. The Vatican. That's telling the aspect of this. Please go and watch that stuff. Like Sister said, with Westworld, with Westworld, yeah,
before the movie.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Go and watch the Da Vinci Code, the Age of the Demons, and the last one that they did. That's all about this stuff. And the Westworld that Sister talks about. Watch all that stuff. Stargate Atlantis. Stargate Voyager. It talks about the other realms in the Species 4182, and it talks about the other realms. There's plenty of stuff out there you can go and watch where they're putting this stuff out there, like the sister saying. Go ahead, sister, and not to cut you back.
Nope, I'm good. I'm ready when you ready.
All right, let's keep going then, but Solomon Victor's when the Pope comes out, just listen to what Wayne Herschel says, because he mentions it when the Pope comes out, and it's deliberate. You can see the sigils here, the lower realms and stuff. You see the lower realms, and you've got the higher realms up here. You can see it's all in their sigils on the dollar bill. It's all in their sigils from. They know the truth about the highest state of being. This is what I was talking about last week, a couple of weeks ago, with Sister with the Wizard of Oz and Dorothy and all that thing. The past is with ours within us. You get me? So we, the Temple of Man, it's always about the Oz. It's always about the women and the men here. The original ones that were here, that are tied to this realm by birthright. And I'm talking about the original template, not the black Saturn stuff. I'm talking about the original template when we first came in billions of years ago. But let's keep going.
Yeah.
Being reborn on the night of Sol Invictus, the 25th of December. The 25th of
See Taurus, the Tyrannosaurus. You've got Orion, you've got the Taurus. Yeah, the Tyrannosaurus. I'm covering that at this talk next week. When I get to that talk next week, I'm going to cover that. Because they know about all this stuff, and they know about who came here and what was going on here. You get me?
They would have to know, because they have to operate that astrological. They have
clock.
To follow the energy of the astrological clock. So, of course,
correct.
They know.
The mimickers, they know.
Even in Washington, look, all the stuff is built like this to represent all that.
It's a grid.
They all know what's going on, sister. Yeah, let's keep going. So they know exactly what they're doing. Nothing is by chance.
Nope.
The very same pattern is found on Mars. It has the same five-sided monument, but in place of the obelisk like in Egypt, a human face built out of blocks. Elite society is currently making fictional accounts of this.
You see, look. You see, look. And it's keys to the earth. You see, Vatican City. You can see. They know what going on, fam. Chiro. They know what going on, fam. They know.
They know what's up. So that's the sigils they put together.
Yeah.
This reminds me of the sigils from King James, the demons. I forgot what we called the damn thing.
Demonology.
Demonology.
Yeah.
Child, we ready, brother Odel.
Is it an attempt to hide its real meaning, or are they preparing us for the shocking truth? Before looking at the author's website, there's one important thing for all those who get to see the truth. If you think this is valuable material and want to do something to help it become known, please consider
4th of July. Independence Day, the 4th of July. Fam, they don't do things by chance, fam.
No, nothing is by chance.
It was with purpose. All right, so it's that simple.
And didn't the Masons create that 4th of July shit?
Yeah.
Okay, I just and then I say Masons, and then 33 pops up. Okay,
Exactly.
keep going,
Exactly. Instead of mother and son, as in this mother
Exactly.
universe, and the sun as in their sun system. Exactly. And the ecliptic, this is all to do with the realm and thing.
Yep.
On the websites, because without your help, this will not even get a chance to spread, to make the urgent changes, to end our destructive ways. The world needs
There's
to
a
be aware.
Sphinx, the Leo, the Lion, that's the last time we fell. The Leo, that's when the Leo was built, it's facing Aquarius. I've talked about that last time. The last time people fell when we fell into this other cycle was the Sphinx was built because they knew when this would be a natural cycle that would happen, because they knew back then what was going on.
What can be done to save ourselves from terrible things that are almost upon us?
So I'm just going to stop there for a quick second.
Because you got another one you want to show.
Yeah. But I'll just make it very clear, sister. We've got to realize what is really happening. They've really got to realize what's going on, because it's not by chance. It's not. They're doing everything with purpose. And until people get what's really going on here, sister, they're always going to struggle.
Right.
They're always going to struggle. You know what I mean? Because they're not taught. They're not taught anything. Do you know what I mean, sister? Go ahead.
Exactly. So just to recap, to make it much more simpler, the entire realm was hijacked.
Yes.
So meaning we had a natural organic realm. When we decided to make this a more denser density, i.e. making it physical, it was still at a much higher vibration. Okay, so that's where all of the ancient giant trees came from, this, that, and the third. And we had our own natural organic, if you want to call it, ley line. It was natural. And that's why everything was so big, because it was naturally using the natural energy from Mother Earth. So everything grew naturally larger, and it was different. That's why they call in those ancient trees that are of silica, and the root systems have that lithium in it. You know, that lithium that they're digging for today to put in them electric batteries for those electric vehicles. So the realm looked totally different. So when the invasion took place, and folks, I'm assuming, had to have been cutting agreements with these other beings, because these other beings are from the ghetto.
Like old girl.
Okay? They were from the ghetto. So they were not as advanced as us. So obviously, within our realm, folks were cutting deals, and maybe it was just an experiment that we wanted to have in this realm. Okay? So they had to come through and like, oh shit. This is too high for me. I can't operate in this.
In your food.
I need to bring the energy level down. So that's when the terraforming came into play, cutting down the trees, this, that, and the other, and starting to set up these different temples and buildings and structures, laying out a computer grid. You all should see what they're showing you. That shit looks like a mother computer board.
Yeah.
They laid across their mother computer board across Earth's natural ley lines to control the realm.
And harness the power like a computer.
Okay?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm tired of hearing about people saying that aliens seeded us here when they clearly state in their shit that it was people already here.
Absolutely.
And then at some point, they started fucking with the people that was already here.
Agreed.
Now, they couldn't survive here, this, that, or the other.
They seeded us here.
That's why they had to hire other motherfuckers do work for them, this, that, or the other.
Conditions.
I just don't understand how it is that people still consider these beings to be gods. and our creators and trying to tie their bloodline into theirs.
Right. And that's their business. That's why people want to swing in the comments. Okay, if you feel that strong about it, then you were seeded. That is your bloodline. That is your people. What the fuck that got to do with me? Because obviously it can't all be that much of my bloodline if I know what the fuck it is and you can't see it.
The hijack is that they think we're all the same, that we are all one being. I think that's where
that's
hijack
the hijack. But
that's what they want us to think.
But at this point, Brother Sean, I'm starting to believe that is they fucking people.
Yeah, if they strongly feel that way, and that's what their heart and soul is telling them. Or maybe it's just a choice that they made, and that's what they want. That's the reality.
I don't know. I can't call that for them. Only they can call that for themselves. But yeah, when they talk about the seeded, that's the invading beings putting their people here. But it was already people here.
Yes, that's what I was referencing with when I talked about the frequency phase. We were already here.
Exactly.
When I'm referencing what I'm referencing, even though I've got this stuff up here now, like what when I'm talking about what I can do, that's still those beings. I don't see them as gods over me or anything like that.
We know you not, but we hear it all the time, Brother Odel. We know that's not you. Trust me, we know. We literally have people. Oh, we're of the Hebrew bloodline. You should know that. Oh, I should. Based on what? Based on Noah, blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you, it's pretty deep.
Oh my days.
It's very deep, and I don't care what amount of information you put in front of them. They say they are Hebrew. That's they God, them, and gonna try to convince other people that that's their God. And they're of Hebrew bloodline and you're lost. Well, you falling on deaf ears. Now, I respect that. If that's your people, I have always told people, if that's your people, rep your people.
Rock out, bro. Rock out.
But don't include me in it. I done took and told y'all. So I'm convinced that is their people.
That's fucked up.
But looking at the history of those people, all they done was go around and take from other people.
But don't people know that when we point? How many times has we motherfucker pointed that out?
Their actions.
We have pointed that out. I said, oh, so your particular people, the R word that Sis Sandra just kept saying all earlier this night. R. It's like, don't say that word. R. Then went around, then R'd people, robbed people, enslaved people,
took an advantage of.
But that's your God, and I'm supposed to be bowing down to that.
Sky Daddy.
Now I ain't benefited from a motherfucking thing that your God done set up and did. How many times have we gone through that, Brother Sean? And we even use their own shit.
Mm-hmm.
We use their shit that they say is accurate to point out what they said God did, but none of that matters to them. So yes, that's they people. And if it ain't they people, they didn't fucking adopted them.
Mm-hmm. But speaking
and
of that,
fine. Go live a happy life. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Speaking of that R in Deuteronomy, where they talk about that R situation, it says that if a man should stumble across a virgin out at the wild and has his way with her, and they are found, that all he has to do is pay the father 50 shekels of silver and then marry her.
Yeah.
Sounds a little Muslim to me.
Now, what that sounds like is what's going on in society today. Something happens to somebody, instead of locking the person up, everybody want money. Money makes shit go away.
Exactly.
Grip.
But this is supposed to be of my bloodline, right?
Right. That like who wants to associate with that. Even if that was what some of your people was doing back in the day.
I'm not
Who wants
repping
to
the
sit
fuck
up and
shit.
proudly claim them?
Exactly. And it was wrong then, and it's wrong now.
It's wrong now.
And it's always been wrong, and they've been doing that nonsense. So
exactly. So I'm not repping none of it, and I don't give a fuck who have an issue with it. Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Great points. Great points.
All right, I'm ready whenever you are. So yeah.
We're ready, brother.
All right, you'll find it interesting anyway. It seems to brought up a couple of other subjects just by speaking about Sky Daddies. We'll continue a bit more Sky Daddy now.
I got something for that, man. 200.
Well, I won't start. I'll let you start now before I play.
Let's keep rolling. That's another week.
Okay, let's do some more Sky Daddy stuff.
This documentary video is the full version following the TV interview with Matrix TV and Out There TV. The lost symbol of Ra. What makes the symbol lost? That is the question. Dan Brown's new book has the theme of the Ra symbol and does not explain why it is lost. My name is Wayne Herschel. I'm author of the book called The Hidden Records, and this is my story. The ancient obelisk in Egypt has a beginning that predates.
You see the terraforming. You see it's gone years and years. They know Wagwan. It's still in Washington D.C. Criminals. You see they know Wagwan. This has been going from bloodlines, ancient bloodlines.
It's a bloodline thing, and
yes,
it's a male thing also overriding the female because that's a phallus symbol.
Yep.
It's a weak male. It's a weak male thing. Let's say it like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a certain group of males that are here.
For what it's worth. I mean, you know what we saying.
But we call that the big dick syndrome. You know what I mean?
This is the overriding of this natural feminine realm.
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready whenever you're ready.
All right, sister. Just let me know when you want to comment. It's fine.
It's 2500 BC. There was once a massive obelisk pyramid that was gold-capped. It was in the middle of the pyramid field, and all the pyramids replicate the stars, as I show in my book. But the obelisk itself is completely misunderstood. Many thousands of years later, up to the time of Christ, and 1,000 years after Christ, there was the tall obelisk that has been replicated in Washington, D.C. It is not a coincidence the Washington, D.C. obelisk is the design that it is. It too maps out the position of a star in a grand star map. The story begins in Egypt. My theory explains, as above, so below, how the stars are built on the ground using monuments and revered to isolate one important star of the so-called gods, our human ancestors. The stars that you see in the image above are in a triangulation formation. There are 3 sun-like stars that are in a grouping near the Pleiades. The Pleiades is a group of 7 stars to the right of this triangulation formation. It has a beginning that ties in, I believe, with the ancient star worship group of solar deities. 3 predominant solar deities in Egypt and 3 also in Sumeria. So it does seem to be a grand story of one truth. It starts off with the grouping as a 3 with the puma head above it. If you look on Wikipedia, you'll get this information as a reference. You'll see the Christ reference here to the second one. To the center of the diagram, you'll see an X. I believe that is the X that marks the spot. It is the bottom of the triangulation of stars. And I'm going to show you how I can prove these are 3 sun-like stars and that the Christ story is a part of it. Looking at the way to find this small little star, you can use the leg of the bull of the Pleiades. This looks like a leg shape. The ancient Egyptians believed it was a leg. I'll show you that in a minute. And you follow that leg shape to find this X star. Or you can use Orion, the 3 stars of Orion in a row, aligning to find the direction of the star. So the 2 basic ways the ancients used to find it. 1 using Orion, 2 using the Pleiades. The circumpunct is the Ra symbol. But to understand this Ra symbol, you need to understand these 4 other symbols that are on this image. The leg of the bull, top left, the winged disc below it, a disc that flies. I don't believe at all that it is the sun being depicted here, but it is a disc that shines like the sun and wings added to it to show that it can fly. The leg of the bull, by the way, thought by historians is the Big Dipper. It's not that constellation, and I'm going to show that it's the Pleiades. To the right we have the double cross, a cross within a cross. This is the cross of the churches, and you'll see where its origins are found on the Key of Solomon. And below it the crescent, but in a position that shows that it's not the moon. It is a sickle-shaped crescent. I believe it is a star with a planet in front of it, and I have a Sumerian artifact to prove this. The story really begins in Egypt in the Senma tomb. We're looking at the image here of the circumpunct right in the middle with a beam of light coming down from it. It is close to Isis, and Isis, the solar deity goddess, is holding her son.
You see the bull Taurus. You see, it's all linked. Just to keep going.
In the Egyptian story of the trinity of three solar deities, it is Isis and her son, not S-O-N, but S-U-N, that she is attaching herself to in this image. But to understand the leg of the bull, we need to look at the earliest renditions. In the temple of Hathor and Dendara, we have the leg of the bull at the center of the zodiac disc. Now that leg is attached to the womb of the hippo goddess Taweret or Theoris. We need to zoom in and have a look and see what we can see. You'll notice as well that the star beneath Taweret has two deities on each side, one Isis and one a bull-headed god. The bull-headed crown is basically showing that he is of Taurus. And if you look at the top right-hand side of the picture, you'll see Taurus the bull.
See, it's the Taurus, so the edge of Taurus, so it's showing this stuff. They knew what was going on. So it's the
heavens, which scholars agree this is a representation of Taurus, is looking back at his leg that has been severed. Who severed the leg? The Theoris hippo is holding the knife. Notice how the leg connects to the womb. It is very clear. Those little animals in green around the leg are probably the seven titles of the seven stars that make up the leg. Now, is it the Pleiades? This is what I believe it is here. How can I prove that this is the Pleiades? The answer lies in a coffin lid. It was the priestess of Hathor herself from Dendara. On her coffin lid she has the leg of the bull, but it has the stars filled in for the first time. And you can see with the shape, one large one at the knee part of the leg and two to the left as a close proximity to each other. The Pleiades have this formation, and the leg is used as a pointer, and you'll see two black dots in the lower part of the leg to point the way, to show direction. The Pleiades leg does have some movement, and perhaps these two stars in the hoof area have moved around slowly over time. Let's go deep into the tomb of Senmut now and see the secret behind this circumpunct Ra symbol. In the roof of the tomb there is a picture of the center part of it, and it has the leg of the bull. It has Orion as Horus showing the way, and I'm showing you a graphic here just to show what I believe it is interpreted as. If it were simplified to make it a nighttime scene, this is probably what it looks like. It's Orion showing the way to the leg. The leg has a crown of the bull on it, and the star has a beam of light shining down to the earth. The narrator of the story pointing up to it. But the amazing thing is all the gods of ancient Egypt are present on the ground. To me, that speaks of an arrival, and they're showing where they came from. That is one artifact, one piece of evidence showing the Ra symbol is a star and not our sun. You look back at the image again, that Ra symbol is a red dot with a red circle around it, and it is in the context of stars around it. There is no chance that that is the sun. The Ra symbol is a sun-like star, not our sun.
Odel.
Second ancient artifact, semi-ancient, it's not that old, but it's a Freemason tracing board at the Bradford University in the UK. They have a document that shows the sacred trinity, the three solar bodies in the sky. I believe it's Orion on the right, sorry, not Orion, the Pleiades on the right hand side of the combination of the three solar bodies, and it does have a beam of light coming down from the star. The star also has 7 points of light on it. Now if you think of the Statue of Liberty, it has 7 beams of light beaming from the head. That solar deity of liberty as a woman is probably the representation of the same phenomena, the secret of the sun-like star. Now, is it really the Pleiades? We need more evidence, obviously. But you can compare now. The Ra symbol is also on this diagram. It's at the bottom of the ladder. This is very important, or beam of light, or a ladder, we're not sure. And there's also a key on the ladder. I believe the key represents the key of Solomon, and I'm going to detail that in a few minutes. Here I'm holding the Key of Solomon artifact. It's a piece of paper copy that is sourced from the British Library, from the Clavicular Solomonus manuscript. This is our third piece of evidence now. So we have 3 documents that show that this is a star and not the sun. You can see the star is at the center of the circle. It is a cipher. It's a pictographic cipher puzzle. This Dan Brown, I believe, is his favorite artifact, his favorite puzzle that shows the secret of our ancients. And on this puzzle, you'll see the sacred cross is shown in the 10 o'clock position, and on the left is the Key of Solomon. This is the same sacred cross, showing its simplicity and how the church has adapted the cross within the cross. It will prove if this is really a star constellation of Orion, which I believe it is. So the other 3 combinations, we have the star of the Cinema tomb, the star on the Freemason tracing board, and the star in the Key of Solomon artifact.
Right, I'm just going to stop there brief.
Basically, what he's saying is that that's where those beings.
Yep.
Did you have another video to play?
Yeah, not yet. I'll let you make comment and then jump on.
Let me take that off. So basically, he's saying that's where those beings come from.
Yes.
So the Egyptian kingdom, that's their solar system or their dimensions.
Yeah.
Coordinates.
Yeah, and it's talking about the beings that came here, but that they're the ones who are in bed with the Vatican now. This one I'm going to expose in a minute when this next video comes up. Expose it.
So now, what
It's showing that basically they know what's going on in this realm at the Vatican. They know what's going on in the realm, but I'm just exposing the fact that they know what's going on, and the fact that they've got the masses on this religion thing, and that actually the truth at the top of the system, that they know that these beings from off-world, that they're black sun and these other beings they're in bed with, and they don't tell everybody, but this exposes that.
Okay.
That's what it's doing. Go ahead.
Now, peep game. This the thing that tripped me out. That Taurus that they showed you, they're telling you when they came here.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know if I wasn't picking that up right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's so right.
That's the age they came in.
Yes.
So we would just have to go to some of the ancient text, and you can figure out exactly when those beings got here. Right?
Question. Correct.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
The obelisk. We started off with the obelisk being a male phallic symbol.
It is.
After watching that, it came to me that the obelisk is more a symbol of illumination, and that when the stars align, that their star of interest would come to that point of over the obelisk, and it would give off that illumination, like as it was showing on the map. So it's more of the obelisk are there to line up to that star when.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
And it's more of showing the illumination.
And I agree with that. But what energy overtook this realm?
Weak ass male energy.
Okay. So, cause see, you ain't gonna never get past that with me.
No, we're trying to get past that.
No. And I'm doing that for a purpose. Because we still have patriarch thinking that they are supposed to rule because of their phallic symbol and your utter failures. I'm doing that for a purpose. It's not to slight you. I'm doing that for a purpose. Because that energy has ruined the realm. So it was twofold, absolutely. To illuminate. but it's also symbolism of the phallic symbol that overtook the feminine energy. And you'll even see in the Vatican, it's truly laid out with a yoni. It's fucking showing you that that's a yoni. It shows you the motherfucking birth canal, and the round part shows you the womb. And what do they have sitting in it? A phallic symbol. I know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
It's two folds. When they overrode this realm is feminine.
That's why I talked about the planets do what? The female sexual energy spins the planets. And when it comes to Stargates to get here, this is why I already covered that. You know, I've already said it, sister. I've already said.
So I have to point that out because we have to see things for what they really are. And men, you're never going to change your mindset if you keep thinking with your dick.
But, Auntie, they didn't erect that symbol for that purpose, though, because it's for the alignment of that star, though.
I'm going to say it again.
Men are using it.
I'm going to say it to you again, and I'm going to say it to you slowly. Do you reside on a feminine realm? What is the natural organicness of this realm?
Feminine.
So the feminine had to be dominated in order for this fucked upness to be into place.
No, she had to be willing to accept it as well.
Okay, even if she was fucking willing, I'm going to ask you again. Let's say even if she was willing. Whose home is this?
Hers.
Okay, don't you ever forget it if you want to survive.
That's fine, but I wasn't trying to. All I'm saying though is if you go back to the map.
You think you're telling me something that I don't know?
No, I'm not. No.
So I'm trying to get you to see both sides of the coin. We already talked about the map. Matter of fact, I told you it was a computer grid line. I understand that. Just understand both sides of the coin. Because if you understand that feminine side, you're going to make it. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
All right, I'm ready. That's
yeah.
fine.
I also have to...
Sorry, Brother Sean, go ahead.
Have to enter and understand that Inky and all of them were hypersexualized beings. Anyway,
exactly.
all those aliens admitted that the women down here were beautiful. That's why you had the giants and whatnot doing what they were doing to women.
The Titans,
nobody said that the women enjoyed that. Majority of the time,
how the fuck you gonna tell me I enjoyed it? Exactly.
Majority of the times it resulted in death.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just all types of fucked up that people really don't want to deal with the truth and the harsh realities of the way shit is. We're caught up into what we know in this current incarnation, and we can't even master this. And we keep trying to reflect on moments when frequencies were so much higher and things were so much different.
Right.
If you can't master this little bullshit that we going through now, when all the evidence has been put out there, they've shown you and confessed to every crime they've committed through all this paperwork. But all at the same time telling you that everything you need is within you.
Absolutely.
And you still choose consciously to look outside of yourself and ask somebody else who you are. Ain't nobody finding nothing that they ain't meant for you to find. Of course, we know that they know exactly who the fuck we are and what the fuck is going on, because they did it and they wrote a book about it.
Right.
They telling you what they did. They change the characters. You know that they have no natural origin here, so this entire time they've been trying to write themselves into the narrative.
Yes.
If we know all this already, and we sit up and talk about it all the time, say the same shit over and over and over, and that's what we gonna keep doing because the truth is not gonna change. So when we say something, yes, we're going to be repetitive because that's what the motherfucking truth is. Now, if you want motherfuckers to just lie to you, there's plenty of other stations out here. So, I mean, but if the truth of who and what you are don't move you to do what you need to do for you, fuck everybody else. If knowing about yourself doesn't move you to want to do better, and obviously you didn't came across something in your history to let you know that y'all been cutting deals.
Yep.
And you can't face yourself. But that's part of the work that you got to put in. You can't keep blaming everybody else. We all know that this shit been going on.
Right.
Thing is, what are you going to do about your situation? I mean, people keep talking this unity, but you can't put together broken glass.
Ooh. Oop.
It's just that simple. I mean, if your life is all shattered, you can't control a goddamn thing about yourself. What makes you think somebody want to fuck with you?
And they
Shit get hard.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Shit get hard, and you want to flip on the motherfuckers that's struggling with you. Instead of getting yourself together and pulling your weight.
Yep.
That's what gods do. We're all gods, goddesses, this, that, and the other, and we're creators. It's either you're going to create something on your own or you're going to get your shit together and we create some shit together.
Right. Or you ain't built for it.
Exactly.
You know,
I mean,
come on, let's just keep the motherfucking shit real.
Admit that. I mean,
right, you ain't built for it, and that's okay too.
I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to go perform surgery on the motherfucker.
Exactly.
I ain't a professional golfer, so I ain't about to go out there and try and do that. I ain't a gymnast. I ain't about to go hop on no parallel bars or try and do no flips. None of that goddamn shit. I ain't trying to land on my old ass head. But some shit that I knew I ain't had no business doing. I mean, everybody has a gift.
Right.
Why don't you work on that instead of worrying about what everybody else doing? Or asking motherfuckers, well, what did you bring into the table? I didn't know we was at the same goddamn table for you to be worried about what the fuck I'm bringing.
Right, because I tell you the minute fuck you and your table, motherfucker. How about that?
I got my own damn table. Shit. I never agreed to sit at your table, so what do you mean? What am I bringing to the table? I didn't agree to sit at your table.
Right.
I didn't agree to be part of your group. None of that goddamn stuff. So whatever it is you running around calling yourself, if I ain't included myself in that, then you shouldn't be including me.
Right? What the fuck is you talking about? And above all of that, all of you motherfuckers running around talking about table, chairs, titles, land. Would none of you motherfuckers be here had it not been for a woman? So you can't come up in here and play with moi. You gonna get your shit together, honor and respect women, or you gonna get the fuck on. And this is specifically talking to indigenous men. You have to know this. I am telling you, this bullshit ass patriarch, this shit is over with. This phallic symbol, matter of fact, you motherfuckers better hope you have a dick when this is over with.
Yep, God created everything, him and his son, and just left the woman out.
Fuck us. And I'm cool, because I told you if I was Mother Earth, I already done told you what the fuck I would do.
Look, I know how I got here. I came here through my mama's womb. I came.
So the point I be trying to make, and this is, not to get down on people, but me and I ride your motherfucking neck. I'ma grind that bitch every time I get. Because I know you don't get it. Most of you don't get it. Because you've been so conditioned, and even some women, not some women, a lot of women, don't get it. You've been so conditioned, man, that you're not even seeing. That's the fucking issue. It's out of whack. We're split. It's not whole. So y'all have to get it right if you want to ascend. Women birth these realms. I'm going to say that again. Women birth these realms. So you have to get it right. This energy is fast approaching. It's here. It's just getting higher. You have to get these concepts. You got to throw that bullshit out the door. And this is why, melanated men, you are fucking struggling with the roles and responsibilities of manhood. You're dying. You're not, because you're not fucking getting it. You've dishonored the person that brought you through this fucking realm. You dishonored your creator. And you don't have to fucking be here. I even understand I don't have to be here. She could be like, bitch, I'm tired of you and your scarf. You out of here. I get that. I honor that. I respect that. I am telling you all, get your shit together or get purged. So, all right, we really ready. We really ready this time. That's okay. At least you're working on it, sis. It's a lot of conditioning because, women, a lot of women upheld this bullshit. A lot of women upheld this bullshit. And you have to take your role as a woman, and that don't mean dominate no man. Motherfucker, I don't have to dominate you. I am. I don't have to dominate you. You're supposed to be whole with me. But what we not finna do is you dominate me. What we not finna do is I have to cower in the corner or be less than to make you greater than. Motherfucker, if you a man, be a man. Stand up and be a man. I'm not gonna prop you up. Either you know how you do to do it or you don't. You don't deserve to be here. Women, you have to stand up. You have allowed a bunch of pussies, And I shouldn't even be saying pussy because the pussy is strong. You have allowed a lot of weaklings to survive when they should have been purged. I told you that years ago. I stand by what I'm saying. So I'm so strong in this because the realm is just speeding up more and more, and I see melanated men falling further and further behind. And I see sisters latching on to them. How the fuck you gonna have somebody lead you that's lost? So it's gonna be a lot of purging. The realm is speeding up. We gotta get it right.
Thing is, after this whole cycle, and people not realizing that from a physical aspect, at some point in your incarnation, you have been both quote unquote genders,
agree.
And you still haven't learned your lesson.
Which is sad.
And you've been on both sides of the fence.
Right. And so why should the realm or, the mother realm be bothered with your motherfucking stinking ass? Like, okay, you just straight, you just ain't gonna evolve. Now, you done been around this artificial motherfucking clock once. And most people done been around that bitch more than once. So you understand that once is 25,960 years. You do fucking understand that, right? And folks still not getting it. They're still not getting it. And what we're telling you is that clock is ending. So you gotta have somewhere to motherfucking go.
And that's self-hatred. Because in your incarnation as a woman, you didn't respect yourself enough.
Exactly.
To hold somebody to a higher standard.
For a higher standard. Women, you set the standards. Because I be goddamn if a motherfucker, just like the horror I was reading earlier up in this broadcast. Horror, I wish a motherfucker would think you gonna lay next to me with some $30 in your bank account. You set the standard, women. What the fuck? We gotta step up our game.
And as a man, allowing yourself to go for such fuckery is not coming correct in the first place. Or letting yourself be disrespected by somebody who's not in their right mind.
Exactly.
And to sit up and procreate on that level, whether you man or woman.
What are we talking about?
Fellas, we can't sit up and complain about she this rat bitch, this, that.
But you knew that when you was fucking. Right.
Yeah, you knew that because a couple of your boys fucked her first and then told you about how she was. And you the one that wound up
that point, but keep going.
And you the one that wound up getting her pregnant, so you salty because you the one that got trapped.
Right.
Everybody knew what type of hoe she was before they laid down with her. Then when they turn around and say, oh, this bitch a hoe, or that ain't my child, I don't want to take care of that child because she a bitch and a hoe, this, that, or the other. And same with women. You sit up and pick this nigga who done got 13 chicks in the hood pregnant, and then you want to be number 14. You knew he wasn't taking care of none of them other kids.
I don't know why you fucking him in the beginning, but continue.
Then you lay down with this nigga and intentionally get pregnant. I say intentionally because y'all didn't use no type of protection.
Nasty, but keep going.
And then you get mad at him because he don't want to take care of that child. But you knew he didn't want to take care of the other goddamn 13. So what made you think that your 14th was going to all of a sudden make him want to do it.
And that's idiotic. I mean, anybody with any sort of basic child rearing, you were told that in the game early. And see, my motherfucking nerves is bad. I can't take stupid shit like that. People talking that stupid, but look, get the fuck out my face with that. You knew what it is. I don't even want to hear that. It is what it is. So is that why we are seeing this whole gender wars coming from the dominant society? Because they are pushing it hard right now. They're not pushing the gender war hard right now. It naturally has to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It naturally has to happen because what had happened was women, we let this shit get so motherfucking out of whack. And I gotta specifically get in on melanated women. You let this shit get so out of motherfucking whack that you letting these motherfucking degenerates, and like I said, a whole motherfucking roach down you. And you accepting this, you have accepted this downness. You fucking have accepted it for a little minute now. But now that shit is shaking off. You shaking that shit off. Okay? And those that had great ancestor women laid them codes into you. They laid them codes into you because they knew that this particular energy was coming in. And so now as melanated women, you shaking that shit off like, wait a minute, nigga, what the fuck you say? It's supposed to happen. Heads are supposed to roll. And you ain't finished seeing the shake-up yet. Get ready. Pop your motherfucking popcorn. I got mine. I just re-upped on mine. Get your herbal refreshment. They're not doing anything. It is supposed to happen because people are supposed to step into their roles. Now, all of this kumbaya shit, all melanated people kumbaya, I am telling you, there's going to be a cleansing. And only those with the proper light code and vibration are gonna make it. The rest will be in the same density with whatever new astrological clock they put on that bitch. Go on and go for another, and I don't know if they're gonna keep the cycle 25,960 years. I don't know that. On some other off realm, and I am guessing it's going to be even a lower density than 3. I think it's going to be a lower density. So they're not doing anything. Because if it was left up to them, it wouldn't even be a gender war. They would still have melanated women dumb as fuck. Yes, sir.
But we got to be careful in this too, because if you remember correctly, that was part of the original fall, and we're going off into a new era. We don't need to be doing that with the same old bullshit that started the fall to begin with.
Yeah, you mean with the warring?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't, but that's not this type of fight. That's not this type of fight.
Oh yeah, I mean I get that, but this type of fight is still 3-dimensional shit.
Agreed. I agree to that. I agree to that, but it still has to happen.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because majority have sunk so low that it has to happen. Women have to break them fucking generational curses. They gotta break them. Men gotta break them too. Y'all have to break them fucking curses. But trust me, it's supposed to happen.
But the point I'm getting to is everybody don't have to have those wars.
Oh yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. Because I ain't finna
wars are
argue with a
based.
motherfucker about nothing about how you supposed to treat me. We ain't got to have nary a conversation.
Because that's the religious community and the so-called conscious community, each trying to push their perspectives
I totally
on
agree.
each other and who's supposed to do what. And they're not realizing is that all of them is just following the goddamn program that's then had their ancestors strapped up forever any goddamn way. It's the same old shit at a different time.
Agreed.
Following those Anunnaki laws, whether they think Islam or Christianity.
Right. Which is rooted in what? Bullshit. But it's rooted in bullshit, and it's rooted in patriarch.
Exactly.
But because the realm is correcting herself, because wholeness isn't a split. So that's answered your question. So we're coming back whole, Reggie P56. So the split, only split is going to be is the people that can't be whole.
Mm-hmm.
So it ain't going to be no more of this fractionalized shit. Either you whole or you ain't. Get to stepping. We ain't coming where I'm going to have half of the rent money. God damn it, you're going to have all of it. Or you just can't come. So that's where we're at. But it most certainly has to happen. That's why people ain't fucking with religion like that. Because they know it's wrong. It's not on the right frequency. None of that shit is on the right frequency. And the people that's still on that frequency trying to hold on to it, they're in shock. They're in shock. So the chauvinists across the planet, they're in shock. Specifically, melanated men, this is what I'm focused on. They're in shock. So yeah, this is supposed to happen. So get ready. You thought that you supposed to get deserved coochie then? Well, get ready to not even get the deserved coochie that you thought you was finna get, because you finna get less of that. Because it has to be wholeness. And because if you come in and you're taking away from my wholeness, now that ain't finna happen, bruh. Just like the opposite. I should not be coming to you taking from your wholeness. Either we're whole or we ain't, goddammit. That's what's going on. Because what happened was we were fed, oh, we need to be in balance. I'm going to bring my half and you going to bring your half. You 50-50 pay the bill type of niggas. I'm just using that as an analogy. But it's the same concept. I'm going to bring my half. You going to bring your half. But it always winds up somebody have to have more. It's a 60-40. It's always some fuckery in the mix. Because it was supposed to be whole. And that's how you're going to know if you're fucking with a divine being. Because soon as you come out of your motherfucking mouth to me about some half, nigga, do I look like a half woman? Do you see one boob on my chest? You see one butt cheek? So you have to start paying attention. And women, you have lowered your standards, specifically black women. You lowered that shit down to the ground. So now you're shaking it off. Like, nah, go on with that bullshit, blah. I'm not the 1, the 2, or the 3. So all of that has to happen. It's just going to happen on different levels. Because it didn't already happen in the higher realms. We already know. So it's just shaking out in the physical now. That's all. That's all. So you all are doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. And it is going to take you to really be consciously aware of the programming and say, you have to override it. Because we done already showed you the gates. So when you come with that bullshit ass thinking, just know where you're sitting on that gate. And if you still want to be in that gate, in that spectrum, that's fine. But when you see people outside of that gate, you can't grab on to them and try to pull you down or pull them down. Because where this shit is going, you could try to grab on to somebody if you want to. That you're going to perish. That's where we're at. So, all right, I promise I'm done. All right, Brother Odel, do we have another video or we?
It depends on what you want to do. Yeah, of course, this last thing is just exposing what there's stuff in terms of what the Vatican doing and these beings that they're
I say
involved
let's
with.
go for it. I'm for it.
Last one.
For it. I don't want to monopolize your time.
No, you're fine. Let's go. Let's finish
Okay.
this. Let's get this done. 1 minute.
Yeah. Let me see when you bring it back up.
Yeah. Okay, let's pull this up.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me show it to the YouTube fam, and then we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay, I'm ready.
This is part 2 of the lost symbol of Ra. I showed earlier on in part 1 the Ra symbol, the circumpunct, and 4 other symbols and their origins. I want to discuss further the as above, so below theory of Hermes Trismegistus. It was the early Egyptian scholar who said that Egypt was the image of the heavens. The whole cosmos dwells here. I then went on to prove that all the pyramids of Egypt, all 50, represent stars in the heavens. The reason for it was to show the X that marks the spot, the ultimate star of the god of Ra. It actually is a real star, and I have the 3 stars that we covered in part 1. They are real documented stars in 3 positions shown today. And I also want to show the origin of the Christmas tree. And
see that, the Christmas tree, you see? So all this stuff they've got to be doing, their people, them and the stats, it's got more of a cosmological vibe to it all. But they don't, people just think that they've got the star and all this Bethlehem and all, sun being born. Nah, man, they know what they're doing.
Yep.
It's all tied to this realm stuff they've been on about. And these beings
connection to the Washington Monument. They both represent exactly the same thing. My hypothesis begins with the Senmar tomb in ancient Egypt, a symbol of a circle and a dot, and its connection with the Freemason tracing board on record at the Bradford University in the UK, and the same phenomena of a star and a ladder coming from it, or a beam of light, in the Solomon Key parchment. 3 documents, 3 showing the same pattern of a star with a beam of light or ladder. There is a connection, and this is my hypothesis. It begins in the British Library document, the Clavicular Solemnis manuscript of a cross within a cross. That symbol on the left is the key of Solomon. This is the key in unlocking the secret and explaining what you see in the 10 o'clock position on the actual talisman drawing. I'm pointing to it right here. I believe it's Orion. Orion has the shape. Constantine claims to have seen it in the sky. A cross within a cross. He called it the Chi Rho, an X with a P through it. He has an ancient artifact from a Roman helmet, and I am sure it is a double cross. Look at the angle of the cross and the P pointer going through the middle. Those are apparently 2 stars depicted on the artifact. Look closely at the beginnings of what I believe evolved from the Chi Rho, the cross, how it's evolved over time as the sacred cross of the sky. You can see in the Solomon Key it is probably the nebula of Orion that matches the little detail you see here in the sacred double cross. The 2 seem to be the same. This is the Key of Solomon. Looking also now at the extra clues in the talisman itself, there are 2 orbs on each side of the star in the middle. I believe it is the Akhet, that is the symbol for the sun, or the sunlight star on the horizon. I believe the star in position here is what is being measured on the horizon in the east and in the west. If you look at what is on the west, you'll see Orion has the same orientation that matches the angle at 10 o'clock position in the talisman drawing, this mysterious Solomon key diagram. This is history. Going further now, taking the pieces of this secret, the outer rim has the stars in a puzzle as a cipher, and the key in starting the puzzle is following through from the direction of Orion through to the other side to puzzle piece 1, puzzle piece 2, puzzle piece 3, puzzle piece 4, puzzle piece 5, and then there's a new line, start with 6, 7, and 8. A complete pattern. What is this pattern? I believe it's the Pleiades. Is it just a coincidence that the Key of Solomon matches the theme in the film Stargate, where the outer rim is the puzzle pieces dial in to get one to the stars, the sacred place in the stars? Coincidence, perhaps? We have the western horizon answered with Orion. We have the eastern horizon with the sunset mark now with the Pleiades. That answers the question mark in this diagram. There's the position of Orion on the horizon on a special day. The orientation matches. And on the same day, the Pleiades, exactly as it rises in the upright position as the leg of the bull standing upright. In astronomy, to find the special star position above the horizon vertical, one measures 33 degrees from the edge of Orion's belt vertical to find the star. Is it a coincidence that it's the same degree in Freemasonry that is the highest level to reach a Master Mason? This occurs on the 15th of September, the day that Dan Brown launched the lost symbol. Did he forget that he had timed this day to match? Nothing was mentioned. The story progresses now to Italy.
Now this is key. So this is St. Peter's Basilicas with the keys to the earth, right? And you've got you see him with you've got the 9 ether. You got a 9 ether head there.
Right,
you can
the
see that with the tails.
here. Holding the key, and I see a vagina there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm.
Yeah, you see, you get it, sister. You get me. So they know something that they're telling the masses. You get me.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm glad you see it. You can see the churches are built all like wombs, because they know that the realm or the female sexual energy is what spins the planet. So they know they got the secret keys, and they know all this stuff, and they know what the origins of the realm is. You know, the origins of the realm, and they know, and that's why these things is laid out this way. And they know about what's really going on down here. This is why I'm saying, so I agree with you. So I'm glad you saw you've peeped that, sister. You peeped game. You got the phallic symbol there, but you're surrounded by what the womb. It's surrounded by the womb, and so they know what's going on symbolically.
And that also goes back to the symbol
Rome
of Solomon.
What'd you say?
If you look in the middle of the, as you call it, the vagina, it also looks like the seal of Solomon, as he was just showing us, with all the spears pointing, I think, going out. You see what I'm saying?
The secret.
I see it.
If looked at from above, looking at the basilica, it has the Chi Rho in its outer circle. It is Orion. Orion showing the way to the star castle. It is a star map and is in the shape of a key. The two are shown as one. St. Peter points down the causeway with the key in his hand with the sacred cross piece on it, showing the way down to look east. The 7 hills of Rome were not chosen just by coincidence.
See, so that's what it's this is why Sean was saying earlier on. I agree with him. He's talking about he was on about the ancient sites being built on all the ley lines. That's correct. This is what it's showing you, the 7 hills of Rome. This was never chosen by chance. St. Peter's Basilica wasn't built where it was built by chance. It was all built with purpose. It's all to do with the realm and the black sun and these beings that came here from Orion, the other constellations that all came here and have been tapping into us as the souls down here, the original souls down there, and feeding off it. So I was referring to earlier on when I was speaking.
Absolutely. And shout out to Visa Cosmo, who mapped out all of these energy centers, or what they're showing you in the sky, okay, which now you should understand are portals to their particular dimensions.
Yes.
He showed you the equivalent of those portals being lined up with the energy centers on Earth. He literally showed you. Okay? And it's no coincidence that they set the one little energy center up by the Vatican. And I love how they even said that that's the key. Okay? Because no matter how you try to get around it, the key to this realm is their vagina.
Yes.
They know that.
And you can see it in the Vatican. They know that. I just
the
tell
Vatican
everybody. They know it. It's the masses
Oh, yeah, they know it. Absolutely. Okay, this is great stuff. All right.
It is. It's just, but it's a lot of it's in symbolism, but because we know how the realms are, we know it's all about, obviously, the original peoples here, the female yarners.
Exactly.
It all ties back to the original template that this is Saturn. That's what I'm getting at. If you see where I'm coming from.
He's in this perspective. It's a star map. Same as the tracing board, except on the tracing board, the key of Solomon is visible on the ladder, showing Orion is in the position looking upright. Looking at the 3 stars on the horizon on Sol Invictus.
It's on the 2057 Sol Invictus, when the port comes out of St. Peter's Basilica, so you can see the phallus there. You can see the different phalluses. You know, the different constellations are out there. It's they know how this realm's controlled, and they know who they're venerating. You see what I'm saying to you? You can see it all with this stuff, but they make it out like they don't know. There's not a chance these people are doing everything has purpose. It always has purpose. But people have to realize it's not by chance.
And shout out to
December,
Reggie, P56 pointed out that at the end of that key is a star fort. Absolutely,
yes, that's right,
baby. You hit it out the park with that. Okay.
Yeah, this is star fort, exactly. And it did all the original star forts. It was all based on the ancient civilizations that were here. Exactly. All the star forts were we built all that stuff. The original station built all that stuff because it was when the realm was naturally in touch with the original world, how it was when it functions naturally.
Yeah,
and
but
we knew
even
that. And so
that
all the
was a fallen state, though. Even when we had those star forts, that was still a fallen state from
but at least
state. But it was hell of a lot better than it is now.
It's now, and at least it references back to that point.
Yeah,
where they knew back then what was really going on.
Exactly.
And that they knew back then was going on, rather than what where they keep it. Whereas now they try to keep it all hidden.
Agreed.
But they still have that. And the Vatican, they still have that ancient knowledge about what really is going on down here. And that's what they try to keep from the hidden from the masses.
Agreed. Okay, we ready whenever you're ready.
All right.
Date that predates the Christ. In Rome, Sol Invictus, the Pope waves as he looks down the eastern horizon at the stars. My ancient star map theory is not only of this earth. It means our ancestors came from the stars. What about Mars? They say that there's pyramids on Mars, a human face. Look at this anomaly. Look at the eye on the right-hand side. The face. And it is strewn with millions of debris that look like blocks. Blocks that are over 5 meters long. Can we build with 5-meter blocks? Yes, the Sphinx area started like that, with granite and limestone. What are the positions of the pyramids on Mars? What do they look like compared to the Pleiades? Here is the overlay. Note it is a mirror image of it. 3 sun-like stars depicted. Look closely at the anomalies and compare them with the Pleiades. There are almost 30 correlations with size and magnitude. Is it a coincidence? We have Mars, Tikal of the Maya, same pattern. Stonehenge, identical pattern, with the Winterbourne Stoke Barrows being the anomalies that match Mars. We have the Dendara Zodiac Disk, Egyptian. The Lalibela monuments built out of solid granite, the churches cut out of stone, same pattern. In Iran, an amazing mountain the shape of the leg of the bull points the way to the tip, a monument that looks like the face on Mars. This brings us back to the Christmas tree obelisk correlation. What about Washington, D.C. from above? Washington has the same pattern as on Mars. The area of Roslyn and Arlington match the leg of the bull illuminated at night. It's almost designed to attract those that came from above to re-land again at our world's superpower by the obelisk, the field, the circular field by the Christmas tree. Note how the pentagon matches the same shape as that on Mars, both having a northern pointer piece. The obelisk has the Ra symbol beneath it. The $1 bill, if you overlay the two seals, isn't it amazing that you have the 3 stars above and the pyramid below? If one takes the Freemason interpretation of the first degree tracing board, their own document, and take the sun and the moon instead of the 2 stars I suggest are sunlight stars, you still have Washington, D.C. being depicted in the diagram. At the 15th of September, where we measure where the star is using a set square and dividers measuring 33 degrees of arc above the horizon. We have beams of light coming down from 3 ancient artifacts. In the Senma tomb, we have it on the first degree tracing board. We have it in the Key of Solomon artifact, and it is the Yule tree. The Yule tree goes back before the time of Christ. This is the origin of the Yule tree. The Yule tree was chosen for its shape, being conical, putting the star at the top, celebrating this star of human origins. How far back does it go? Well, Sumerian tablets show a man in a disc that flies in a position where the star is in context with the Pleiades. On Sumerian stela, you'll see the bird-headed gods like the Egyptians, the disc that flies, a crescented world, not a moon, in context with the Pleiades.
Wow. So they're letting you know that that's what I'm saying. So there's a lot more that it's ciphered in the Vatican that they're hiding. And you guys, I'm going to talk about in this talk, hopefully next week if I get to it, that the knowledge of the Yanas, of the original people that were, the Vatican know that it's on the, I think it's a CDC place where they've got these like silver, not silver, but like glass through like plates. They're hidden in the Vatican, and it's got the original. It's got the original stuff that talks about the original templates of how the realm functions. It's in the Vatican. It's at the Church of Jesuit in Rome. The Jesuits know all about it, but they keep it hidden from the masses. And they know that the original template that I was talking about earlier, they know that the black sun is sat on top of that template. Now, these beings who came in from Orion, the Draco that came here, they know about it all, as well as the Weesadex and Lucidex. They know about it all. And so they know about the original realm, how it was set up, and how this fake version of putting this was what you're talking about, the black sun, and now they've put that one in its place in place to sit on top of that. And what they're doing is the original templates there, and what they're doing with the Metatronics is reversing the frequency and taking that and ciphering all this energy off. And that's what they've been doing. That's what you've been know about, sister, and they've been abusing the people down there, left, right, and center. So I totally agree with you, sister. This whole thing is and they're trying to now reignite another version of that again for that whole thing, that whole grander, bigger cycle to try and start again. That's what they're trying to do with us right now. That's failing, as we know, because we're speaking about it, because we know what's really happening. But go ahead, sister.
No, I just want to thank you so much. Oh, man, we done took 7 hours. But it's been
and we still not got through my talk yet. We still got through the end of what's really going on.
It's been so well worth it, and I'm so grateful for you to hang in there with us and get this out. So we've at least got this part out, and this is a lot to digest. So y'all that's just gonna be listening to this over the next couple days. I know it's gonna take you all week to get through this, but there's some powerful information in here. It's very, very important information. So we're going to definitely do last words. Brother Odel, do you have any last words for the family?
Well, to be honest with you, for me, I'm just like, we're at a point now where regardless of what happens, we know as living souls, we're the ones that are down there that set up the original 12 strand, 24, 48 strand DNA. We're the ones that are tied to this realm naturally, that everything else that is feeding off, I'll put it that way, and we're being fed off, and they know that they're feeding off us. They know that, which is why they're trying to mind control stuff with the BlackRock and all this other stuff to try and get us to agree to this happening yet again. They're trying to agree and they're trying to get us all on point so they can try and set that all up again. But as we know, they're going to need requires all of us in order for us to make it work. And the fact that we're having this conversation, exposing it all, and we're not going to be doing this, so like Brother Sean saying, like you all saying here, means that they can't actually do that. So this is going to be interesting because the battles that are going to be fought here right now, what's going on right now in real-time jurisdiction right now, is the real battles that are going to be fought because they can't lie to us and preposterous all this nonsense. So realistically, they've already failed. Because if we're out having this conversation to this degree and we're all exposing all this, and I haven't got into the end of this stuff, I haven't talked about the lives happened that's recent have taken place and now what's going on. I haven't got into that part yet. We haven't got into that. And the fact that we're having these conversations at this level and we're exposing the fact that we know that, a lot of that, we know what they're doing, and we know to that extent, that shows that high consciousness is already getting to us already.
Exactly.
So, and they can't shut that off without trying to take us out. And if they do that, as a violent free will on that level, that's when they're going to be fixing to get out of it. That's when it's where, Mark, like Garvey said, still look for you in the whirlwind. That's what we'll be doing. If they try to take me out like that, I'll be coming back and licking them down. I'm ripping their souls to shreds for that. I'm not playing on that level. I'll put that phone on the record.
Right.
You start harming me on that level.
Yeah.
You start violating my free will on that because I'm ready to go out on that level.
Exactly.
I'm not going to go out begging them. I'm not.
No.
I'm going to go out facing them. I'm not going to go out. I'm going to go out facing them. So they're going to have to fix up rough. Their time is done. Like I said, sister, I agree with their time is done. Go ahead, sister.
No, I totally agree with you. I want to thank you so much again. And we'll touch base this weekend and we'll discuss.
Definitely. That's a must for me.
Okay, yeah. And nephew Antoine dropped in the chat that link up with him as well, so we'll definitely sync up. So let me give my brother he put in some work. He definitely put in some work, so we so appreciate you and we honor the work that you've done. This is some very important stuff. Once y'all go back over this video, you're going to have to go back over it a couple times and you're going to understand how important it is. Okay? So thank you, Brother Odel.
No problem. But yeah, that's it. It's gonna be fascinating. It's the best time to be here right now. It's the best time to be here. By the way, sister,
as a soul, you should be like, oh shit, I get to see this whole thing totally change. It is exciting. It's nothing to be afraid of. You have all the control. Do you?
Yeah, absolutely. So, by the way, sister, remember says I'm going to email you. I have emailed you that stuff that I've said. Okay. I think we mentioned earlier on, that stuff that I was reading from, the George Soros stuff, the BLM stuff. I've emailed you in real time, so you've got that as well. Just a little thing. So it's got all the links in it and stuff like that, so you've got it. But yeah, these people, they know what they're doing with these movements and all that stuff. They do. Like I said, so when this video, you want to expose a bit more of that and pass links on that I've shown earlier on, I've sent it to you as well. I think you and Nuar and Sunsky, I've emailed.
Have it. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you, Brother Odel. We truly appreciate you. So we'll see
next
you
week.
Next week, but we'll talk about it.
And we'll try and get that drop. We'll try and get the last of the stuff out, the last of the stuff that I want to get out. We'll try and get all that out next week so we can get onto the other stuff that you've got planned. Because I know you've got a couple of things you want to get done yourself, correct?
Yeah, but that's okay. The spiritual is always going to trump the other stuff. It's always going to trump the other stuff. So we're good. Okay. All right. You. So nephew, Nuwa, you have any last words for the family?
Peace and love to the family. Once again, thanks for sticking with us on your spiritual journey. Brother Odel, we love you for you to be doing the spiritual work that you're doing, to be able to resonate, to get this type of information out. We do thank you. Overall, we do have to do the work ourselves. As we keep touching, it's about us and us tapping into our innate nature that we have. It's everything is being done for us to be pulled in their direction. And if we want to, we can. It's your choice. But then you are your own demise. You're at your own demise. Like I said, I'm look forward to next week as well, because I said we're opening our eyes to the situation from a very a perspective that they never thought that we should be talking about. Like, and we're doing it in a level that's keeping the bots away from us. So I'm proud that we're able to keep things clean on that level, because it's about the information. Because like I said, the circle is just Black history, you know, you came from Africa, blah, 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 blah. But for us to be having this level of information to say that we know the players, we know the keys, you know, it really is eye-opening, because I came from a point where I thought I was a loner. I thought my perspective on the world was off. They always told me, you know, look at it from this perspective. Then I come to realize those are NPCs and they're all around me. And it's really about me finding myself and not, as you said, fuck who they are, fuck what they think. No, we know this is how it should be done. Let's do it how it should be done. And let's go back to source, essentially. So give thanks, feminine first, and we'll go from there.
All right. Okay. Love you.
Love you too.
Nephew. Okay. Let me get my nephew a clap. So that's why I be rocking with my nephews and stuff, because in order to stick with me, you got to be a real man, because I be like, boom, boom, I come hard. So if you can hang with me and not bitch up, oh, she hurt my feelings.
You just put your pussy in front of me. I was talking about a map. Here's my pussy. Woman.
I didn't say here's my vagina. I didn't say here's my vagina. I said that's a vagina. But you got the point. Because I hit hard. So when men be bitching up, oh, she hurt my feelings. Nigga, was it truthful?
It was truthful. I just was expecting to get right in my face.
Yeah. Okay, then shut the fuck up and take this medicine. Okay?
You know what I mean?
Now, and I'm not talking about you. You take it nice.
No, I don't.
But I have so many men bitch up. Oh, you hurt my feelings. Nigga, man up.
Well, no, but you're supposed to do that. As you're supposed to teach the women how to filter out the bitch men. Because
right, and I don't deal with bitch assness. I don't deal with bitchy me. I don't deal with, and I'm gonna stop saying vagina assness, because a vagina is tough. I don't deal with weak men. I'm going to say that again. I don't deal with weak men. So if you feel I'm dominating you, you're weak.
You know, if you feel pressured by her strength, I'll say like that. Because like I said, as an alpha male, we want you to be strong. So we were actually happy to
say that again, because it's a lot of motherfuckers running around here talking about some they alpha, and they saying the opposite. Do you mind saying that again?
As an alpha male, we love to see our females fleck their strength. As you forget, in the jungle, who does the hunting? The female. We're just around for protection. If something happens and pops off, we're there to freaking regulate. But we want the females to get their claws dirty in a sense. So it's the men that are bitchy that, yeah, they see you flexing and they get, oh my God, I'm supposed to be the man.
My nails. Oh, you hurt my feelings. If you don't go sit your weak ass, and matter of fact, you're not finna survive. I'm just finna motherfucking kill you. Because you're taking up space for somebody else.
I'll fall back. That's what I'm saying. If you got the wheel, I'll fall back, Auntie. I got no problems. You
know
where we're going.
I know you get it. So I'm using this as an example. Women, this is what you're supposed to do. Now, I'm not saying definitely you don't have to come off as I come off. You come off what your personality is, but you're supposed to be standing in your truth. Just because a man got his dick swinging and he trying to tell you something and you know that shit ain't right, you're supposed to be standing up and said, no, that's not it. It is X 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have to take your position.
Regulate. You won't bitch out.
You sitting up in the corner. Well, he says submit. You finna submit to that weak motherfucker?
Oh, man, we don't say submit. That's the whole thing, man.
You're supposed to dim your light for somebody weak?
I put you on a pedestal to make that shit bright. Come on.
Women, take your position, and it's not about dominating a man. It's about living in truth.
Facts.
You let these weak men walk through this realm under lies.
Flex, girl, flex.
To hold them up, to make them be a man. I be goddamn if I gotta make you be a man. Now you got the game twisted, bruh. You supposed to be a man with or without me.
they got used to raising boys, and they got accepted to how boys are. So now that they have boys, they accept boys into their lives. I'll say like that.
They do accept little boys, and they like. And see, I am not a PEDO, so I don't care if you're 35, if you're 45, if you're 55, if you're 65. You could still be a little boy. I don't do little boys.
Right. Facts.
And I'm not training you up to no manhood. I'm not built like that.
You're a woman. You're not supposed to train a man to do anything.
Shit. What the fuck? So let me give my nephew another round of applause. He took that like a champ. I'm like, I said the vagina.
I'm like, why is this vagina in my face? Oh my God.
Right, I'm just saying, I said the vagina. So
that's what I mean. It's just a map. It's just a map, man. It's just a fucking map.
Like, stop saying vagina. Stop saying vagina. Stop.
No, but like I said, it all worked. Like I saw Spirit work it up, because then, like I said, the next slide was, oh look, there's a vagina on the fucking map.
See, Amy be knowing what I be talking about. Now I ain't saw that motherfucking video. I told you it was a JJ, and they showed you a JJ in the video. See, Amy be knowing.
God damn.
Amy be knowing. All right, nephew. So
love you too, Auntie. I'll talk to you next week.
Okay, I hope to see you next week. All right,
Sister.
You have any? Yes, sir.
Sister, just a quick thing as well. On this balance, I think we talked 48 lies about that they've got the 10 commandments. From what I've learned is, obviously, I know you've had Miles Johnson on there, and the female yarders. Now he talks about the sisters leading the way. You've heard him say, and I get into Miles Johnson. I know you've had him on. You talk about sisters leading the way. When I'm talking about that, if you're unified on that fundamental principle, because this gets into I think what's his name, Shantan Natiyama knows about this. That the way to ascend yourself is through the love of a woman. You're supposed to be doing that and actually connecting with a woman. Your positive poles. I think our positive poles at the heart. The woman's is at the vagina. Now, if you bring through life properly, Delbert Blazing used to hint on this as well.
He used to say it all the time.
Yeah, he did. And if you link with a woman properly, the way to ascend yourself or to move to the next state of being is that to come home is to go back to that woman. And you obviously, this is what Sophie Street kind of thing in the Matrix was that you vibrate yourself through that process of loving each other, right? For that process of loving each other, which means the two would come back to one, and that wholeness is what you will get back into to go back to where you've been from. As well, to put that little bit in there and as a sister, yield the floor and let you do your thing as a sister. Go ahead, sister.
Nope. Let me give you the hand clap because that's what it is. That's what it is. And we've gotten so low level that if we really honest with ourselves, these fucked up relationships, that shit ain't even love.
No.
You just existing, oh, well, there's somebody to fuck, okay. It's not even close to being love. Sisters, okay, I don't want to be lonely. Let me drag him off the motherfucking alley, off the motherfucking corner. There's somebody to be with. No, that's not the way it's supposed to be done. That's why everybody running around confused. Nobody know their motherfucking purpose because people not even putting thought processes into not only who they're selecting as mates, but who you decide to bring a soul into the realm, who you decide to connect with, to let a soul incarnate in the realm, and women, you pass that soul through your birth canal. So this shit is deep. So yeah, the gender battle has to happen, but it's more on a spiritual level. It is on a spiritual level. Okay, so great stuff. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
I'm so surprised. I'm still up.
I know, and sis, you always be leaving me hanging. I got to be out here skirt on raggedy. Vagina.
You were on it.
And you sitting in a cut, and I'm talking about vagina. I'm sorry, go ahead. Right, and poor nephew knew why. I was like, well, goddamn, I just said that ain't really a penis. And she's like, goddamn it, yes it is, the vagina.
Vagina, I'm going vagina.
I got a lot of this stuff, bits and pieces over the years, but it has been really good to, get it all cemented together. And Brother Odel's presentation, thank you so much, brother, for that. But I've always said that love is the highest frequency on this planet.
It is.
And men are loving each other, and women are loving each other, but love of a woman to a man is what saves him from himself as well, and a woman from herself. So when we connect souls together, there's a uniting, and there's a void that's filled. And I could see how we can evolve after we really mate in love and not in lust.
Right, because most of it is in lust. Now, only thing I'm just gonna add my little 2 cents. It's not my business if you want to love on same sex, because love is love. Do your thing. What we're telling you is that it needs to be pure and not lust. Because most of us have been in love, and when it's good, that shit is good. Can't nothing top that shit.
No,
but when you going through the motions, that's not a way to live. And see, me, my nerves is too bad, and I will catch a motherfucking case. I can't do it.
Yeah. So I appreciate tonight. It's been really eye-opening. But I want to say somebody had already charted the stars in the Moors.
Oh, on the Moor side?
Yeah, matching up with the Mississippi.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. And which side, which is Egypt and which is not. They did all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it was because you got some Moors with some badasses with the information.
They got information.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to broad stroke all Moors. It's just sad that they got infiltrated and it's got a dirty name on it, but you got some bad motherfucking Moors.
Bloodline. They got a bloodline.
In a good way. So it doesn't surprise me if somebody has charted out that. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
And the Dagons charted theirs too, where they came from. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah. They sure did.
Yeah, so that was really great. But this Vatican part is really interesting. How they have tried to override the female on this planet.
Yeah, but who does that Vatican Pope motherfucking bow down to?
A female,
and a melanated one at that.
Melanated Madonna.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they do it. I've seen it. Russia has one too.
Absolutely.
They have a melanated Madonna.
Exactly. So melanated men. Y'all want to sit up and talk about the white boy, but I'm gonna tell you one thing: the white boy behind the scenes, he worshiping that black woman.
Yeah.
He harnessing that power. So I'm just trying to put you up on game, so you either catch up or get left behind. I'm just saying. So, all right, sis, thank you so much. It's her hand clap. So thanks for joining us, sis.
Thanks, everybody. I enjoyed the comments, and I learned a lot.
Yeah, we got we had a long haul tonight, y'all. We really.
But I'm gonna get off now.
Okay, no worries.
We'll play the old lady now.
Okay, I understand. Even the dog probably tired. Like, mommy, come
He's knocked out, I think.
I figure he was asleep because I ain't heard him put nothing on it or none of that. So.
I may have left him outside. I don't know. I gotta go get it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go on and get him. Shit. Okay, sis. I'll talk to you next week.
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Good night.
Good night. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, healing. How long are we going to heal before we're healed? I mean, we keep giving excuses as to why we can't do this or why we can't do that. Is it that you realize that with being healed comes responsibility? That means it's time to get off your ass and do something.
Yep.
I mean, why do you learn to keep learning
Mm.
or to actually do something with what you've learned? It's up to you how you want to do things.
Right.
You could just keep having people read stuff to you and explain it to you over and over again. Or are you going to go within and put in the necessary work that you have to put in for yourself?
That's right.
You can't keep passing the buck on to the next person. You can't keep blaming your ancestors because at some point you became an adult and was supposed to have been standing on your own fucking square.
That's right.
Everybody wants to keep passing the buck in the religious community, in the so-called conscious community. The white man's to blame, this person's to blame,
Right.
the Anunnaki's to blame.
Right.
We know what everybody did in the past. And it's the same old cycle with their descendants. If we're the descendants of gods, as we purport to be, why ain't we doing no better?
Mm.
Why they can keep their covenant and honor their ancestors, but we can't do shit to honor our ancestors.
Oh.
Facts.
You won't even defend and take care of your descendants that are right with you.
Mm.
And more expect people spend time on trying to defend the honor of motherfuckers who may have put you in the predicament you in.
Mm.
Our ancestors weren't right about everything.
Right.
Just like our physical parents, our physical brother and sister, our physical man or woman can be wrong about shit.
Yep.
So work that. At what point do you lead yourself?
Mm.
At what point do you become a master of self? These people can tell you anything and get you to react a certain way because they told you to. All they have to do is keep showing it and give their narrative. Oh, you should feel this way about this.
Right.
Oh, that was just so horrible that they done this to this person.
Right.
Oh, this person was this. Oh, this person was that. But you know people that's dying daily and don't give a fuck about that.
Come on, tell
But
it,
some
Dad.
motherfucker that they put in front of you on that little idiot box, you got more concern, folks, than your damn self.
Come on, tell it.
You willing to go out there and protest and riot and tear up other people's shit because they said that this, that, or the other happened to somebody that they decided that you should care about.
Yep.
Where's the news stories and the GoFundMe's about what you're going through?
Mm.
Not as a people,
Right.
you as an individual. When have any of them just looked at your situation? Because they know exactly what situation you in. They got it all written down,
That
got it in
part.
their computer.
That
They know
part.
how fucked up you are.
That part.
When have they done a news story about you and yours and
Mm.
say, that, oh, they're so messed up. Oh, do a GoFundMe for them. We need to do a charity for them. We need to do a fundraiser for them. When has that been done for you?
Yeah.
But not that you should need that done for you. Because you're a god, you're a goddess, you're a
Right.
king, you're a queen. Create some shit, make something happen. Stop complaining. Y'all ain't gonna bust a grave. But always whining. Always whining and ain't busting out one grave. Can't even get yourself drunk, huh? But I love y'all.
All right.
Boldness and power.
All right, Brother Sean. Love you too. Let me give you your hand clap. All right, fam. So, you know what? I want to thank you all so much. Shit, child. We going
forgot Scotty.
Huh? Honey, his equipment he ran out of battery power and all that. He ain't even on no more.
We love you, Scotty.
Yeah. Oh, you said we love you. Okay, I thought you said we forgot. Yep. Love you, son, Scotty. Okay, so
Charges up next week, you know what I mean?
I know. All right, fam. I know we didn't held y'all long enough. Again, thank you, Brother Odel. We love you. This information is very much important. We got a lot out tonight. We truly appreciate you. Thank you to the YouTube family in the chat. Y'all was in there strong, baby, dropping them jewels. We appreciate you all as well. And thank you to the listening YouTube audience. A lot of y'all hung in there. Y'all just starting to drop off. So y'all was in it to win it. So shout out to you all. You're appreciated as well.
Love you.
Yeah. So, and shout out to the people that's been commenting on the vids. Y'all are leaving. Y'all leaving some great information. One lady, JW, left some really, really hot information regarding lineage. So you all are appreciated because with you all sharing, that's breaking those spells and shaking people out of this slump to get up and do the work that they need to do for self and bloodline. So we truly appreciate y'all.
Love you.
Okay, love you all too. We'll be back next Thursday. And of course, we got podcasts to put out throughout the week as well. So we're gonna rock out with my little closeout music, my little educational closeout music. So love you all, family. Peace and love.
Love Auntie. Good job.
Recording stopped.